That's more badges on the beat, but never enough food for everybody to eat. Some of us had to creep. Some
Noisy house.
yeah. Cause I was living in the fast lane, speeding in the sports range, but then it all changed. I'm not the same P that the streets knew, but I'm the same child that my mummy grew. I done dumb dirt and she ain't even have a clue. Feds up my ass, I just call them bugaboos. Money's low and I ain't even moving through. My nigga call at 8 AM and I'm missing too. This is a life crisis, so I'ma rise my stick. Niggas fake, so they ride he's thick, but I'm straight, not gay, so I handle my shit. Don't hate, just rate that I do my thing. Lost a friend to the system, one to the graveyard. Yeah, life's hard, I'm on bubbles with certain friends, I don't see them, but my heart's cold, I see them when I see them. Yeah, yeah.
The photograph on your shelf, same picture in your album. Nowadays I just get around some more than I used to. All the things that we go through, need a family to hold you down, down, down. Yeah. Sad stories don't amaze me, so I pray the ghetto don't change me. No more than it has, my life's crazy. Seen it all and got lazy. Lost a couple niggas on the way. We paid them our respects and tried to keep it wavy. Never swerved. Try and bring it to the south, bring it to the army. Never chose to be so grimy. But nowadays they bang bangers in the hoods. This ain't the 80s. Butterfly knife, nigga, keep it in the Joe 90s. Got my hammer in the whip and a dope lighty. And I'm handling my flip like a lion out the cage. Get the money in the streets, get the money on the stage. Forever chasing papers at home, I just never stayed. No shitting on my door, I'm keeping it far away. No Rolex, but I'm sneaking the Cartier. Got a shine for my peeps who didn't make it or pass the photograph on the shelf. Same picture in your album. Nowadays I just get around some more than I used to. All the things that we go through, need a family to hold you down, down.
Yeah, listen, 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 listen. That's how it is and that's how the game goes. Money's low, ain't got time for lames and hoes. Used to run with a team, now I'm going solo. Me, my machine tucked underneath my polo. 15, I was letting it rain in Soho. Casper Jack hoodies, ice history woodies. So I'm used to go, that's why when I ain't got none, I stress a lot. Hella lot. I don't smile no more cause there's nothing to grin about. If I see grin about, I'ma slap him in his mouth. Niggas think they can do things and get away with it. They got a different angle, it's kinda strange and it not me. A nigga's gonna hold a clip. When that prick got touched, he was screaming like a bitch. Niggas shit and sniff for chicks, no, I'll rate that shit. All about my paper, bitch.
I'm the photograph on your shelf, same picture in your album. Nowadays I just get around some more than I used to. All the things that we go through, need a family to hold you down, down, down. Yeah.
Dancing with the lights down. Say your iPod, baby.
Jeez.
Oh, ding. I don't wanna tell nobody, yeah. Oh, it's better me. I wanna keep it to myself.
She got me dancing with the lights off. Skirt, no tights on, whip with the roof down, crept with the Nikon, not a cigarette. If I said I'm gonna light one, you can get your kitty cat bitten by the python. Yeah, your body and your house stay clean, keep your pom pom fresh and your man won't leave. Just splash in the cash, fill your purse full of peas. She shops and I burn a whole lot of trees. New hairstyle, eye heels, nails what you need. That's why man I hustle and work for the peace. Just come to the bar, let me buy you a drink. Come back to the floor and keep dancing with me. cause we're out for the night and we're out on a thing. Keep winding your waist and profiling for me. Keep winding your waist in time to the beat. Keep winding your waist and profiling for me. Keep winding your waist in time to the beat. Keep winding your waist and profiling for me. Keep winding your waist in time to the beat. Keep winding your waist and profiling for me. Keep winding your waist in time to the beat. Keep winding your waist and profiling for me. Keep winding your waist in time to the beat.
Dancing with the lights off, and I feel say your eye on me. Felt your hands and they're quite soft, so now I wanna feel your body. Now I don't wanna tell nobody else, just keep this between you and me. Girl, I wanna keep it to myself, just tell me what it's gonna be.
Back it up, shake it and don't stop it. She loves how I rap it and tap it, but won't trap it. I ain't got a hobby, but she is my one habit, and I gotta have it like I was feeling this so mad. Politics is politicians talking spit. Forget the NHS, I just want another brick. I'll get up in the studio and make another hit. Put my hustlers on the road, got them burners on the hit. Forget a Brexit, I just need another toe on the amnesia haze until I make another flip. They'll catch me on the strip, trying to double up my chips. Haters wanna get at me, and I'm loading up the clip. These women want the dick, I'll be pulling down the zip. If you're living on the edge, I must be jumping off the cliff. They're hungry for reform, I'm just hungry for that piff. Hungry for that big ounce, 4 quarters, not a fifth. I'm busy like a bee, looking for some honey dip. Want my water from the tap, I ain't messing with no drip. I couldn't be less interested in your labor. It's you, kid, for me, use the keys, invest the paper. Forget conservatives too, they're just a bunch of fakers. Telling lies now, just to get your votes later. Might be in the house, but they really ain't coming. And there's people like us, that they're stealing from and robbing. Bowing for your queen, me, I only bow for Christ. Bowing for Jehovah, he's the one that gave me life. Coming from the ends where you could die at any time. Cause we live by the sword, by the gun, and by the knife. Listen, I'm about the money, living in the power. So much dirty money, I'ma need a shower. We making a day what you making an hour. Cooking up the hard food with the powder. I'm about the money, making in the power. So much dirty money, I'ma need a shower. We making a day what you making an hour. Boil dumpling, hard food with the powder. Listen, trust me. Family, the ting ain't all rosy. Like the homeless out in the street. We ain't cozy, but you know me. I'm rolling on my jacks, but I ain't loaded. I never made a move with a Cody. I did it by myself, I wasn't looking for no trophy. To try and run up on me, the heel's kind of slow. That brother's dope. Yo, what's good, people? I hope everyone's having a blessed day. Out to J Profit. Out to everyone in the chat. Big up yourselves. All right, people. The subject for today: new police powers. I think that was the right track to bring in. Give me 1 second, people. Yeah, hold up. Hold up. Yeah, sorry about that. So basically, today we're going to be talking about new police powers. All right, people. So what you need to do, if you want to join the chat, out to J Profit, out to GNM Gaming, out to everyone who's in the comments. I'm posting the link now in the comments section. You know, hit the link,
join the stream yards and come and talk to us. Tell us what you know about the new police powers, and we'll tell you what we know. We're gonna do that anyway. But yeah, shout out to everyone who's logged in. Everyone who's been with us day in, day out. Yeah, let me put up some comments for you guys while we're here. So yeah, apparently the police have got new powers. You know, I've been given some information, some literature on what these powers supposedly are, and what the outline of those powers are. So yeah, once again, big up to GNM Gaming. Yeah, big up J Profit. Out to Pinero's Mind. Big up everyone who subscribes to the channel. And hopefully, we're going to have someone join in the chat real soon. So you ain't just going to have to listen to me. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I am going to bring up some legislation for you lot to have a scan through. To be honest with you, it is a lot to read. So I doubt anyone's going to read the whole thing that quickly, but I'll put it on the screen so you can have a bit of a scan, like that. But yeah, other than that, I hope everyone's having a blessed day, no stress, and hopefully you ain't been too affected by these new police powers that have come into enforcement. Apparently, they just passed some new laws a few days ago. Let me just read out something that someone sent to me. It says, the UK laws changed yesterday, 27th of April, 2020. All human rights have been stripped away. The Control of Disease Act changed on the 27th of April, 2020 with immediate effect. I don't know how many people know this as it's not reported in the mainstream media. Whether you are for or against vaccines, you should know about this. You will be forcibly vaccinated. Doctor-patient confidentiality is no longer sacred, and you can be detained, all your belongings seized, your family members detained, even by asking what's in the vaccine before having it is classed as an offense. So it begs the question, if this vaccine was safe, why would the laws change in this way? Yeah. Human rights, it is explained in the post, so I'm going to read some more of the post. It says on the 27th, the Control of Disease Act was amended, and the amendments made will rape you of virtually all your human rights and make any vaccine introduced for an infectious disease mandatory. They've also posted a video, so I could play the video if you guys want. I don't mind. It's up to you. Like, I can play that for you so you can hear what's going on. But apparently there's a video, so let me see if I can find this for you. But what I'm gonna do, because I'm reading this off my phone, I'm gonna send this to the computer from my phone, and then obviously I can play the video for you lot. Everyone can have a little listen, gather a bit of information. There's a bit more legislation as well, so we can have a read through that if you want. Plus, today's Freestyle Friday, so if anyone's got anything they want to talk about, feel free to jump on, talk about whatever you want to talk about. Out to J Profit, he says play it and show the links. Okay, cool. We can do that. We can definitely do some of that. So what I'm gonna do, while we're here, like I said, I'm gonna get these links. I'm gonna send them to the computer so I can put them up on the screen, and then we can get into some of this. Why not, man? I think it's definitely relevant information. But like I said, it's Freestyle Fridays, so everyone feel free to jump in and talk about whatever you want to talk about today. Don't feel restricted by the subject, feel like you can talk about whatever you want to talk about today, within reason. Let's not talk about silly things. Let's talk about sensible stuff. But ultimately, I think that this is definitely something that should interest people because when they're talking about stripping us of our human rights and giving the police more powers, ain't the police got enough powers already? I don't even know. Someone talk to me. What does the rest of the world think? What do you guys in the chat room think? What does the rest of the panel think when you finally get here? I want to give you lot some time to really think about what you want to say. And yeah, like I said, in the meantime, I will be trying to pull up this information for you. So here we go. Here's one. So we got. Let me just share the screen so you lot can see what's going on. Da, 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 da. All right, there we go. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play the video, and you lot can gather what you may from the video. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna grab the rest of the sources and I'll post them in the chat. And also, I'll put some of those up on the screen as well, so you lot can have a scan through. Why not? So without further ado, let me just get the page playing. That'll probably make sense.
The way we vote is changing. Instead of going to a polling station and queuing up all day, you can now vote from your computer, mobile phone, tablet, or any internet-connected device. Meet the Go generation. Sally is 66 and lives in the countryside and wants to change a road sign from a give way sign to a stop sign to prevent the many car accidents from happening each year. Mohammed is 22.
All right, sorry about that. I think whoever sent me that text has posted either the wrong video or I've gone to the wrong place. So I'm going to have to try and get the right one for you guys. Sorry about that. Apologies. But while we're waiting for that to come up, let me grab this other website. Give us 1 second. And yeah, I hope everyone's having a blessed day, man. Most importantly, don't be getting stressed out. Stay cool. Keep doing what you're doing as much as you can. Stay healthy, stay fit. Don't get bogged down with it. Long story short. All right, so I've got another thing here for you. Look, 1 second. Let me just bring this up now. All right, here we go. So, all right, let me try and make the screen a bit bigger for you, though. 1 second. I don't know what's going on with this web page, but it seems to be sticking. Give me 1 second, people. Let me just try and reopen this because that is frustrating. I don't know if my internet's gone slow, but it was definitely sticking just there for a second. Hopefully everyone can still hear me. But yeah, if the screen's a bit small, I apologize. I am trying to make it a bit bigger for you guys. The internet seems to be running a bit slow right now. Let's see what we can do with this. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to close it and reopen it because that was frustrating as hell. All right, let's try again. All right, got it back up now. I just want to make it a bit bigger so that everyone can read it. I think that's going to make sense. Okay, I think it's just the website itself is a bit funky. We've got it up now, though, at least. Let me just share the screen again for you lot. So, share screen, contact, bang. All right, let's get some of this now. So hopefully everyone can see their screen now, yeah, and can see that writing, yeah. What I'll do, I'll read out a bit of it as well. Why not? It's not gonna hurt. Okay, so story short, an act to consolidate certain enhancements relating to the control of disease and to establishment and functions of port health authorities, including enhancements relating to burial and cremation, and to the regulation of common lodging houses and canal boats, with amendments to give effect to recommendations of the law, be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty by and with the advice and consent of the Lords spiritual and temporal and commons in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same as follows. Okay. Modifications, not altering text. Act extend with modifications. So this is just a load of technical jargon we got going on up here, but basically they're modifying laws and modifying acts. That's what they're telling you there. Yeah, so things are being modified. So let's get into some of the stuff that's actually being modified, sorry. All right. In this act, local authority means any of the following: a district council, England, a country council for an area which there is no district council, Wales, London, borough council, the common council of the city of London, the sub treasurer of the inner temple and the under treasurer of the middle temple, the council of the Isle of Sicily. All right, so it encompasses the whole of the British Empire, well, not empire, but you know, the United Kingdom. Long story short of it. So, I'm just looking through some of this, but this doesn't look that interesting. So I want to find some stuff that we're definitely going to be interested in before I start reading. All right. So, jurisdiction and powers of Port Health Authority. An order under Section 2 above constituting a Port Health District shall confer on the Port Health Authority jurisdiction over all waters and landward. Okay, so okay. No, we don't want to read that bit. All right, this is the bit that I'm looking for. So regulation for control of certain diseases. This is the part that I was looking at earlier, and I found this quite interesting. So subject to the provisions of this section, the Secretary of State may, as respects the whole or any part of England, Wales, including coastal waters, make regulations with a view to the treatment of persons affected with any epidemic, endemic, or infectious disease, and for preventing the spread of such diseases, for preventing danger to public health, from vessels or artifacts at any place, and for preventing the spread of infection by means of any vessel, aircraft leaving a place, so as may be necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying out any treaty, convention, arrangement, or engagement with any other country. Without prejudice to the generality of subsection 1, the Secretary of State may, by any such regulations, apply with or without modifications to any disease to which the regulations relate any enhancement, including any enhancement in this act relating to the notification of disease or to notifiable diseases. Regulations made under this section may provide for the signals to be displayed by the vessels, aircraft having on board any case of epidemic, endemic infectious disease, the questions to be answered by masters, pilots, and other persons on board any vessel, aircraft as to cases of such disease on board during the voyage on arrival, requiring persons alighting from aircraft to answer questions pertaining to their state of health or their contact with infection, the detention of vessels or aircrafts and of persons on board with them, the duties to be performed in cases of such diseases by masters, pilots, and other persons on board vessels and aircrafts. So, what I've taken from that, long story short, is they can detain people at any time, especially coming in and out of the ports. Also, you know, they can detain vehicles, they can detain anything basically that they believe may have, you know, been contaminated in some way or have contaminated people or things on board. Da, 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 da. All right, so this is the bit I was looking at earlier that I found to be a bit crazy. So, subject to section 14 below, the following persons, that is to say, authorized officers of any such authority as is specified by the regulations in accordance with subsection 4A and above, and officers of customs and excise shall have power to enter any premises, vessel, or artifact for the purpose of executing or superintending the execution of regulations under this section. So let me just read that for you again. Yeah. So authorized officers of any such authority as is specified in the regulations in accordance with subsection 4A above, and officers of customs and excise also shall have power to enter any premises, any vessel, any aircraft for the purpose of executing or superintending the execution of regulations under this section. Yeah. So that means they can just come into your house. They can just walk into your house. They don't need no warrant, no nothing. You know, they can, you know, seize your car, your vehicles, your boat, your plane, whatever it is. Yeah. The power to make regulations under this section shall be exercised by statutory instrument, which shall be subject to annulment in pursuance of resolution of either House of Parliament. Any expenses incurred by a country council under this section shall, if the Secretary of State by order so directs, be defrayed as special expenses charged on such part of the country as may be provided by the order, but such an order may be revoked or varied by a subsequent order. Okay. Let me just scan through this bit. Contravention of regulations. It says any person who willfully, neglects and refuses to obey or carry out or obstructs the execution of any regulations made under Section 13 above shall, in a case where no provision is made in the regulations for his punishment, be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding level 5 on the standard scale, and in the case of continuing offence, to further fine not exceeding £50 for every day on which the offence continues after conviction. So, if you're not adhering to the lockdown and to the rules XYZ, there's going to be convictions getting passed out and XYZ. So, be prepared for that. So, da, 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 da. It says regulations for control of certain diseases. This is the subsection 13 they was talking about. It says, subject to the provisions of this section, the Secretary of State may, as respects the whole or any part of England and Wales, including coastal waters, make regulations with a view to the treatment of persons affected by epidemic, endemic, or infectious disease, and for preventing the spread of such diseases, for preventing danger to public health from vessels, aircraft arriving at any place, and preventing the spread of infection by means of any vessels, aircraft leaving any place, so far as may be necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying out any treaty, convention, arrangement, or engagement with any other country, without prejudice to the generality of subsection 1 above. The Secretary of State may, by any such regulations, apply with or without modifications to any disease which the regulations relate any enactment, yeah, including any enactment in this act relating to the notification of diseases or notifiable diseases. So, they can act on any disease. It don't just have to be COVID. There's other diseases that would come under the same bracket. So, regulations made under this section may provide for the signals to be displayed. All right, we read that one. The questions. So, we read that bit already about aircrafts. And may authorize the making of charges and provide for the recovery of such charges and any expenses incurred in disinfection. Um, Let's go down a bit further because that's all to do with airplanes, and no one ain't getting on an airplane right now. Authorize officers of any such authority as is specified by the regulations in accordance with such section 4A above, and officers of customs may exercise shall have power to enter any premises. So we read that bit already. The power to make regulations under this section. Yeah, I think I just read over the same thing again. All right. Regulations under this section 1 may in particular include provision for the detention of conveyances, for the medical examination, detention, isolation, or quarantine of persons. Yeah. For the inspection, analysis, retention, isolation, quarantine, or destruction of things. Yeah. So that means your personal property. For the disinfection or decontamination of conveyances, persons, or things, or the application of other sanitary measures, for prohibiting or regulating the arrival or departure of conveyances and the entry or exit of persons or things. So, like we know, people have been told to self-isolate right now, but they can actually just isolate you and tell you you're not allowed to leave your house, like that. Imposing duties on masters, pilots, train managers, and other persons on board conveyances, and owners and managers of ports, airports, and other points of entry, requiring persons to provide information or answer questions, about their health. All right, so I'm hoping this is, is clear enough for people to understand, the powers that the police have now, you know, they're quite extreme. For instance, at any time, they can just walk up in your house. If they believe that, you know, someone in that house may have COVID, or, you know, they might not even believe. I don't even know, to be honest, what they can do. Like, it's not clear enough. But someone could just say they think you got COVID by the look of things, and from that alone, they could just come and knock on your door, walk in your house, search the place or whatever. Like, they don't need no powers to get in no more. Basically, there was a time where they needed a search warrant to enter somewhere. I've not seen anything about powers of searching properties, but they're definitely allowed to enter. Um, let's see any other things here. The restrictions or requirements mentioned in subsection 3C include, in particular, a requirement that a child is to be kept away from school, a prohibition or restriction relating to the holding of an event or gathering, a restriction or requirement relating to the handling, transport, burial, or cremation of dead bodies, or the handling, transport, disposal of human remains, and a special restriction or requirement. Um, let's see if there's anything else in here that's more worrying or less worrying. Um, da, 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 da. So, health protection regulations supplementary. This section makes further provision about regulation under section 45B or 45C. Health protection regulations. Health protection regulations may confer functions on local authorities and other persons, create offenses. Huh? That sounds strange. Health protection regulations may confer functions on local authorities and other persons. They can create offenses, enable a court to order a person convicted of any such offense to take or pay a remedial action in appropriate circumstances. So yeah, it enables a court to order a person convicted of any such offense to take or pay for remedial action in appropriate circumstances. So, what I'm gathering from that, and I'm hoping everyone's gathering the same thing, is that, if they think something, if they just think up something tomorrow as a new offense that they think is going to help them prevent, COVID spread, they could just come up with something new, and then that's going to become an offense, and you can be taken to court for it, even if it's not part of the law. Um, Provide for the execution and enforcement of restrictions and requirements imposed by or under the regulations, provide for appeals from the reviews of decisions taken under the regulations, permit or prohibit the levy of charges, permit or require the payment of incentive payments, compensation, and expenses, provide for the resolution of disputes. Okay. So there's a lot of information in there. Like, I could read the whole thing, but I think this is the bit that we want to get into. So power to order health measures in relation to persons. I think this is the bit we really want to be reading. Yeah. Big up the Sessions UK. I see you there. I just added you, my brother. How you doing? You having a good day? He's on mute, but I'm sure he'll be here shortly. Out to team YDK, said big up the man them. Yeah, it's mad after 3 to 4 fines that rise to about £900, and a judge can decide to detain us. So I don't know if you have any legislation or any web pages or anything you can direct us to. Maybe put that in the chat as well. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, hold on 1 sec. All right, sorry about that, people. I'm back. Yo, the Sessions UK, are you there, yeah? All right, don't worry, people. I'm sure he'll be off mute shortly. So let me get back to this now. Power to order health measures in relation to persons. A justice of the peace make an order under subsection 2 in relation to person P if the justice is satisfied that P is or may be infected or contaminated. Yeah, so they can make an order if they believe you're infected or contaminated. The infection or contamination is one which presents or could present significant harm to human health. Yeah. There is a risk that the person infected might infect or contaminate others. It is necessary to make the order in order to remove or reduce that risk. Yeah. So, long story short, they can make an order if the person infected is contaminated, if the infection or contamination is one which presents or could present significant harm to human health. Yeah. If there is a risk that the person infected might contaminate others, and it is necessary, and if it is necessary to make the order in order to remove or reduce that risk. So for people who ain't been obeying the lockdown, I'd say that this part here strongly applies to you. If you got caught in a group of people, and they might suspect that one of those people might have the COVID then. So then they're going to say, well, because of that person having the COVID, you could all have it. So they could force you to have vaccines. They could force you to isolate. They could force orders on you, all sorts of new stuff that I don't even know about yet. So, yeah, I think that's definitely something to think about still. And also, don't forget, people, it's Freestyle Friday. So if you got anything that you personally want to talk about, you got a subject to bring up, like, feel no way, jump in the chat, talk your things, innit? Say whatever you got to say. So, the order may impose or in relation to the person, one or more persons, of the following restrictions or requirements. Yeah. The person submit to a medical examination, like I said. The person be removed to a hospital or other suitable establishment. So they could detain you in a hospital. The person be detained in a hospital, like I said, or other suitable establishment. So they could remove you like willingly, or if you're not going willingly, they're just going to detain you. The person be kept in isolation or quarantine. Yeah. So when they're telling us to self-isolate, that's one side of it. But now you can see clearly from this right here that I'm highlighting, yeah, the person be kept in isolation or quarantine. If you're being kept somewhere, that means you're being detained forcibly. That's not you taking yourself there willingly and just staying in a place, like that. The person be disinfected or decontaminated. That person wear protective clothing, so they could force you to wear protective clothing. They could make people provide information or answer questions about their health and circumstances. Your health could be monitored and the results reported. You could be made to attend training or advice sessions on how to reduce the risk of infecting or contaminating others. So obviously, people that's not obeying the lockdown, that might be what they start doing, like send you on some probation course, yeah, where you have to learn about not contaminating others. That the person be subject to restrictions on where person goes, or with whom person has contact. So they could put restrictions on the places you're allowed to go to and the people you're allowed to have contact with. Sorry. So, anyone who's not obeying this lockdown and obeying their rules, these new rules they put in place, if someone does make a complaint and the police do get called, they could say, well, you're not allowed to leave your house. The only place you're allowed to go is to the doctor, to the supermarket, and that's it. You're not. They could literally just restrict you to 2 places or even none. You know, they might force you into a position and say, well, do you know what? We're gonna have to send you food, innit? You don't even get to go to the shop no more, which is basically jail. So outside of that, obviously, you'll still be allowed to use the phone. You can still order stuff, but you know, who wants to be restricted to not being able to leave the house? That the person abstain from working or trading. So regardless of whether your job is still up and going and up and running, and you know, you still got work that you can do and you can still make your money, and you know, you're in a safe environment to do that, they could just say, no, we're not having it. Like, we're not happy with it. You're not working. That's it. Quit now. Give up. Quit while you're ahead. Whatever it is you got to do, you're not going to work in it. And they can put orders in place to make sure. Yeah. A justice of the peace may make an order under subsection 4 in relation to a person if the justice is satisfied that the person is or may be infected or contaminated. The infected or contamination is one which presents or could present significant harm to human health. So this is just another section, you know, but it's outlining some of the same rules, if that makes sense. What else have we got in there? So this one's in relation to things. So long story short, they can take things, they can take items, they could take a car, they could take anything they want and keep it in isolation as well. So be careful, you know, who you put in your car. Because if you're in a car and, you know, you got stopped and they suspected one of those people in the car had COVID or, you know, some other disease that they think is dangerous, you know, that alone could mean you ain't got a car now, you know, literally. You could be going without your things because realistically you have to obey the lockdown rules in it. And, you know, it's probably best to be out as less as possible right now anyway, because if police do start, you know, badgering people, you know, harassing people, or just enforcing their powers more, however you want to look at it, you know, it could be detrimental to people's lifestyles. You know, you could have no car, you could end up losing things in the car. You know, you might have your TV in there and your stuff going around to your mate's house, you know, or you might be going to stay at a relative's house and, you know, they stop the car, they think you're infected. All right, the car, everything's going into isolation. They might even let you out of isolation before your things, or the other way around. Who knows what's going to really happen? So in relation to premises, so a justice of the peace may make an order under subsection 2 in relation to premises if the justice is satisfied that the premises are or may be infected or contaminated. The infection or contamination is one which presents or could present significant harm to human health. Same thing again. There is a risk that the premises might be infected or contaminate humans, and it is necessary to make the order in order to remove or reduce that risk. Yeah. So getting into that last one they put in there, it is necessary to make the order in order to remove or reduce that risk. So let's just say someone's in their house and, you know, you're having people over the house. Yeah. And then one of your neighbors reports you, says, oh, do you know what? They've been having people over their house though, and it's, you know, lockdown. Like, they could come and shut your house down by the look of things. You know, they could make, and this is the thing. It says they may make an order under subsection 2. It doesn't say what the limits to the order are. So it's looking bad for the limitations as far as orders are concerned. It's looking bad for limitations on powers, full stop. Yeah. So the order may impose in relation to the premises one or more of the following restrictions or requirements: that the premises be closed, like I said, that in the case of conveyance or movable structure or a movable structure, the conveyance or structure be detained, like I said, a car, a mobile home, whatever, that the premises be disinfected or decontaminated, that in the case of a building, conveyance, or structure, the premises could be destroyed. Even worse. So they could destroy homes over this, you know, like that. So I think we need to really be cautious about what we're doing during this lockdown, people. Serious. Um, let's see if there's anything else in there that's new, because it's just kind of repeating the same things. Um, yeah, it's just kind of saying the same things. So basically, long story short of what we've read so far, yeah, you don't have to physically be contaminated, you know. Someone could just suspect you of being contaminated, and that there is enough. That right there is enough for them to shut down your premises, for them to detain things, items of clothing, people, whatever it is, mobile phones, cars, you know, anything could be getting detained right now. What's happening, Sesh? What's happening, Pinero?
Yo, what's going on, bro?
They are just talking about this legislation that I found today, but it's Freestyle Friday. So if you lot got any subjects you want to bring up as well, feel free. But you know, right now I'm just talking about this these new police powers. I'll be honest, they sound kind of Wile E. Coyote. I'm not gonna lie. Sounds like
What are they? I don't know what they are.
Okay, so I've just been going through them, but I'll give you a basic rundown of what I've taken from what I've been reading, innit? Like, obviously, everyone should go and read it for themselves as well. What I'm going to do, before I even continue, I'm going to post the link in the chat, yeah? So anyone else who wants to look at it and read it for themselves, you know, feel no way. Like, it's in the chat now. There we go. So go into the chat and look at the comments. The last comment posted will be the one with the legislation. So it's basically saying the new police powers give them the power to enter any address, any premises, whether it be business or otherwise, yeah, without a warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah. It gives them the power to detain people, things. It can detain, obviously, they've detained planes and stuff like that already and boats already. So we know they've been doing this stuff. But obviously, you know, if you're driving your car and, you know, you got someone else in the car, then you got more than one person in the car, and someone suspects that one of you might have COVID, police stop you. They can take the car, take everything in the car, take your phones, take everything, take you and separate you from all your things, quarantine you, you know, and they can do it for as long as they like until they feel like that, you know, you're safe again, innit? Now, I've heard someone say this today, that they're going to be forcing vaccines upon people, and someone sent it to me in a text, so I was reading it out. But obviously, you know, in relation to this piece of legislation that I'm reading right here, technically, yes, they can forcibly vaccinate you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they feel like someone's contaminated, you know, they can say to you, well, you can go to the hospital and, you know, we'll get you an ambulance or however, whatever means we're going to get you to get there. And if you say, I don't want to go to the hospital, okay, well, we're going to make you go to the hospital then, and you'll be detained in the hospital. So it's that kind of party, basically. You either cooperate or they detain you in it, and they make a new law or a new order just for you. Do you know, like that?
Yeah. That's the thing, though. It's like, it's probably going to get tougher, innit? Because no one weren't really listening.
Well, right here and now,
they probably had to get tougher.
Well, this is it. If it's say like your neighbor, yeah, if you got a bad mind neighbor, and your neighbor just rings up the police and says, "Oh, I suspect that this person might have COVID," that's you. They probably come to your door and just take you away.
Yeah, that's mad. That's mad. That part of it.
That part is mad, but
yeah.
You know, obviously, before, remember, like, if someone makes an accusation about something, police do have the power to arrest just on that accusation anyway. So that power,
yeah.
But now the powers have just gone wild. They've gone wild with it. Like, you know, someone says they suspect someone's got COVID, now you can be detained and tested, quarantined, vaccinated, and the rest of it.
Yeah, man. You just got to blame all them people that have been on the streets being normal, bruv. Because if you go on the road, you wouldn't think there was no lockdown at certain times.
Yeah.
Because it's just busy still. You see what I mean? So you got to kind of blame them people for all of this.
But then is it
everyone who's at home will say the same thing? Do you see what I mean? It's like they're gonna have to make the lockdown more harsher. I wouldn't say it's harsher they gone, but it was gonna get harsher, innit? You could see that.
Yeah, but obviously, it's fair to say that people are gonna have to go out to do their shopping. You know, if you've got vulnerable family members, they got to be taken care of, and some people are still working as well. So there's gonna be people out, and you know. Don't get me wrong, you could say that people should be doing their shopping for the week, but some people only shop for a couple of days, especially when you want to eat organic and certain things, you know, like that. So some people are coming out every day just to eat food. And that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if they make
what they say the hours are now then that you're allowed out?
Hours wise, there's no restriction on the hours. It's not an hours thing, it's about like basically one of the rules is that you're allowed out for 1 hour worth of exercise. You're allowed out to go to your job as long as it's deemed as safe. You're allowed to go shopping. You're allowed to go to the doctors, and you're allowed to go to help vulnerable family members. But that's the only reason anyone's supposed to be allowed out the house. So with all these new powers been put in place, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if right now, you know, like in a lot of countries, in England as well, I'm pretty sure I suspect and I've heard rumors, but I've not seen any evidence to confirm it yet. But I would suspect that the police are in training in a lot of places, you know, with the army and such establishments, you know, training on how to deal with people and how to quarantine people. And, you know, measures are being put in place to make sure that they're safe, obviously. PPE and certain other things have to be factored in as well. So, you know, I don't think it would be wise for the police to go around right now and be arresting people and handling people too much with all this COVID going on, because they just end up with the COVID too. And then, you know, that's a load of officers that can't be out there policing the streets or doing their job, innit? Like, but then in another sense, once they got the right PPE, they've had the right training, you know, the restrictions could get a lot harsher. They could get worse because, for instance, they was talking about the numbers dropping, yeah? But even with the numbers dropping, yeah, that could only be a result of less people being out, yeah? But even with the numbers dropping, the numbers are still quite high. We're still talking like hundreds of people a day.
That's what I was going to say. It's still a lot of people a day.
So the numbers are still quite high considering, even though they've dropped. So, you know, people don't get any false hope. Don't get your hopes up too high, because really and truthfully, you know, if those numbers are daily numbers, then yeah, and let's say on average right now, the numbers are about say between 500 and 1,000 people a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
If those numbers get any higher, we're talking like, you know, 500,000 people a year right now. Just like, well, 300, and if it's 1,000 a day, 365,000 people a year. If the numbers were to double, that's like almost 1 million people a year dying. That's a serious number of people. You know, that is a serious.
The thing about remember they're all talking about a phase 2 of this as well now.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So it's going to be even more people.
This is it.
So it's like, I don't know what to think about this. It's scary, man. This corona thing. You know what I mean? But them rules, I don't like them. I don't really get them why they want to do that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think on a normal person's mind could see it getting a bit more harsh. Because like I'm saying, if you go out on the road, you would never think there was a lockdown going on over here. Compared to other countries, we got it easy, man.
We're saying this now, yeah. Like, obviously, we've all got relatives and family in other countries, innit? So I got a load of family in Canada, and as far as I've heard from them about lockdown, it's not to say over there they ain't got no lockdown, and in America, certain places ain't got no lockdown. Yeah, so You know, we've got lockdown, but it's not being really enforced at this time that heavily. It's not that heavily enforced. Now, what I'm saying is like a lot of countries right now have got their police forces like training with the army and stuff like that. Yeah. So I don't see any reason for them to be training with the army unless they're planning to get heavier with the enforcement, you know? And what would be the point in,
Well, look how much
you know,
people's been getting. Look how much people's been getting nicks lately. You see what I
I
mean?
hear
It's
you.
like me and Pinero was saying this the other day. Because they've got nothing else to do apart from surveil people. There ain't there ain't no crime going on the
Yeah.
road. So they got a hell of a lot of time to do everything else. You
Yeah.
see what I mean?
And then
If
the
you're
thing,
on the road these days, you got to be careful, man, because they're coming for you, man.
but this is the thing now where I'm saying, you know, the police presence out there has diminished somewhat for the moment, you know. Now, when I say diminished somewhat for the moment, you know, looking into the future now, you know, if they're doing all this training with army and they've passed all of these new laws and got all this legislation in place where they can just waltz up into your house, they don't need anything, no warrant, no nothing, no more. No one's safe anymore. You better be real careful about whatever you're doing. Secondly to that, yeah, realistically, yeah, like I suspect that this COVID thing, and I think a lot of people suspect that, you know, it's a thing that a lot of people have and they don't even know they have it, you know, and not everyone's got the antibodies to fight it. So, you know, when it's been advertised to us that this thing is a problem, you know, how long has it been in circulation before that point, you know? So could a percentage of us have already been suffering with this illness and didn't even know? So, you know, what's the likelihood if you've had it before already, even if you've recovered, you know, you might still have traces of that in your system. So when you take that test, more
Well, they're
than
saying
likely,
that it could have been from last December, innit? Because remember, a lot of people had that cough, didn't they? That just
yeah.
seemed to go on forever.
All right. So obviously, you know, it could be a thing where, all right, most people have got traces of this in their system. So when you get a test, you know, anyone who's testing for COVID, you know, I'd like to see the results of the tests, you know, and what the percentage of people who took the test were that were infected and weren't infected, you know, like that. Because I'd suspect that majority of the people who take the test, if not all the people who take the test, are going to come up positive.
Yeah, or more so, really, the different genre of people that got affected the worst. Because I've just got a feeling if they show you a percentage of people that's passed away from this thing,
Yeah,
high numbers are going to be elderly and obviously people with underlying issues. But I think a lot of them underlying issues are going to be cancer and stuff like that,
yeah,
lung problems.
yeah,
You see what I mean?
definitely.
In that, but
But
they're never going to release that though.
nah,
Do you see what I mean? Because even it's like even these numbers they're giving you with people with it. Remember, there's still people that have phoned up and said they've got the symptoms, and they're just telling them to stay home. So then people are even on the list of numbers. That's
definitely.
been confirmed with COVID. Because you've just been told to stay at home for 7 days or 14 days, whatever it is.
Yeah,
You see what I mean? So that list is a lie anyway. It's probably whatever that list is probably double the amount, bro. You see
yeah,
what I mean? Because you've got to put into account of people that are just phone up that number and been told to stay at home. They haven't confirmed none of them, bro. But 8% of them must have it if they're phoning up the number. Do you see what I mean?
yeah,
So there's a lot more cases around than people probably think going on.
yeah. I hear you still. I hear you. But obviously, you know, as far as the test is concerned, I would just like to see the actual results from some of the tests and see how many people tested positive, how many people tested negative, because ultimately, you know, if majority of people have got it already, we're all going to test positive in it. So, you know, like for instance, with this vaccine business, you know, everyone's going to need a
But that's the
vaccine.
thing. That's another thing though, because it all depends on how quick they're giving that person a test. Because for instance, my uncle was in hospital with it, but then he was at home for 3 weeks prior to going into hospital.
Yeah.
So by the time he's gone to the hospital and they tested him, obviously he's going to come up negative because it only stays in your system for 7 days.
Okay. So what, you got tested for COVID and came back negative, yeah?
Came out negative, but it was at home for 3 weeks prior to that with it. But because his
Okay.
breathing got bad after 3 weeks, they took him into the hospital. But before they let him out, they tested him and he came out negative. But we
Well,
were saying, of course, he's going to come out negative
at least you
because
know
when my
someone.
sister having my sister, yeah, sorry, from when having my sister, they said that it only stays in your body for 7 days.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? But one person can infect up to 5 people, as they say.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Well, at least you
So
know
it's
people.
serious. Still.
You know someone who's been tested, so you know, obviously there is a possibility the test could come back negative. But I've even heard with the test that the test
Yeah,
is
that's what I mean. Yeah, you see what I mean?
so.
I reckon a lot of people will come back negative who they're going to test because, like I'm saying, it stays in your body for 7 days, but it's the after effects what is the worst part because you still got the breathing problems, you still got to have a little thing, all the temperature and stuff like that. You see what I mean? But the actual corona only stays in your body for 7 days before it comes out. But the after effects can last up to 3 to 4 months.
Okay, the
You see what I
after.
mean? My sister's been out of hospital for what? I think about 2 weeks, just under 3 weeks, and she's still not 100%.
But if there's after
You get
effects,
me?
if there's after effects, like what are the after effects, and does that mean you still got traces of the thing in your system? Because I'm confused. Like when you say after
No,
effects,
it's like you know, like say for instance, you have a normal flu in it, and you have that cough. The cough's always the last thing to go in it.
yeah,
You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? But you still got that horrible cough, but you know the flu's gone. But the last thing you got to get rid of is the cough. It's the same thing with the corona, because remember, it's just a bad flu. So sorry. So I was talking to the missus. So it comes out of your system, but you still got the sickness with it, if that makes sense. Your sickness is still there.
yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Because like with my uncle, he was sick. He's been sick for what, 5 weeks now. But like I'm saying, after 3 weeks of testing him, he come out negative, but he's still got the effects and the illnesses from having corona. Anyone who's had corona, brother, it's going to take them ages to get over that thing. Like when you eventually see someone who's had this thing, you'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to getting yourself back to 100%.
Okay, because I didn't know it had after effects. Like, so when you what kind of effects have you noticed?
I wouldn't call it after effects. Is probably the wrong thing to say. It's just an illness, isn't it? It's like I'm saying that the main part of it was that you can pass on will just literally just leave your body in 7 days.
Yeah,
But the rest of it, like the cold, the pneumonia, whatever symptom you've got was worse, because you won't have all three of them at worst, because it starts from having a flu, having a cold, you feel like you're getting better. Then you wake up, you feel rough, you've got the flu. Then you feel like you're getting better. Then you feel rough. Then you might go into this point of pneumonia, which obviously
okay,
comes with breathing problems. That's what, because a lot of the people with the breathing problems, what they're not saying is actual pneumonia. That's what's giving you the breathing problems. Do you see what I mean? But not everyone gets, you might get to the coughing part and that affects you worse than the breathing. You might just get to the cold part and that affects you worse than the other two. Do you see what I mean? It affects everyone differently. That's the crazy thing about this thing.
yeah, that's mad.
But it's crazy though, because you don't know what they're really doing with anyone in there, because you can't go and visit no one in the hospital.
Yeah,
All you can do is give permission over the phone for them to if they say they need to do something, all you can do is give them permission, but you can't actually see where they're giving them. You can't see what condition they're in. You can't even see where they're sleeping. Do you see what I mean? So, for all you know, everyone who's been in there treated for this thing might have the vaccine already.
yeah. Because I saw a story in a newspaper about a little boy, and he basically died from the COVID, but like he wasn't even allowed to have his parents in the room with him or nothing.
No, yeah, it's crazy. But even when you get buried, you don't even have a church service. They take you straight to the cemetery.
Yeah,
Do you see what I mean? Like this thing is just different. We're living a mad part of history right about now. Like we're witnessing a mad part of history right about now. Like our great grandkids and stuff be talking about this in school probably. This COVID-19.
Yeah, it's definitely not enjoyable. I'll say that much.
But I
What?
just got something to talk about because I just watched this out on the TV. Not to
Go on.
change the subject, but change the subject.
Yeah, go
What do
ahead.
you all think about this Tashiki? What do you think about this Tashiki 6ix9ine boy being released from prison?
Takeshi 6ix9ine and them, man.
Yeah, he's
Is
been
he
released from jail. What do you think of that?
when did he get released?
Cool, a few weeks ago now, I think.
Okay, so he's on road now, yeah. Boy,
Yeah.
in my opinion, he needs to keep his head down, man. Definitely.
Do you think people would embrace him again though?
What, as far as the music industry?
Yeah.
Possibly.
What's your opinion? What do you think?
I reckon he'll still have fans to some extent. To some extent. To what extent, is another thing. Obviously, being released from jail, I'd imagine he's going to be on some kind of probation or something. So touring wise, it might be a problem. You're going to have to definitely keep his head down because,
I doubt it'd be touring. He's got to be bad to even want to tour anywhere at the moment. But in a mad way, I think he will still sell music because we live in an effed up world, bro. You see what I mean? And one thing people's got to realize is his fans ain't coming from the streets. So all that street code stuff, they don't give a damn about that.
Yeah,
they just like the boy because they like his music. You get me? That's gonna be me personally. I don't think he should ever be allowed to make music again. If you do, you can't want to.
You know what?
Be a gangster.
Although a lot of his fans might not be from the streets or whatever, like I think the credibility that he's trying to obtain by doing the things that he's done and then snitching on, like all of that's now been lost. So it's gonna be a tall order for him to come back into the industry now after being in jail, and have the same kind of energy about him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You can't come and rap no street work, no street stuff.
If he switches it up a bit, like out to King go, no comment. So, but if he switches up the energy, there's no telling what he could do, really. But I think it's going to be hard for him to capture the same all the same audiences anyway. Some of them maybe. Yeah,
well, I just went on his Insta the other day. He's got like 15 million followers, bro.
Yeah.
And he obviously ain't lost none since being in jail. He probably gained a couple million.
Yeah.
And you see what I mean? Because like I say, like,
yeah, come on, he's gonna get interest in it from all of the hype of him going to jail and whatever else.
Yeah, because your normal music listener who just enjoys listening to music don't care about all that.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? It's only gonna be like rappers in the industry or people from around where he comes from, and obviously man like us from the road and stuff, they ain't gonna respect him. But the majority of the music fans, they're still gonna love him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bless. I've had some problems. I had a little problems with the phone, man. Big up the sessions. Big up Schiffer. Freestyle Friday, yeah.
Man's talking about this 6ix9ine youth.
Oh yeah, no. Oh Lord, where did you start with him, man?
It's a lot, innit? It's a lot.
First of all, we can start off with just the name alone. You know what I mean? And then you got the rainbow hair, that community there with the rainbows and all that, and
yeah.
And then you got like bringing down. I don't really like to go. Yeah.
On the real though, even I don't agree with no snitching. Like them man is kind of to blame themselves as well.
Yeah,
because
they violated.
You put a good boy into that world that you knew was gonna break if he ever get put into that type of situation.
Right.
Do you see what I mean? Like he was never from that. So they should have always known. Like me and you, us lot know, innit? You know, Paul P, me and you've been around together for so many years, right? Like you just
Right.
know who was built for certain things and
Fact-
who wasn't built for certain things.
Facts.
Do you see what I'm saying? So
Facts.
them man was thinking too much money and not longevity with this youth.
Yeah, they put
Because
him in a
look, man,
position that he couldn't. They put him in a position that he couldn't handle anyway. So
yeah, then you're robbing him yourself.
yeah,
You're banging his baby mother.
yeah,
Of course
baby
he's gonna
mum.
snitch on you, man. Then you say from the road.
Right, and that's the
You see
thing
what I
about this
mean?
whole. That's the thing about this whole situation as well. Like I hope that when your camera's on, bro.
With my camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, though, isn't it?
And that's the whole thing about it. Like, I hope that the 6ix9ine situation, I hope that the youth will learn from it, though. You know what I'm saying? Because this rapping and this gangster lifestyle it might look great on the TV, but it's not really it's not really what they think it is. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man. Ain't the
What do you
same
think,
as well,
Chef?
like,
What's your input on this one?
boy, like I said, I think that we were talking about whether he could make a comeback or still sell music or whatever, and I'm saying like there's definitely a chance of it. I think right now he just got to keep his head down because I'd imagine he's pissed a few people off.
Yeah, but if he goes into his own community where he's originally from, I don't think it really be a problem. You see, the thing is about it, like he took down a lot of people that are of our skin complexion, you know what I mean? So it's a bit different for his situation. But like I said, the main thing is I hope a lot of youth them can learn from it and really realize that this street life and this rapping life ain't really what it seems.
You know what they're saying that, yeah? He took down a lot of people, fam. He was bringing up a lot of
Yeah,
people
man.
in that court case, you know.
He took down people
Man,
that had his back.
bro,
He was bringing up
how
names
the
of
hell?
people that had nothing to do with it.
How the hell was a judge ever telling you to calm down on your snitching, bro? That's a madness. A judge is telling you, oh, hold on a minute, you're saying too much now. You
Yeah,
get me? Like,
yeah.
that's some different level snitching. You get me? The judge is actually
Nah,
saying
he
to you,
was
like,
snitching his
whoa,
ass off, man.
like, calm down. You're saying too many names now.
He was saying too many
That's a
names,
madness.
yeah.
You
Like
get me?
the
I must
judge
thought
protecting him. Like,
he must have thought he was in a concert for a second or something. You get me? At the free.
This is why I think it'll be difficult, even going back into his own community, because remember, a lot of these people that he was mixing up with come from the area he grew up in as well. So yeah, man, I hope the best for him, but you know, actions have consequences. You know, and it's not like he snitched on one guy and it was just his enemy or something. He's snitching on his friends, and he snitched on everyone, like the whole gang. I feel like playing the video. Don't make me laugh. But I think it would definitely be dangerous for him. Especially with things like touring. Because at the end of the day, everyone didn't go to jail, did they? I'd imagine that a percentage of them definitely went to jail. But then there's still going to be a percentage of them out there. And then after that situation there, who's he gonna run with now? Who's gonna do collaborations with him? Where's his support gonna come from now? Big up man like Torok. Yeah. Out to Kingo Gold as well. If you guys are listening, what do you think? Now, I think as far as selling units, he's got a possible chance there. But touring, I think that's going to be his problem.
No, yeah. So what you saying there? What we talking about next then? Okay, he's got too much time, that little snitch.
Whatever, man. Whatever you don't want to talk about. It's Freestyle Friday, you know.
Canelo, what you saying?
I think he's gonna mute, you know.
Yo, Pete.
You know what it is? I'm trying to get home. I'm trying to get home. I'm gonna get back at you.
All right. So
You're funny. Man.
We could talk about music
He
still.
just-
Seeing as we're on the subject of music.
Yeah.
Like P said, you know, hopefully some of the kids are going to learn from that experience and realize all of this gangster stuff, it's not the way forward. Even talking a certain way, it's not the way forward.
No, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, he's coming from an industry where 99% of it's that anyway, fake. If it makes sense. So, you get me? But and it's crazy still. It's crazy. I was watching Styles P. Styles P was saying that he thinks he had this COVID thing, isn't it?
You said what?
Styles P was saying that he thinks he had this COVID thing, but he said he thinks he had it from like just after December. Like way back. He's talking. Yeah. If you YouTube him, he's talking about it still. Are you saying that he had the cold, this fever? You get me? And then he was in bed for like 7 days. But he's saying that when he was looking at the symptoms and watching what's going on now, he was saying he knows he definitely had it. He's saying he had some different level type of cold. You get me?
Yeah.
It's been floating about this thing, man.
You know what? I'll be honest. Last year, I had a mad cold towards the end of the year, like November times.
Yeah.
And I'm usually quite resilient, but it took a little while to go. So that's why I suspect that it's possible all of us could have had it by now. But on the subject of music, though, what do you think about the hip hop industry now and the music industry now and the way things are gone? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. You just timed out, cause try to jump back in, innit? Yo,
Sorry, but I cut off there.
yeah,
What do you mean, the UK music scene?
Just in general, like the path that the music has taken, and you know, it's become a lot more violent. You know, with all the drill scene and everything else out there now. What's your take on it?
I think the drill scene's violent. The drill scene's it's a funny one, the drill one. Because I've got a son 16, so he listens to a lot of drill.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of violence in that. But at the same time, I kind of understand that they're kind of just expressing themselves. So how can you really take that away from them?
Yeah.
But it all depends on how some of these drill youths are using them, because one day my son was pointing out a few things, what they were saying, and they're very disrespectful. They're on a different level when it comes to disrespect, the drill youths.
Yeah.
But it's getting better. It's getting bigger and better. You get me? They eventually realise that they ain't a way, because now you got your little dig dats and you have a little one. Don't really know too many names, but you got your other little ones that are gone a little bit more commercial, and that's probably a good thing for it.
Okay.
Because now they see that they can actually get into it, make a song, and make money. Do you know what I mean? Everything's a challenge, isn't it? Because that's where we're coming from. What they're rapping about is what exactly what we was rapping about, but probably a little bit more violent.
Yeah,
but it's a lot more mainstream than.
But obviously, if we were to rewind the hands of time and go back, say, 10 years, then the radio wouldn't play certain types of music. Go back 15 years ago, definitely not.
But when you go back them times there, we was all pirate radio station listeners anyway.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So you knew you weren't really too bothered about the mainstream radios. None of the people I knew who was in the music was anyway, because you know, if you knew someone who was on the pirate radio station, that's where your listeners were anyway.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Like when you think about the UK scene, the pirate stations had a lot of it developing as well, you know.
Yeah.
Because they were the ones playing the music on the FM dials.
Definitely. And also playing the music and playing the version where you wouldn't hear that version on mainstream radio.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Where now you put on your car Capital Extra and you hear drill songs all day long there now. UK music. Do you know what I mean? It's UK music. I love the UK music scene. I'm just not that tuned in when it comes to the drill music, but I do know that it is a.
So do you think that's why it's got to where it's at now then? Because obviously the mainstream radio, they will play anything now. Yeah. So obviously there's not so much of a need for the pirate radio station anymore, is there?
No, that's why it's all faded out, isn't it?
Yeah, because the internet took over.
I mean? Yeah, everything we listen to now is like Spotify, SoundCloud, YouTube, Tidal. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you really listen for? And then I think most people that listen to the radio now probably listen to Capital Extra in their car. Hello? Yeah. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. But, it's true.
Depending where you are. Capital Extra, Kiss,
yeah,
the mainstream ones, Heart and stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, depending on the age of the person as well, and personality of the person, but I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying that obviously, with the mainstream radio now saying, well, we'll just play anything now, it's kind of taken that power away from the pirate radio station now and put it back in their hands.
Don't you think that's better in a way though? Because it's brought a lot more DJs through onto a bigger level, bigger stage.
Definitely.
Even some of the main pirate state DJs have probably gained from that.
I think it's a dangerous route to take, because at the end of the day, you know, like we said, there was a time when the radio, they wouldn't play certain types of music. If it was within a certain, you know, spreading certain messages, certain types of language, they just wouldn't play it. Now they'll play it. So, you know, there's less censorship now, innit? Now, obviously...
Yeah, UK seems the same though, because with the UK, they just don't know what they're playing until they play it. And it goes number one for 5 weeks. Like, even go back to Soul Solid 21 Seconds. Look when that hit the charts, ripping up the charts. As soon as it comes out the charts, they're saying that they didn't realize that Mega mentioned 2 gats. Now the song got. They tried to say the song was one of the worst songs ever, just because they didn't realize the guy was talking about 2 guns. But the song was charting in the charts for how many weeks?
Yeah. But that can run now, because obviously nowadays you can talk about anything. Obviously they try to limit a bit, but literally what's happening, Fraser, man? I don't know. I think he didn't realize he got on so quick. But yeah, man, I think it's definitely a tactic by the industry to take back control. But then I think it has detrimental effects on our community when all the faces that the youths are seeing on the TV and that are doing things with their life are talking wickedness. Do you know like that? The ones with our faces, anyway. Like for other people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I kind of don't look at it like that. I kind of look at it like even what they're talking, because in our culture, you go to any genre of music, whether it's dancehall, rap, whether it's some different Bayesian type, it's all kind of always going to be that genre of music, because that's just kind of how we live in every part of the world. Yeah. Unfortunately. Do you see what I mean? But you got to realize, I'd rather see a kid make a song and try to make it through the music by talking his badness than continue his badness on the street.
I hear that.
You see what I mean? Because to me, they're just expressing themselves. Maybe not they're doing it in the right way in some of the things they're saying, but maybe that also comes to the guidance of some of the elders around them as well.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's got a hell of a lot to do.
You want to hear it, though. You have to take off the thing.
No, it's not on.
It won't echo.
What's happening, Fraser, man? Yo. Oh, that was your mic, innit, P? Yo, Fraser.
Really? I'm doing what we're doing now. We just need to get our office.
I don't know what's going on with his phone. I couldn't even hear him properly. But yeah, no, I definitely get your point there, man. The youths them need a way to let off some steam as well, innit? And like you said, when we was younger, we had our own hip hop, you know, and our own poison that was keeping us.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's like, you think of like Jamaica, like the stage show Sting and all that, and you got Mavado and Sting. I mean, Ninja Man going there stage. They might have chatting some wicked man chat against one another.
Yeah.
But us, we know on that stage they ain't gonna do what they're saying. That's how we entertain ourselves when it comes to music, innit? That's what a clash is all about, innit? A sound clash. You might say some harsh things, but to someone who's coming from an environment that ain't coming from the same environment, they look at that and be like, what's wrong with these brothers? Why are they always talking about killing themselves? You know what I'm saying?
No.
But the crazy thing is, the world loves blood and money, bro. That's all it boils down to. If you used to make a Sophie song, you might get away with it. You don't get too many Adele's or Sam Smith or Ed Sheeran's. Do you see what I'm saying? 50 said it once before. American love the gangster and you get me? They love that. Yeah. As much as people say and want to moan about it, if they got a little, do you know what I mean? If you're gonna sit down and watch that, like even like one day I say to my missus, you know, like women, if you check some of the books that these women read, bro,
yeah,
they got some mad minds, you know, killing all these, killing off your husband and all these books there. It really looks like some sweet little cover they ask your missus what's it all about. Some different type of book, bro.
And I feel that women would you say that it's more women that like horror movies and everything though?
Yeah,
I like
bro.
horror films though, man. I like them.
Yeah, no, I know. Don't get it wrong. I know a certain man like them, but I'm saying like I find that a lot more females like horror films.
Like, what is that film?
I like horror films, yeah, but my girl likes horrible films.
Blind me, man.
Like blood and guts and stuff like that. I'm not involved. I don't want to see none of that stuff. Like I don't mind the horror, yeah, the one that just scares you, it'll jump out of the dark and them things there, but I don't want to see no blood and guts and jigsaw business going on my screen.
Yeah, it's too much. There's too much. Yeah, it's too much gore. Too much gore.
I ain't got time for it. Like, but women read some dark, freaky books, man. I say to them like, right, you girls have got some different type of minds, really, innit? You're just sitting there planning some madness in your head. Yeah, man. Like, what was that book they was all reading?
Which one?
That went into the film.
The 50 Shades.
The 50 Shades, bro. And every girl saw 50 Shades, and I said, right, let me just check this thing out. Then I said, right. Remember, every girl was saying how great the film was and how great the guy was. And he's done this and he's done that. So I'm saying, wow, so really, all you girls want to get your hair pulled and whip the hell out of them. Because that's the only ordinary thing. That's the only thing the guy would do. What an ordinary man don't do. He's got a dungeon and he takes you down and he just whips the hell out of you, beats your backside with some whatever he was beating your backside with.
Ain't you heard the Rihanna song? Rihanna says it. Whips and chains excite her and them thing there.
That's what it excites a lot of girls, obviously, bro. So when I said, wow, that's a madness. Like every girl just wants to get beat up.
My girl's not listening, you know. My girl's listening, laughing in the background, you know.
These girls like getting choked out here, man. They like getting choked. And...
You get me?
It's mad.
Oh, they're really...
You're smiling way too hard on that camera. I should know. But it's true though. Girls do like getting choked sometimes, man. It's weird, isn't it?
It's facts. Facts. You know?
I like getting
you take Pinero, you rolled around with this Corona, yeah? Yeah, I know it's Corona streets, Pinero.
You know how I move, bro. I don't care about no. I don't take no laws from no fallen angel offsprings, bro. You know what I mean, man? I don't follow their rules. Huh.
Oh yeah, they need laws. Yeah. Schiffer was telling me about all these new laws.
It's half me to take. It's half me to listen to fallen angel offspring, bro. Seriously, bro. And this is what it is. I'm not saying for anyone to follow me. I'm not saying for anyone to follow me. You know, I'm not encouraging anything. But me, if I got something to do, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I mean, that's it.
Are you, man? Not saying they're going to, yeah. Like, God forbid they do it, yeah. But obviously, like, from reading them powers, they got the power to forcibly vaccinate, man. What are you, man, really saying about this? Like,
what can you really do when you think about it?
It's hard work, isn't it?
What are you gonna do? You can fight them. They still want to block you up and pull it in you.
That's on that rate. Pause.
They're gonna hold you down and stick a plunge up your ass, man.
What happened to you on a normal day with police when you went off trying to fight them? They're gonna beat you up on a normal day. So imagine if they want to get this vaccine in your body, they're gonna beat the hell out of you and just put that in your buff.
And then give you a fight.
Get me? Everyone's gonna, if they're thinking about this vaccine, this thing there, yeah, everyone's gonna have to take this thing. I don't want to take nothing. But if they're saying you've got to take it and they're gonna force you to take it physically, what are you gonna do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. Go up and take it. Or go on the run.
Well, you know what? I'll be honest with you. There is something you can do, yeah, because everyone has a choice, bro.
Not with this thing, bro. No, they ain't gonna give no one a choice for this thing. If they're saying that you have to take this thing, they ain't giving no one a choice.
Yeah, well then it is what it is then. And then it is what it is at that point. You know what I'm saying?
But it don't make
just get better.
I think we should.
You know, when you see those fields and you see people on the run just living in the country fields.
Come on, that's the way. This is what one of my boys said. He said, "Let's get a house in the country house. Fill up."
But bro, don't even let too much of that off though. Don't even let too much of that off though. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not even.
When they draw for their big guns, no one they see before their big scopes. You lot stay there, being their target range.
Yeah.
Nah, man. Listen, anyone on the run, that's shoot to kill, bro.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But it is what it is, though. If you shoot to kill, then it's shoot to kill. You know what I mean? If you're with the right energy, but nothing formed against you will hurt you. This guy's an idiot, man. What's he doing, bro? Hold on, sorry.
Now you're right though. Like it's gonna be difficult to refrain from getting something that they can forcibly give to you, and this is the authorities can forcibly. You know, it's hard enough to stop yourself getting arrested.
You gotta realize, yeah, we've been getting vaccinations since we're babies, bro. Like when you're born and you take your baby to the hospital and they say your baby has to have these injections. What are those injections when you really think about it?
Yeah, but this is the next thing now. Where are they going to start taking people's kids away if they don't get the vaccination and give their kids the vaccination and them things there? Like it gets.
I'm just saying, though, like you got to question the first set of injections they're giving us, bruv, now. Because I
Yeah.
guarantee you, before you start getting injections like what they give your child now, I bet you years ago, people say the same thing. I don't want my child to have these injections. Why are they having these injections?
Yeah.
If we can physically take ourselves and go and live in any part of the world, in any part of the jungle, and have 3 kids, and they grow up healthy, what are them injections doing to these kids over here with injections? What's the difference? What's making them injections so great?
But what
It's just another form of vaccination, but we're so used to taking it. It's normal to us, isn't it?
But it's obviously because of the spread of disease within the society that we're actually in, you know, like that externally, you know, there's going to be other vaccinations. Like when you go abroad, you have to take different vaccinations and stuff, innit? So
Do you really think it's a vaccination or just a tracker?
What's that?
Do you think it's really a vaccination? Do you really think it's that or just a tracker? I don't think it's nothing they're going to put in your body to make you heal from nothing. It's a tracker, isn't it? Like you're gonna have in your car. They know where you are. You probably have a little button in there when they want to dead you off at 59. They just push that button. See you later, man. No more of you.
Whatever they put in your body, whatever they put in your body is gonna do more worse than good anyway.
Trust me.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've never heard no one talk about.
Big up,
big up yourself, man.
Yeah, big up yourself.
Yes, I've been playing that tune, bruv, on repeat. It's got a hard bass line, everything like that. But I'm not trying to derail the subject. Carry on, brother.
Hold on, which tune you talking about?
Freestyle. Listen, it's Freestyle Friday. It's Freestyle Friday, so anything goes today.
All right.
But listen to what I'm saying, though. You're like, you know what? One thing I never really hear no one talk about when it comes to this getting this vaccine and these chips and all them things. You know what? I never hear no one talking about.
Go on.
I don't ever hear no one talking about the kill switch method, meaning if there's a chip put inside you that could be detonated from somewhere else.
There was a movie, you know, about that.
That's what I just said, though.
Right, let's talk about that. that.
Yeah, that's all mad, isn't it? That's all mad.
That's why I'm saying, Peter. Do you really think is that and not a track or something else?
Man's gonna. Listen, I'm not scared. I ain't scared.
This country ain't paying that massive health bill to give everyone this thing on no health thing, bro. I'm telling you, do you know what time they don't give you no money on a normal day? Why are they gonna pay for everyone to take this thing? You know how much money this is?
Exactly.
Normally it takes over 10 years to make this thing what they're giving us.
But that's what I'm saying. They will pay it. They will pay it if it does what they want it to do.
What they want it to do, exactly. Same way they'll release the technology when it does what they want it to do. And then, you know, when I said I'm not scared before, that's just me being like a bit extra. But like everyone should be at least a little bit wary right now. Even if you're not scared, I'm wary definitely because, you know, you're gonna inject me with something with a chip, like Don Pinero said, like, you know, like this is why you need to come to Pinero's mind, get your information. Because things like that are critical to be thinking about when you're putting things into your body. I'm a man, I ain't got no tattoo, you know. I ain't got no markings, nothing like that. I might have a couple of scars, you know, like that. But I'm not into this, you know, foreign entities in my body. I don't wear jewelry. I used to have an earring when I was a kid. My mum put in, and I've always kept taking it out. So I never have the earring, like, but I could have one, but I'm just not that way inclined, in it. Like it's all natural, in it. So when they're talking about putting chips and, you know, injecting vaccines and all of these things, I'm cautious about this stuff anyway. Like I'll be honest. Anyone else got any thoughts? What about you, King Gold? I know you must have some thoughts.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know what, that it really kind of triggered me to come on, you know, with this whole force is it injections, or I can imagine it'd be injection. It won't be like just a tablet you take, but
it's not. The thing is, it's not. There's no vaccine as yet, so no one's gonna get no injection right now. But they have the power on paper. If they wanted to, they could make a new law tomorrow and say, "Bam, listen, we're injecting everyone with the vaccine." There's nothing we can do about it because they passed the law to say that they can amend laws at any time.
Yeah.
Big up. Yeah, true.
Do you know what I don't really like? Big up. Do you know what I don't really like is that I've seen people going online saying, "Oh, my child went in, got the jab, he came out, and now he's looking retarded." You know, from this whole, I think it's BCG, and then I think you're getting like, is it like what's that thing now they get? I don't think it's ADHD. It's something else, man. But the because it's so unnatural, I wouldn't take it, bruv. You know, we heard from the great Dr. Sebi, didn't we? So there's that aspect.
That's definitely true, man. You got to question them things as well. Like, what is the BCG all about? What exactly are they putting in you? I don't get them.
Oh, that's the autism. Autism's that thing that's now. If you've got a kid that's got autism,
that's got very good.
Come on, man. That's. Do you know people that have got kids with autism? That's straight disability benefits. It's like you've got to devote your whole life to that kid now. Like yeah. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a life. It's like a different person that comes out. So it's just almost as bad as having. I'm being real now as having dementia, and it's just like a different person. So it's like a dead person. So that's quite shocking.
Two friends who's got kids with autism. It's hard work, man. It's hard work. It's definitely not easy.
Oh, have you got? You know someone with?
Yeah, I've got two friends with kids with.
Yeah. It's not a joke, innit?
Autism is like you hear it too often now. That weren't around so much before.
Yeah, that's true. You hear it a lot now, everywhere.
You hear it,
and there's different levels of it as well. You know, like there's different levels, but obviously it's all like it's going to be a problem for the child at the end of the day. You know what I mean? But there's different levels of it. Like,
one of my friends, they said that because she kept taking sunbed while she was pregnant. I don't know what the reality is in that. That's what they told her. Too many sunbeds. Get me? I don't know. But anyone else?
No, we're still here.
You know what the problem? The thing is another point as well. I always have all these like really good points when it comes to health because I can see where they've prevented you knowing what the problem is, but they're just giving you the cure. They're giving you the remedy. What it is it's I don't know if you're going to really notice this as well, but how comes Dr. Sebi and Dr. Liala Africa and all these doctors are dying? These like record-breaking doctors. They just found cures.
You got to understand how much money is in medicine.
So it's like
for someone like
how ironic that
Dr. Sebi to come walking along. So for Dr. Sebi to come along and say that I can cure people of AIDS, cure people of cancer with natural herbs, but then you go to hospital and they want to charge you all this money.
Yeah, so it's like they think that we ain't clocked it.
It's all money. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah, they think that we ain't clocked it though. Out of like there was two really good inspirational people in the pharmaceutical industry. Dr. Sebi, Dr. Liala Africa. Actually, it was an alternative health sector. I'm not going to call it the pharmaceutical. And they ironically died, bro. Literally within the last year, two of the greatest doctors alive. And they'd have just been like, they'd probably had a 2-minute video and he said, yeah, all you got to do is suck on a lime, take some agave or some sea moss and you're good. But, you know, and I guarantee there've been way less deaths. But how ironic that the guy died and now this big epidemics happen. I'm not, you know, you can call it conspiracy theory, but it is what it is. Two of the greatest doctors near enough walk this planet. It's like Imhotep has died conveniently before a massive pandemic. See what I'm saying?
Now you're playing with the devil's money now, though. Even worse. See what I mean? Because now you're actually when you come out as strong as they did, and you start actually getting people that want to travel to you and spend money with you, then people ain't having that. They're not having that. You're either going to work with them or work against them.
And I think that's what it boils down to, brother. You know, and that as well as something I've noticed, which is they see a lot, but they don't say nothing. So now you've got the power of seeing everything, but their motto is see everything but say nothing. So see what I'm saying, brother?
Definitely, because
that's why they can't have
they
that.
will try to tell you. They will look you blue in the eye and tell you doctor said it was a lie. You couldn't cure nothing. But you could go to the hills in any black country where your family live in the countryside, and when you walk in, they will tell you what most of those leaves, what we think are leaves, are in them fields.
Literally, true. Say there's
You know
just
what I mean?
leaves out. Yeah.
They tell you this is good for this and this is good for that. That's good for that. Mix this with this. But to us, it looks like leaves because we're from London. We used to normal trees.
And
I
I'll be
guarantee
honest.
you, I take you to Jamaica with my family. They tell you what's in their backyard and what you need. Like
And you see
sorry to cut you, but do you know, like when you said like they showed us remedies, like what remedies did they show us? When you think about it, they told us to take paracetamol. It's black people telling you no, boil up some lemon, ginger. Do you get me? Boil up your things in the pot and sip that rather than take paracetamol. What's paracetamol going to do for it?
And a lot of these plants and leaves, they're just on the floor in back home, you know what I mean? And when you go to the market like Brixton, Hackney, it's like £5 for a little bag of these leaves, what you will find on the floor anywhere in the Caribbean and or other places around the world, you know what I mean? And it goes to show how powerful these things are, and we might just walk past these things not knowing what they are and their health benefits. Even things like mango leaf, soursop. And all these things are very beneficial for you. Like a lot of our people suffer with like high blood pressure, and mango leaf is supposed to be a good soother, and soursop leaf for them type of things there. And you know what I mean? And what's that thing called? Molasses, like real molasses, when you boil it up and stop using the other white sugar and all them type of things. Like the medicinal properties of these things, it's second to none. Especially they're grown in the sun as well. They're not grown under no fenke UV light, you know what I mean? They're grown under a real sun, and you can feel the power of the sun in these plants.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. But out there, it's all everything's medication, isn't it? Pills or something to swallow.
Because
I mean,
at one time, because at one time, like my grandma used to work in the hospitals, and a couple of my family members and they used to say you never used to see Chinese people in a hospital or a doctor surgery, and because they've got their own medicine, and their medicine is very similar to the African or the Native Americans' medicinal health, you know what I mean? These people will like use bark, tree bark, and all these different type of things. And when you sometimes boil this thing up, it might stink at your house, but when you drink these things, they're curing you, you know what I mean? And it's not really curing you. It's they say prevention is better than cure. So you don't wait till you get ill, if you know what I mean. You try and maintain a good balance of your health.
Yeah, definitely. Remember, they eat a lot more natural stuff as well.
Like they've in China, they've got like an ancient medicine book, and it categorized like from the BC period of like all the medicinal properties of different marijuana and all these different types of things. And India and all these places, they've got a lot of like good plants, you know what I mean? And all these plants now are in Kew Gardens, and a lot of these people who might live amongst us today as Asian people, they don't know these things no more, you know what I mean? Because they've gone so far into the European science, you know what I mean? They've forgotten their old practices. Like if you look even now in India and Pakistan, them areas, the COVID hasn't really hit them places. And if you look at their diet it's mostly of different types of spices and all these types of things, but mostly turmeric. Turmeric is a very, it's like a good
antibiotic. Fibers from the inside within 24 hours.
This one I try to show people, you know what I mean? And
everything, loads of things, bro.
And this is also why.
What did you say there? Sorry, that what? Sorry.
Like, if you look at that.
Sorry, go on.
Like if you look at China, like India and Pakistan, they're right next to China, but their COVID levels are very down, and I think that's due to their diet. And their diet's accumulated of a lot of spices, but especially turmeric, which is a good thing, like antibodies or antibiotic for curing mucus and all them different types of illness. If you have cuts and all them type of things, there's people that used to ground down the turmeric and all them type of things and use that as a plaster and all them type of things. So it's got so many medicinal benefits and all these types of things. But a lot of people, because it's mostly the women cooking in their culture, the men don't really know these things anymore, and they've gone to the European science of things. But a lot of these hipsters now, they know all of the herbs now because these hipsters now are reinventing themselves and trying to be organic and all them things, trying to
So
live
yeah.
that Rasta man.
So let me just add something to that.
That's what
So
I'm going to say to you. A lot of hippies follow the Rasta way of eating.
Yeah,
A
the
lot of them.
Aitul way now.
yeah, no doubt.
Or the Hare Krishna or the Buddhist.
Yeah.
But if you look at the grammage for all these things that he's just named, it's just ridiculous for you to try and buy just a small bit here in the UK. Over there, it's everywhere in a certain region. You find it on the floor, as he said. You can walk along. And
If you go East London or Brixton, Bob, you'll pick up a lot of things. You just got to go and ask you got to know what you're going for and ask what you're asking for, and they will direct you to it. You get a lot of things out there, bro. You just got to know where to ask and where to get it from. Even down to like and stuff like that. You got people that just sell bottles of that. All the good stuff you need to be drinking that tastes horrible, but it's good for you. Do you see what I mean? You'll get all of that in East London and Brixton. Even certain parts of West London. Anywhere where you can buy yam and plantain and stuff like that on the high street, you know, it's Caribbeanish. You'll pick up all that stuff.
Waitrose, Spencer, different types of Sainsbury's. They hold all these types of herbs as well, and turmeric and all them things. And you can go to like probably Brixton Market or certain different types of market, and like a little fig of turmeric is so cheap you wouldn't even believe it. It's like 30 to 20p, like for a little fig of it. So like a bundle of it is probably what, £2 if that.
Yeah, that's the thing. The difference with the getting it from their markets is like the smell of it and the feel of it is just completely fresh. The freshness of it is just different. You get me?
You see,
do you know about moringa seeds?
Yeah, moringa. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good for you. You know, if you can get the seeds of that, take them a day, man.
No, definitely.
That's good for you. Man.
Powerful, man.
Even if you get the tea of that, they say it's like if you have the tea of it, like I use it, but I use the tea back twice.
Okay.
So once I use it, they're saying it's that strong. Don't use it once to fry because you're wasting it basically.
Yeah, because it's very similar. It's very similar to like the ginseng and the turmeric, the moringa plant. And if you notice with the Chinese and the Asian man, they don't stop breed. Like them things are good for your sexual drive and thing. Yeah, them things good for your sexual drive. You ask certain man there who know how to make papa roots and all them ito jackie and things like that. It's them type of ingredients they're using.
We talking about now moringa seeds.
Yeah, moringa and things like ginseng and turmeric. I find that moringa's like sort of like it's got the same sort of compounds as them, and them type of things. They help you breed, like they keep your sexual reproductive system functioning properly. You know what I mean? So like ginseng, turmeric, moringa. You find that Chinese and Indian people like they're like the sexual they breed in it basically.
So Tura, what are you saying? You got a football team in the midst, yeah?
No, but if you notice with our food, like, or even our tonics, like take for instance Magnum and Ito Jackie, Baba Roots and all them things, is all of them type of ingredients that's in them type of things, and them things are for breeding and you know what I mean, strength and stamina.
Must say
That's what the man is saying.
Them things there with they perk up your sexual system, bro. And, you know what I mean? Certain people they got low sexual system and things like, you know what I mean, they rebuild your body, but you have to also eat good, you know what I mean, and try and fast and all these types of things. Like a lot of people suffer with worms and not knowing, and these worms in your intestine they feed off sugar. And I don't know if anybody's seen the Men in Black film where they show you like the worm in the man's head and all this worm wants his sugar. And this is what literally happens with some of these worms. They get into your brain, and they literally, and they get into your brain.
The meat ones are the most powerful ones. They reign supreme. So, and then the sugar ones come second. So you crave meat when you really shouldn't. So that your brain falling through, and you crave sugar, and you're like, wait, humans ain't really meant to eat this stuff in this abundance. You know,
So things like apple cider vinegar, you drink some of that or take a caulk of it so often and try and go on a fast and all these types of things. Them things will clear out all the worms and all that in your body and things like that.
Yeah, there's a number of ways to do that. But you know, what's quite funny is that you mentioned that I think moringa and all these things that we're talking about help the libido, and I think it's because there's a lot of zinc in it, and I know as well as having zinc and potassium. I know potassium is like full of it sort of gives it helps assist the electric.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Electricity inside your cell.
Little points like what do you call like it's sort of like acupuncture.
There's a small tiny percent of potassium in every single cell in your body. Yeah, and it reacts to, so it's like if you have a couple of bananas a day, that's why you get so much of a buzz, because it electrifies your cells, isn't it?
True.
Yeah. But I think obviously too much of it is deadly.
Yeah.
So you got to have these things. Like the good thing about these herbs and stuff is the better they are. If you have the ones that are good, if you have too much of them, they kill you quick.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, man. Definitely a good balance, and also it's like we know these things, innit? A lot of people say your health is your wealth, so like your food is gonna be your main contributor to your body's health and wealth, and it's always going to be food. A lot of these medicines and creams, what these pharmaceuticals provide to you, you can't digest them. You know what I mean? So from the time you can't digest them, or certain things you can tell that is overly dangerous for you as you know what I mean, as a human being, it's not really for your body.
I hear you still. While I got you two here right now, talking, let me ask you some of the questions that we've been going through today so far. So obviously, like King Gold jumped in a bit earlier, but let me ask Torok first then. What do you think about this these new police powers?
Oh yeah. We were talking about this a couple of weeks back, and basically certain things change in it when you're under a state of emergency.
Yeah,
it's not to say like your human rights go, but a lot of your normal day-to-day privilege might be minimized in a sense like that, because under the state of emergency and all these types of things. And one of my brothers was reading it out earlier. He was saying that if there is a vaccine of some sort, they're gonna like make people take it, and it's gonna be mandatory. And if you don't take it, they're gonna look at it as like an act of defiance, basically, like you're trying to infect other people, basically, and you could be what's the word? You can they can basically take you away to somewhere, basically, or not really gonna imprison you. Yeah.
They can do a load of things. They can forcibly vaccinate you. There's a lot of new powers that they got. They can enter premises without a warrant. They can take away vehicles, take away items, whatever they want to do.
Yeah. When you're in the state of emergency or some sort of I don't know, some sort of crisis, like things go very wrong in a sense like that, and a lot of people's rights sort of get put on the back burner and things like that.
Yeah.
Because for one now, when you're under a state of emergency, I don't think the court system is running normal, if you know what I mean. So the whole process of you getting seen by a judge and all these different types of things might be totally different, if you know what I mean.
No, definitely. So what about you, King Gold? You got anything to add to that?
You know, once again, we're in a position where we haven't got choice on the decision we've got, but the decision that we're going to make is going to lead towards our well-being, if that makes sense. So it's like a chess move that's against us, but they're bringing it like once again with that double hand, that double face. It's meant to be good for you, but that's apparently what you're saying. You're putting something into my bloodstream via one of your contraptions. Now, your track record, and I'm talking about the pharmaceutical and the powers that be, the establishment, whatever you want to call it, is absolutely terrible right now. Beyond belief, is poor at best. So now they want all these people who are very scared a virus thing killing everybody, and now they want people to trust them again after all the conspiracies around, you know, certain date, 9/11, all the rest of it. So I think it's what they're doing is they don't care if we're scared. But I tell you what, I'm just going to finish off by saying this: there's absolutely no way that they can try and enforce anything on anybody, especially with the fact that if you say, look, if this is natural, I'll take it. But we've heard from the great person, Dr. Sebi, that anything that's unnatural going into your body will get attacked by your immune system, and people with problems with their body already will have an adverse effect by introducing something that's like unnatural. So. For some people, it would be good but for most people in my position, especially someone in my position, it would be bad. So I'm boycotting that.
We got a new member on the panel, Duppy Boy.
Hello, what's happening? Dr. Zeppi, I'm listening to the conversation. It sounds all good. The late great Dr. Zeppi, you panel member.
Yes, we got Dr. Zeppi.
So, have you got anything to add to what you heard us talking about just now?
No, I'm more of a listener. I'm just listening to see what's going on.
Now that's cool. That's cool. It's nice to meet you anyway, man. Thanks for joining the panel. We got another panel member joining. We got Software. How you doing today, brother?
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, big up yourself as well.
So it's Freestyle
Friday. It's Freestyle Friday today, yeah. So I want everyone to feel free. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Like, I'm only really asking about this.
Do you know what?
Earlier, but
if you don't mind, because there is a few questions I want to ask Torok.
Yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
Torok, what do you really know about ancient history on astrology?
Oh wow, quite a few. I noticed like there's different sort of characteristics people use due to what animals or certain things they have around them, because that in the ancient
I'm not talking about animals. I'm talking about the solar system and the stars.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is like a lot of different places they use different types of meanings. Like in the Egyptian one, instead of being Sagittarius, they might use like the bird. If you know what I mean, and they would use the attributes of that. But some of the attributes could still correlate with Sagittarius, but they just use a different type of symbology.
All right. So obviously you know about the ancient writings on the walls. They tell you about, you know, how the stars align, probably how advanced or not advanced from what we understand, how civilization was, and the stars align. What about astral bodies?
Astral bodies could be like
Hold on, I can't hear. Someone's got some noise in the background. Yeah, go on. Say it again, please.
Like astral would be probably like when certain people go under certain hallucinogens or in a dream state, but it's not really on the physical sort of
No,
realms.
I don't mean astral projection. Astral projection is different. Astral projection is you using your mind. I'm talking astral bodies. I'm talking like meteorites or moving objects on a planetary
there's different
motion.
Like there's the Dogons, what talks about different planets and how the Earth became. Like they talk about something like there was two moons that collided with something, but this moon came from Saturn, and this is how basically the Earth came into existence. Where certain scientists might say it's the Big Bang theory, but it's talking about, well, the Dogons break it down to basically there were certain things happening in the solar system and what made this Big Bang what scientists call today. And the Greeks, they talk about it in a different way, like when they talk about Mars and different planets, they talk about it more like of a human sort of like they more humanize the planets in a sense like that with their beings and certain things.
So is the hypothesis what's the guy that was in the wheelchair again?
Superman, I forget.
Nah, not Superman, but you said the world was made by a Big Bang. Stephen Hawkins, that was the guy. So would his hypothesis have some solid evidence or some acknowledgement in that sense?
Um, to be honest, like you might find it in different other creation stories, different to from the Bible. Some of it might correlate, but there's like older people in older civilizations that say different things, and like the Dogons, um, I think they've got more of a scientific look because they deal with mostly the stars and they haven't really been disturbed too much by the outside worlds. And that these people, they're quite, one could say, not too technically advanced, but they were so advanced where they're mapping out star systems and constellations and certain things like that. So it shows that there's a certain type of knowledge where certain people hold.
Well, it's interesting you say that because these days when you look up in the sky, I can't really see no stars. You know, so unless I don't know, I work for one of these people that own a telescope, one of those big ones, I can't really see nothing. So don't get me wrong, when I was small, I could.
Yeah, I think it's in the countryside where it's not too much. I think it's just more clear and not too many lights. I think because we have so much lights around us, we don't really get to see the full sky like that.
Well, that's not true. Personally, I think there's a lot of clouds.
As well. But like for instance, like if you go like I don't know, like, like a lot of people they go to certain places like Cornwall and all them type of places, and they say that they can, or there's certain places they have what's them things called like telescopes and all that. But the best way to really see the stars is like to have less light around you, basically.
Well, there's the reason why I'm asking these things is because personally I've been going through a little journey. I know everyone's worried right now these new laws, and I'm really hitting home of why this probably would be the case. And I was looking up things that people say is just a theory, or just a conspiracy, which is fair enough. I started looking back at things that a lot of how would I say ethnical people from a background would be looking into some of these things, which was to do with Nibiru or Planet X. And surprisingly enough, what I came across is not just relevant news, but there are countries like China and Russia which are actually posting stuff about this. And this is quite recent, and again, it's not like we're hearing it on the mainstream because at the moment you're only hearing about current things, but
You know what it is, software. You know what it is, software. Them man, they come different with their news. They're not like over here. It's very censored over here. But Russia, they're a bit more open.
Do anybody?
To be honest, if I was to tell you what I would,
let's let everyone finish what they're saying before everyone jumps in.
Do anybody remember Do anybody remember Dr. Delbert Blair?
Yeah.
He was in the 80s and the 90s, and he was really talking about this sort of Nibiru planet. But the thing where I think he got it wrong is where he was going with the Gregorian calendar. If you went by the Ethiopian and the Mayan and maybe the Hindu calendar, where right now it's actually 2012 in Ethiopia and the Mayan calendar, what he's saying is probably is coming into fruition, but it wasn't the 2012 what we knew of it.
Well, to be honest, if I'm going by what I've been reading, because I haven't stuck to one thing, as I kind of made comment in a lot of the conversations I have. I've been chasing technology. I recently was looking over Nikola Tesla, and I realized that he was chasing the ideas of what's been set before us. The Egyptians made a power plant. Apparently, in India, there's a power plant, which is one of their golden temples, which people go and pray and they get some nice heat energy, but from the sky, it looks like a power plant. And Nikola Tesla wanted to make free wireless energy for everyone, which would have actually looked like a power plant from the sky. So going back and looking at more stuff and realizing that we're now starting to have this technology, despite it's been sat on for maybe over 120 years, I started looking at astrology again, and a lot of the stuff which we used to talk about is no longer being there. It's being censored, just like people talking about health issues or intercoms at the moment. They're actually getting censored, but these people are actually getting more censored right now for you to look at the sky. You can't go outside and look at the sky. So
exactly, software. That's what I've been trying to tell these people in my videos,
like,
bro.
and if I was to come on here right now and say what I kind of got as an epiphany, people would probably say I was mad.
Go on, say it, say it. Wait, they're censoring people. Say again, they're censoring people going to look through telescopes and whatnot.
Yeah. They're censoring all of that stuff.
I've never heard of that. That's new to me.
Yeah. You can go and look at some of this stuff, but if I was to really say what I think is a possibility, they may even lock this show off. So there's no point me going into it. Someone could say it's a conspiracy, but I really don't think it is, because there's a lot of things which are being censored. You can't go and buy your own food at the moment, like, or grow it. That's being locked. You can go and check that out.
Yeah, that's the worry thing about us changing subject, but about how we go seedless or something. But
you know, but this is
that's very
there's a reason. There's a reason. Hold on. There's a reason for why these people are saying, well, supposedly, you know, this medication may cull the nation. And I can only say it like that because if I start saying certain words, you know, they may censor it. But why is there a need for culling the nation? Because as far as I know, we've had pandemics throughout history. We've lost lives, we've gained lives, and we've grown and come back stronger. But to think you want to do it at a big event on a planetary scale, something must be going on. Look, I used to watch all these films when the world stood still, or when it got frozen, or when the world's been flooded. They make plans how to survive. You know, they've probably got places built in the sky or under the sea or under the ground. I don't know, but it can't be a theory. These things are fact. And if there are, I'm pretty sure there's not enough to save every living person on this planet. You know, so we need to start being aware of not just what we're told, but what is around us, up and down. Yeah. And what we're putting in our bodies. That's the most I can say. Because if I start talking anymore, people might start thinking I'm a skeptic or I'm trying to cause fear mongering. This isn't fear mongering. This is you being aware of your circumstances. So this is why I decided to ask Torok about history, because throughout history, these things have been said. They've been left by our ancestors to make us be aware that this isn't something new. This is a cycle that happens every couple of thousands of years. It's like a reset. So unless we get out, we stuck.
Yeah, I think some of the ancient Hindu texts, they call them like Kali Yugas, and I think there's about 4 or 5 of them. And some might even go into a zodiac thing now and say like when 2012 is like an end of a certain type of age. Some might say it's a dark age, and we're going into a new enlightening age. And they say that age is Aquarius, and how they depict Aquarius is somebody that is on a cloud or something, or up above somewhere, but pouring some sort of water down. And some people could look at that as knowledge or some sort of, you know what I mean, different types of ways of looking at it. So if you look at today now, we're in the age of technology. Like 2012, what we know of, like the Gregorian calendar, we was all right, but right about now, in the Ethiopian calendar, if we say this is 2012, we literally everybody's got information at their fingertips, whether they like it or not. You know what I mean? At this point in time, at 2012, maybe not everybody was fully on Facebook and all these other different devices. But the funny thing is basically with the Chinese calendar now, this year 220 is supposed to be the year of the rat, and the rat doesn't mean like it's supposed to be bad or good in certain aspects. The rat's got certain good and bad traits, but with
the rat is the basic principle of yin and yang. it holds good principles. It actually is endowed with luck, but at the same time, bad luck follows it to balance out the equation. I know because I'm born in the year of the rat.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but again, what is time? Is time what we've been told? Because from what I've been told, it's not 365 days, it's 364.24. So in reality, that doesn't mean that we're at the right time, is it?
Because in Ethiopia they got a 13-month calendar, and there's like 1 month that is just basically 7 days long, and they go by a 13-month calendar, and other places sort of do as well.
Is that to make up for leap year?
It's where, I'm not too sure. It's where basically it's supposed to be 28 days, isn't it? Basically for everything. So I think that where you said like the half of the day is a week, that's what it would normally be. But with the Gregorian calendar, they added on 31 days to certain days. So this is where the extra week makes up those extra days.
Because I've been looking at how our environment's been changing, and you can't really talk about those things too tough. But in reality, is it us or is it natural? I don't know.
Not to cut you again, sorry, but you also have to remember the moon also has a 28-day cycle, and that's how people used to tell time.
But what's the moon? Because as far as I know, we have the moon here. It's been a long time, but there's people that have written in their historical stories that there was a time before the moon. So what is it?
Don't know, but somehow or the other, it sort of correlates with our oceans and also with time. It's like a lot of religious people, they will go either calculations of the sun or of the moon. So Christians, Christians, they go by the calculations of the sun. So in the spring equinox is Easter. A lot of the different other faiths like Islam and a lot of the Chinese and the Hindus, they go off the moon calculations. So like this is when you could tell when it's Ramadan or when it's time to do Sabbath and all these different other types of activities.
All right, but if that was true, then in theory, March is springtime, right? What we've been told. But as far as I'm aware, from the last couple of years, it's still been kind of winter. So that doesn't really align up.
Well, that's the thing with spring. Spring is literally it's half of winter and half of like life, if you know what I mean. So it's half of sleep and half of awakening, basically.
Yeah, but we usually have winter from what? November, December, maybe January, beginning of February.
Well, officially, winter is when you go into the winter solstice. So around the 25th of December, the sun is at its lowest form, and when it goes up again, a lot of the pagans do it from the 21st to the 28th, and even I think the Jewish are a bit the same, where they have Hanukkah as well. So it's all about the sun and the moon, in it, basically. So the winter solstice is supposed to be when the sun is sort of getting back to go into its highest position.
So in theory, it's not really about dates and time. It's just about positions of polarity.
I think I think they're all sort of coordinate with each other in a weird way, or harmonize with each other.
Yeah, but if you're going by the fact that it's supposed to be at a certain time of when the sun rises and not by an actual date, which we've been going by, and it seems to be out by a couple of weeks or months, then wouldn't it mean that it's not affected by what we know as time?
It is, because just like Ramadan, they have to look at the moon calculations to know when exactly this moon is coming in, or when it's the true Ramadan. It's the same thing with Easter. Easter's never really on the same date. Sometimes you can celebrate Easter in March or celebrate in April. It's very weird that.
Yeah, but then that means that it's not accurate from how we're calculating it, because it should always sit and land on the same time every time. That's if you're being accurate. That's math. That's how you work out data. That's how you're able to work stuff out. It should be accurate within a finite point.
No, but you have to understand that there's people in different places around the earth, innit? So even though we might be in the northern hemisphere, some of this real Easter in Australia is in wintertime. I mean, yeah, wintertime for us. But they celebrate at the same time as us because everybody's going to buy this one order, if you know what I mean, with religion. But other people would celebrate things at different times. I.e., take for instance, in Peru, they've got the certain mounds and all these types of things where when it's their summer, you have like certain eclipse. Then later on, say around in December time or November time, you see that same eclipse in Asia.
So, saying that we can understand the sun and when it oscillates, doesn't that mean that also we should be able to project when certain things periodically should come back around, like when the planets align or when new astral bodies enter our system?
But
wouldn't that be correct?
I'm not too sure because some people say there's like polar shifts. So every certain hundreds or thousands of years, like the poles shift and certain things like that. So like, take what
they
happened
shift about 42 miles a day, not a
Yeah.
year. We used to think it was a year, but it's actually a day.
No, but I think there's certain times when it just like where it really changes, like because you've gone into a whole different age. Like it's always like times and cycles. So I think it was 2 years ago, Chicago was colder than Antarctica, and all them type of things. So you can see like people done their other sort of coordinates and things like that. Try to say, oh, I think Ecuador is going to be where the new North Pole is going to be, and all these different types of calculations. What they do, they might be right, they might be wrong at the same time.
So, do you think there's like a impeding, probably as a possibility, Earth climatic event? Is it a possibility from what we can understand through history and the current events which have been playing out?
100%. Like there's certain land masses, like New Zealand used to be like a supercontinent, and it's only now I think it's actually rising back again. That people can see underneath the water, or like they can tell more that was a supercontinent. So I think like around times like you have certain civilizations that will go underneath water, other places survive, other places might go cold. But I think they've been teaching us this slyly in the cartoons. You know what I mean?
So what will happen to us then? You know, come on. If that is a case, not everyone's going to survive, because that means that certain islands or countries will be submerged. Fair enough, new ones will rise, but it's how long? And
that's
pretty
if
sure,
though. That's still a big if.
Yeah, but to get people to travel across when right now we can't even leave our houses, that's a lot.
I hear you still. I hear you. So before you man carry on a bit more, yeah, let me just ask another question that was asked earlier. What do you lot think about 6ix9ine getting out of jail? Do you think he'll be able to get his career back on track? Do you think he's going to struggle? What are your thoughts on it? You know, do you think he might be in a spot of trouble with all the snitching
Yeah,
that
man.
he was doing?
Let's get back on them topics, man. It's Friday, Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, switch it up a little bit.
You know what I mean?
Like, don't
Let's
get
leave
bogged
EP
down with
out of it
anything.
for a
But
little
I know
bit.
Software
Yeah.
had some questions, so I don't want to stop you asking your questions, but I just wanted
No,
to
no,
ask you about that.
no. I
See what
won't.
you
I
think.
won't keep it stalemate. Obviously, you know. I just thought
Yeah.
I haven't seen Torque for a little while, so I thought I'd ask. But opinion on 6ix9ine, boy. If you're dry snitching on yourself, I don't really know what the outlook is when you come outside, because everyone knows your game, innit? That's all I can really say. That's my opinion. You know, I could throw the ball over to someone else and make them answer.
Yeah, Toro, what do you think? And King Gold, what do you think about it?
Oh, 6ix9ine.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Like I feel like he's kind of like not to say magical, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like his family's done some certain type of magic, and they've, not to say he's got all the best luck in the world, but I feel like, you know, like say that I don't know. It's just funny how he's been able to basically maneuver basically as a person. You know what I mean? And maybe it's down to his zodiac or certain things like that. But I feel like maybe his family's been praying for him a lot or something like that. But he seems like he's able to just like, he seems very adaptable. Like,
do you think he's going to be able to get his career back on track though?
100%. Like even
No,
even
he
people like
will. He will. Because it's
people like
different times.
people are giving
Go
him
on.
people what they call it at the moment. There's like other people around him who used to be in his group, like who used to manage him. Like there's one guy called Snow Billy. Right now he's having a thing where Takashi's trying to give him a payout of 5 million, but he can't talk nothing about his story about Takashi. So there's loads of
You know
people
what?
and
I saw that yesterday. I did see that yesterday. I did watch that Snow Billy interview still, and certain stipulations. He can't release his film, his little movie, and all them things there. Yeah. But he's
other
already
people.
been signed, isn't it? He's been signed, isn't he? Takashi already?
Yeah,
40 million or something.
I think he signed to those same people, but they give him more money.
Okay. What do you think, King Gold?
You know, the fact that it's gone so sort of more inclusive, the whole hip hop industry I'm talking about. LGBT's gone up in there. You got all these sort of African Bambaataa, all these allegations coming out. Prince.
What kind of
the list goes
allegation?
on. Oh, African Bambaataa. Apparently, he was playing around with these little prospects. No, he was. Yeah, he was. He was playing around with little prospects, like people wanting to make music and that. And he was just fiddling about with them. Just another pedo, bro. I don't know
like that, yeah.
Yeah, pedo, man.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
And we have to say allegedly. We know what it is, but because he hasn't been tried for it, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
But there's more than one case, though. There's more than 1, 2, 3 people speaking out about it.
So what are you man saying? He's like the Rolf Harris that got away then?
Oh, yeah, no.
Bill Cosby on the run.
Yeah, bruv. I mean, fucking hell. I mean, just from looking on the outside, you'll know that, yeah, he's definitely, you know what I mean, guilty. It's not like one of them ones. Was an MJ thing. The way you can see the way the guy's presenting it, the amount of people that have come out. Yeah, man. So that's the entertainment industry. So going back to what we were talking about, Takashi, what his name is?
Yeah, 6ix9ine.
6ix9ine. This guy is. It's almost like I reckon the guys, the main big dogs in the industry. It's probably good that now all these real guys are falling by the wayside because you hear them a lot of lyrics now. You even heard in this guy's lyric talking about I don't fuck with these niggas because these niggas are gay.
Yeah.
So just pop smoke. So things like that, it's not good for them. And because hip hop is such a universal sound and movement, they want to become part of that, innit? It's like they've got to be part of it, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So soon, I'll be, because look, I hate to try and jinx it. I'm not. Touch wood. Oh, good. Keep us safe. But they're gonna try and move up this whole LGBT thing up on the whole Caribbean culture as well. Yeah,
I'll be honest with you though, like
that's already there.
Some of the names just sound suspect. Literally, like when you said Africa Bambaataa, like I just thought about that name for a second. That name just sounds suspect. What's a Bambaataa? Talk to me.
That's what I'm saying. He was named suspect. Fucking if you Google his face now, you got some weird stiff face. No empathy.
Let me give you guys some information on that. Yeah,
Bambaataa.
Give us some Bambaataa.
Bambaataa was Bambaating a young kid called Hassan Campbell.
What?
In it. And then the next kid, his name was Bee Stinger. I think it was Bee Stinger, yeah. But what
Bee Stinger, yeah.
Right. Bee Stinger's a nervous wreck, yeah. And it's not even a funny thing. It's the real, like, man. When you hear him talk, he's all stuttering and like looking.
Hold
left,
on, P,
right.
Professor P.
What?
Did you say that he was Bambaating him?
Yeah, bro.
What?
You said it. He was Bambaating, bro.
What the Bambaataa is going on
That's
around
what I'm
here?
saying.
Someone explain to me.
New words out.
I'm as Bambaataa in the Houston while he's playing his music on the window ledge.
All right, go on. I'm going to let you share the rest of your information because this sounds kind of interesting.
No. What's interesting is KRS-One came on a bloody interview, yeah, and he was like, "Nah, I don't even care about all of that." And so a lot of people then cuss KRS and like, what was you Bambarted as well, bro? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, he said that for real. That's facts. He said that. He said you don't care
Yeah,
about it. Like,
ever since then I can't listen to him because like I know about these things, you know what I mean? Like funny.
Are you saying KRS was Bambarting as well?
No, what is not Bambarting? He was Bambarted possibly because they were how come you ain't feeling compassion for these kids? He's like, no, it's just like hearsay and this and that and what. Like, I'm not interested in it, kind of thing. And so people was like, yo, you can't say that, man. Like, was you Bambarted as well or something? Is that why you?
All right, I'm not gonna get you to explain what Bambarting is or what Bambarting took place. I'm just gonna say it don't sound good.
It's supposed to be it's supposed to be an African name, though.
What,
I mean,
the Bambata?
The Zulu Nation, remember that? That's his group. His thing is the Zulu Nation. So the thing is now, what I didn't know is that at the time, yeah, that was some type of organization, and they were getting funding from different places. So Africa Bambata would go around the world and promote hip hop or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? But a lot of people were saying that, like, he was actually going like, I find it kind of a little bit hard to believe, like, what, you just gonna go around the world to touch up boys? Like, that's like, you like, do you understand? Like, that's a bit much. Do you know what I mean? Like you had your B Stinger and you had your local boys in it. Why would you like? I don't know. But
Pause. What? Did you say? What did you say? He was touching up boys?
Yeah, that's what the whole thing is. Right. Basically, that he was like, what he used to do, like, these were young kids coming around, the elders, in it, like 14, 15, 16. So they weren't even like toddlers and stuff, but they were like,
oh, they're not girls, boys. He's not R. Kelly.
No. It was only boys. Like, there's no girls even mentioned in his equation. So their whole thing was like, how come for 20, like, ever since we seen you, we never seen you with a girl, but then you're letting all the young boys come around. And so then what they'd say is that all of a sudden he'd like basically start showing them porn.
Hold on. Are you saying he was Bambarting young boys?
Yeah, bro, you didn't know what we was all trying to tell you.
This ain't right, cuz, man.
That's why
Africa Bambata, you know. Big man like Bambata, you know.
Here's the thing. A lot of people in hip hop, like, some just totally don't acknowledge it. And then some people are like, yeah. And then other people like KRS are like, I don't care. And then
you take down that name. That Zulu Nation name don't apply no more.
You what, sorry?
Hip hop's gay as hell anyway. You know what I mean?
What? Okay, all them things, but that's the Africa Bambata situation, actually.
Well, I heard about initiation.
No, bro, he even went on the news for it because obviously the statute of limitations or something is there, so they can't really charge him or nothing. And then when it all happened, I think he went on some like CNN or something like that.
Hold on. Wait. Pause again. Did you say that's the Africa Bambata situation? Are you implying that there's more situations?
Oh shit! No, I'm not even making any implications. But
say nothing.
It could be.
Say nothing.
But no, you know,
we're gonna have a KRS situation next.
Yeah, no, I can't listen to KRS One anymore. I used to love that dude. You know what I mean? But after
after you said that,
I feel a bit bad when I hear his music because it's like revolutionary and knowledge yourself.
I know, yeah.
And so it just makes me feel guilty, like not guilty, like it makes me feel like you're a little bit of a hypocrite, and we're all hypocrites, you know what I mean? But that's a strong, sensitive feeling towards me, like that particular incident. Because, bro, I don't know if we like. I know this isn't like it's not a topic that I definitely want to start on the internet, yeah. But this situation, what we just talked about, is pretty much right in every community on earth. I'm talking about black, white, I don't know about Chinese because I ain't spoke to no Chinese people or girls like that. Bro, the amount of girls I've chatted to that have been molested and stuff, do you know what? Like, it's not even a joke. And I'm talking about every country, Bangladesh, in England, like every Asian people was molested by their uncles and stuff, yeah? I've heard from, you know, certain West Indian communities.
No, not every, but, you know.
Not every, I'm saying, but if like, when we start talking amongst ourselves and stuff, we start finding it. It's like, it's more common than not, if you see what I mean. And
people get away with it. People get away with it. People are getting away with it as well.
Well, the funny thing is, what makes me really wonder about something is when you grow up here, you remember everything from your childhood, innit? So there's actually a lot of victims out there who are fully like aware of what happened to them. They even know the people who did it, but they just never said nothing. And that's something interesting, that there's like people today, like you'd think, oh, a lot of stuff's happening like 20 years ago when, you know, it wasn't like no one's around or something. But nah, stuff's actually happening today. But people,
you're saying that now.
I sincerely hope that no one on the panel is suffering with anything like this. I sincerely hope no one in the chat or no one listening to the show is suffering. But it's true what P said, like Professor P saying, like things like this happen, man. Like, you know, and unfortunately, you know, the Bambatas sometimes they get away.
Yeah, no, listen, in all honesty, I understand what you're saying, but people are at home. Some people may not even be able to leave their house. Yeah, if you are going through something like this, you need to reach out to someone. Don't just keep this bottled up inside.
Come on.
Yeah, we are people. We're supposed to help each other. Don't stay there and suffer. Do not let the abuser get away with it. I'm being serious.
Bro, I'll tell you what happens. Yeah, a lot of people, you just said something so important. Like kids don't really know who to reach out to, even if they know it's wrong. Yeah, they know something's funny about it. They like kids won't reach out even. Do you see what I mean?
I hear you, but reach out to everybody. Listen to software. Reach out to the whole world if you can. Make sure people put their name on a billboard. This person is a raper.
He's saying
or
that
a pedo or whatever they are, a bambata. We ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that foolishness.
That's important that you said that as well, Schiffer, because a lot of them people, they get put in communities and no one don't even know they live in them.
Yeah, but they have to hide because you know people might want to hurt you when you do things like that. Like we're not, no one likes that. No one.
Yeah, but can't we put them away from? They can't have their own town.
Listen, you gotta understand this. It's not just rapists.
You know,
there are people out there causing abuse and murder. People are stuck in their house with possibly someone who's causing some type of violent act and making them scared. So I'm just appealing to anybody in that situation where you can't even leave your house right now. Reach out to somebody. If you know someone will help you and you think that is your only option, take it, because you cannot stay right now stuck. Because the amount of news I am reading and things that are popping up right now, you need to make a change. We all do. Some people are they're not well in their head. They need help. And sometimes they need other people to be able to help them because they can't help themselves.
All right, people say if you're out there and you're listening and you're in any kind of trouble and you're suffering from any of these types of issues, call 911 software or call 999 software and make sure you get the right help. You know, I'm sure someone will be along to help you shortly. But yeah, going back on the topic, though. Back on the topic. Seriously, like this guy has been doing these things and getting away with it for years. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, but can I say one more thing to add to that? One sad thing is this year, you know, the care system and the foster care system in the UK and America and Australia. Yeah. These are 3 places I know about. I don't know about any other places, like in detail where I've chatted or studied or you know, like spoken to people in it. But these places, it's almost like this. If your children have to go into foster care, you need to start worrying about the next level of abuse that could potentially start happening to them. And what I've discovered is a lot of child abuse goes on within foster care. So it's almost like, you know, what we think is, you know, from cases that I've been looking at and stuff, it's like you don't want to go to the NHS because you don't want, you know, like you don't want those problems, and you don't want to go into foster care because it's almost like there's a lot worse potentially for your children, because there's like pedo rings and gangs and stuff that actually just go and foster kids and stuff. Do you see what I mean? Bro, it's crazy. And it's real. It's real. You just need to like, bro. And can I just make one more point? A lot of people assume that it's just men who do this thing. No. There are some really crazy, messed up women out there all over the place. And it's to be frank with you, they're probably more than we even realize and stuff. Obviously, because they're women, we don't really think about it like that. Or, you know, if you ever hear about a teacher who, you know, a female teacher who goes with a young boy or something, everyone's like giving it props and stuff. Like, yo, why did she even get in trouble? She was fit. Yeah, I wish my miss did that to me when I was a student or something, innit? But the thing is, that is happening. There's definitely, I would believe, like, there's quite a lot of females that are into that thing. And also there's quite a lot of females goading adult men into that thing as well. I can tell you that.
All right, like, Professor P, nice to have you in the room again anyway, my brother. Bless up, big up yourself, yeah.
Stay out but can I say one thing? You see, you said about 6ix9ine. See, this is why I didn't come on for 2 days, yeah, because I had some personal issues to deal with. But
that's what I was just gonna ask you. You know, I don't know if you're reading my mind or something through the Vipping technology, but yeah. So talk to us about 6ix9ine. What do you think about his situation? Do you think he'll be able to rejuvenate his career? Where do you think it's going to go from here for him?
I forgot my train of thought about him. Nah, you know what though? What I feel about 6ix9ine is like what we do is we're giving all the wrong, like the fact that we're giving it lip service. If we, like, it's like, do we want that music? Do we want to promote that music? And it's like probably the answer is no. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing, literally.
I don't
You say
mind
you're
his
promoting
music.
Professor P right there, yeah?
But I'm just saying, so every time we give it lip service, do you know what I mean? It's like another something. I'm not gonna lie, the last interview before he went to jail, when he was talking about how he's cutting everyone off and this and that, like that seemed to me his most actual sensible and kind of smart and whatever interview. Like he actually came across as a person who actually had some, you know, form of intelligence or something. But again, it's like, you know, we've been down them routes for like.
All right, I've got a real question for you.
Right,
Do
bro.
you think you could have 6ix9ine in a 3-rounder fisticuffs boxing ring? Do you think you could have him?
Me?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm skinny, innit? I just put on some new weight. I got some little arms and stuff though. You know?
No, serious. Do you think you could have him in a 3-rounder?
Yeah, probably some. I'll give him a couple of them slaps to the face, you know what I mean, here and there. But
one thing I wanted to say though about the whole situation with what's his name, Takeshi. It's also with the gangs. Like Takeshi could have literally set it up these people for life. You know what I mean? If people could treat people right, but in between those gangs, they were fighting amongst each other. If you know what I mean, and I have to give him credit how he played the game in a sense like that, because he's not like he's Hercules or anything like that. He's like,
I don't give him credit.
No, he's used his head though.
Bro. At the end of the day, a couple man that didn't do nothing to him went down too. That was defending him.
Nah, man, that man's kidnapped him, thieving money from him, and all
but
that
that guy, but that guy Shotty didn't kidnap him, bro.
No, but there's other people in that blood syndicate because they're all warring with each other, so it just looks like a crab in the barrel situation.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you though, bro, is that there was a couple man that went down that was on his side that didn't touch him. He snitched on everybody, bro.
Yeah, because everybody was out for him. Like you have to think about that.
But he got himself into that field, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, he could have just made music. No, bro. He could have made music, yeah, and just stayed off of the internet. You saw what he was doing, bro.
Yeah, but he would have fed these people, but they're just that it's the greed what kills
people.
But
you're not listening to what I'm saying, though, bro. Bro, what I'm trying to say is, bro, if he was just rapping, yeah, and didn't do any of that internet BS, yeah, all that run up his mouth and acting like he was in, because we all found out that he was never in the gang, right?
Yeah, but
so that means all that stuff. So what? So you think that all that stuff was okay?
Think about it now. You got all these big mans now trying to rub money off you. You might as well put them to work.
No, bro. You
might as well put them to work.
No, I agree with that side. The way that it flipped on him because they tried to rob him and whatnot. Yeah, that was all wrong, innit? Of course. But what I'm
trying to show you, he set it up other beefs with other people so he could sneak out. If you understand.
The bottom line of that, I don't know what you got out of that story. I don't know what you got out of that story, but the bottom line I got out of that story, don't play gangster if you're not ready for that stuff, bro. Keep away from it, bro.
No, but the thing is, it's like people in the ghetto. We sometimes we cut each other's necks just to survive, and at the end of it, there's one person that could have fed everybody there. You know what I mean? And they could have been
nice. I agree with you.
They could have been nice, changed their life.
They could have been very nice. They could, bro. From what I'm hearing, some of the men around him didn't even see it. Oh, yo, hold on. From what I'm hearing, yeah, a lot of them men around him was even eating like that before he even come around. So I totally agree with you.
No, none of them were eating like that.
They wasn't. Yeah, they wasn't.
Now, there's certain man that took them underneath the wing. The only one that was sort of made it out of certain of them blood sets was sort of Casanova at the time. And Casanova is vexed now. He's thinking, look at this, I'm supposed to be the biggest, baddest blood, and look at this guy. He's not nothing. But this is the thing. The game is supposed to be told, not sold. That they forget that this is the entertainment industry, isn't it?
Exactly.
And Tekashi is
the things people, you know what it is? It all comes down to it all comes down to the things that people do for money and likes, bro, and views. all that stuff he was doing was all publicity, innit?
I'll say
Going
though,
at Chief Keef and going at this guy and going at that guy is all just publicity. You know how beef in the hip hop game gets you, it gets you publicity.
And to be honest, he's a troll, and that's why I say he's kind of clever. He plays this game.
Yeah, but what's going to happen when he comes out now? He's done all of that. He set himself up. What's going to happen? That's a bit hot.
Yeah, but his record company will give him security, just like how 50 Cent got security when he was beefing with a lot of different people, Suge Knight and all these. Like, they have their security. Puff Daddy, when he was beefing with half the West Coast, this man's got trained Marines around him and shit.
Yeah, if he got signed for 14 million, he can afford some serious security. 14 million.
Sorry, bro. He put his mum and his girlfriend and all those people.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And that was like really dumb of him. Do you know what I mean? It's like you don't expose your family to a bunch of gangsters and then sit.
Yeah, but that's how you know the guy's left. That's how you know the guy's left field, though. There ain't nothing to. There's really nothing to really glorify in his name, really.
That's the first thing men say to disrespect each other. They go for their another person's mother. So it's not really unusual in a sense like that.
Yeah, that's normal.
It's just a low blow, if you know what I mean. It's very low.
You gotta expect all that in that game anyway.
Yeah, and that's the saddest thing, you know what I mean? Because they're all like, you know what I mean? Like New York is a different type of environment. Like there's places in London where it's a bit faster than other places, if you know what I mean. But New York and all that type of places, that is quick, you know what I mean?
Speed.
So hello everyone. Sorry, I didn't even say hello to everyone this evening, man.
What's going on, P?
Yeah, man, I'm back from the depression, innit? I get depression for like one.
Come on, man.
Okay, I'm over
Don't
this
worry
now.
about that, man. We'll fight that.
Guys, I gotta show enough respect and love because P, you know what? You've allowed everyone to come on your channel and share some information. You know.
Yeah, but that's all gravy. Brother, you know what it is, though? I respect all you man for coming on the channel, though. That's what I'm saying, because we're all trying to do the same thing at the end of the day. So, yeah, I respect that. I respect that. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's all of us chatting, so it's all our thing, innit? You know. Yeah.
No, and obviously people.
Go on.
I was gonna say, people, if you're listening and you want us to, review back your comments, or you even want to question anyone on the panel while we're still here, please just write something, and we'll answer you. No, don't be afraid. We're here.
Yeah, definitely, and big up Shifa, running the show, But like, this is what I'm saying, like P, like, so what are you saying? Like, do you think that this Tekashi situation, like what can people learn from it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because everyone must have to learn something from it, innit? Just like this coronavirus BS, yeah. You have to learn something from it, innit? You take something from it. So, what would you tell the youths them, like?
I would say everyone should just stay in their lane. Like, obviously, term gains and stuff. Like, remember, like, how long is your money gonna last without a right investment or this or that or anything? Do you know what I mean? It's like, even like Tekashi made a whole bunch of money, but he wasn't very secure. Like at the time, obviously, I don't know what the money he got after he's come out of jail. Is he out of jail now? I'm not even sure. Like, I don't know when. Like,
I'm hearing he's out, but there ain't no footage or nothing like that.
But I would just say this much from whatever I've learned in life, and even watching his stories, like, best to be yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, faking it is gonna catch you. Like, if you're not authentic, whatever it is that you are, it will get found out in the end, innit? And then people actually like authenticity, innit? That's why some people got to keep up. Like, if you see like Ice Cube, a lot of people know he's not really a gangster. He's like some like university type boy in a sense, but from that environment. But he wasn't actually a thug or a gangster, but he's had to keep that little. He like he's famous. He goes on Conan or something like the Saturday Night Show, and he has to do a sneer or something because they're like, that's the Ice Cube that we know about. But it's almost like, and that's actually a contradiction to what I said, because he's actually played a fake role for his whole life, but it's kind of worked for him. So maybe in a sense, then it's like, if you want to go public, you better choose one thing and stick with it. Then, do you know what I mean? All that switching around of who you are and what you are, I don't think long term that's a good thing. But again, that's just my personal opinion.
That's
And
not a
there's
good
another
portrayal,
thing,
though.
and
No.
there's another thing people's forgotten about is the hip hop police. I think the police and the FBI and certain people have found how lucrative it actually is if they actually get into some of this music industry or entertainment industry, and it's the same thing in dancehall. You'll find that big police chiefs and all these people is the people that's put on Sting and all them big events and all these types of things.
Really?
So yeah, his name is Leng, and you have Adams and all them different type of people. Some of them even sign artists and shit like that. I'm telling you.
I mean, you make a kind of point there because if I'm right, like Takashi's label owner was some big Caucasian dude. I can't remember whose son he was or something, but they were quite prominent people. So a lot of people were saying, well, that's the reason why he's got all this like police protection and this and that and whatnot. And like literally, people were saying that the police actually took him in for his own safety and everything. But the point was, they were saying, like, remember, there's really, really powerful people behind this who obviously are going to make sure that he's protected, innit? And obviously, like, if 100%, how would we believe that? Look how fast his stuff came into the forefront of everything. It wasn't really just his street gang and what was that guy? I forget his name. His manager guy. Someone mentioned it earlier. Anyway, you guys know who I'm talking about, his manager. But it wasn't just them doing stuff. They actually had corporation behind them. So that's another thing maybe a lot of people kind of neglected to think about. Like, Tekashi wasn't just some guy on the street with like a bunch of street dudes. Nah, there was some organization behind him to kind of put him in the forefront, you know, as whatever he was promoting himself as. So that's what we will always need to remember. Like, every time we've seen something on the media, on the radio, on the news, we've got to realize there's actually a PR person behind that, a management person, all of this kind of stuff. And for him talking so reckless, he had like a lot of protection. It wasn't like just that street protection. It was actually, he had corporate protection allowing him to go on so reckless. So I always feel that's the worst part. It's like the executives who sign up the youths. And obviously imagine if you've come from a background where you ain't really got nothing, 50 grand, 100 grand, 200 grand, that's a lot of money for you to literally monkey say, monkey do, in a sense. Do you know what I mean? And
well, in reality,
yeah,
you know, we all do know that it's run by someone else who's got another agenda. You know, like DJ Redlock said, the police run the music industry. I can't disagree because they're literally intertwined into that. You know, and most of these artists that these people are portraying as big celebrities and all of it, they're portraying a lifestyle they're not living. So in reality, for instance, they're portraying a certain image that this is what people like that live like, and in reality that's not how we live, you know, or that's not how that person lives. So that's just fake publicity.
Well,
so it makes the public look at that person in a bad lighting,
but
when that's not really that light. If you don't live that way, you shouldn't be there.
Really, children get misleaded.
But here's the sad thing. It's not just that one person that they look at in a bad light. They then use that to reflect on a whole society, if you see what I mean. So imagine that, like, you know, even if we go back a little bit, when did hip hop become gangster rap, if you see what I mean? And it's like, someone mentioned it the other day about NWA, and like one of you guys here mentioned it, that they were actually always playing like a false narrative kind of thing. And it's like, you had so many people, NWA, F the police, rare, whatnot. But then if you look at it, it's like, you're like, Dr. Dre was in his little pop group wearing, you know, shiny suits and stuff, just literally a couple of months before all of that, you know. So how can I say it's been on for a long time?
Yeah, but also around that time is that the cocaine era. So like a lot of these young people are even music people are singing about drugs in their songs, like heroin and cocaine, and later on, it's
but
the younger
they were drug
generation.
pushers though. That's the difference.
These are R&B singers, Motown singers, and all these types of things.
No, I understand, but I'm saying when you look at the history of where hip hop's come in, yeah, some of these artists are coming out and they're talking about they were drug pushers. When you look at the artists nowadays, they're drug users. Yeah. Come on, famous one is Eminem. Eminem tells you a history of how he was on the drugs and he's come off. His music has showed you that. Yeah, he's tried to show you that it's not a good thing and he's changed his life. There are other people who have done the same thing. So it's
No,
not
but
like it's not a promotion.
yeah, but if you look at the American music, we sing about daily events, even down to the Caribbean, where we're singing about "Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally my bananas" and all these types of things. That we literally sing about intricate details, what's going on in life and certain things like that, down
Of
to
course,
even some of
they've got a coronavirus dance that's come out not that long ago, and that's because of what's going on now. You know, so it's proof of what you're saying.
you know what I mean, and like it's called the blues, really. You know what I mean, it started from the blues where people were talking about their depressive state and their woman left them and all them type of things. But where a lot of drugs has come in now and influenced, people have seen how heroin affected the neighborhood and all these types of things. So these people now said to themselves, I'm not being an addict, I'm going to be the pusher now. So this is where you get the reverse role now. These younger kids now, we've seen older people who've hung out and shrunk out now and certain things like that. But we're also around the disco time, cocaine and crack is kind of a cool thing now because nobody's really seen that the horrible effects of it yet. And like with the flossing and the type of high lifestyle, Hollywood and all these types of things, this is where a lot of these people who used to push drugs are now the users now. And so some of these people are still trying to big up these type of things, like, you know what I mean? Doing certain things like popping Marleys and E's and different types of variety of things.
Interestingly enough, I'm just going to read out this comment by Redlock. NWA were created by the police and higher authorities to dysfunction the black community. NWA were paid a lot of money to produce music that would help put black people behind bars. Quite interesting. What would you say about that one?
That's what one of you guys mentioned the other day. I think it was I'm not sure, some Turok it may have been. Do you remember you were saying about, and you were saying that this is pretty much the same narrative what you said, but this is the whole thing. It's like because of hip hop, like the way hip hop's been manipulated so much by these people, it actually it affects real people in that society. Do you see what I mean? Because next minute you walk in somewhere and they're like, I've seen that representation of you on the TV. And remember, our people, Asian, black, white, whatever you want to call it, but from certain demographics and stuff, they're always misrepresented on TV, on the media, innit? Misrepresentation that feeds the story. Like, okay, I'll just give you an example. One of my main reasons for actually taking my music seriously and saying, you know what, I need to speak here, because in the last 7, 8, 10 years, they've been putting every Asian on the news like he's like Osama bin Laden's cousin, isn't it? So you lot better stop speaking to me because I can speak English very well. I can articulate myself, so I'm going to represent for myself, if you see what I mean. And that's like, and so that's one major problem. I think the whole media in itself, it's like we look back at a lot of black things that they've shown, or even more recently Asian stuff that they're showing in Western TV. It's like, is that really the light that we actually see ourselves in, or is that the light that they see us in? And then other people thus obviously see us in the same way. And it's like, nah, that's not really how we are. For instance, you're taking a couple of ideas about one or two of people who are from our community, and then it's like, that's a blanket, like, yo, all of you are like that. But if that was the case, like, we'd be running away from, Caucasian people, because it's like, yo, you might be a serial killer and shoot up the place. So, and in America, they joke.
Yo, Pete, we're getting feedback from your thing. You have to turn it down, bro.
Suburban Caucasian kid, because if he gets too upset today, he's gonna come shoot up the school, isn't it? So we're
getting feedback. We're getting a little bit of feedback off you, Pete. I don't know. Oh yeah, just want a big shouts out to DJ Redlock. I'm seeing your comments. The first comment that he said was the police run the music industry. The second comment was NWA were created by the police and the higher authorities to dysfunction the black community. NWA were paid a lot of money to produce music that would help put black people behind bars. Now I know there's a lot of men that like to talk about that here, so anyone can put any input into that, into how the hip hop certain people were put in place to disrupt us and stuff like that.
I'm just going to add a small little point here. You see, Bone Thugs and Harmony is have you noticed that they got a lot of airtime, and what were they pushing? Jesus Christ and religion. I mean, whereas you had another group.
Bone Thugs and Harmony was pushing Ouija
what?
boards, bro, and Skull and Crossbones.
Okay. This just explains something to me. So because later on, the more I listened to Bone, I realized that God, these guys talk about religion, but they package their whole product as devilry, and maybe that's the reason. True, maybe that's the reason, because I saw the Ouija boards and all the like the backwards singing and all of that. Do you remember in their first album, Eternal, 1999 and whatnot? But then later on, as I grew older and was able, because obviously there's so many words you can't even hear half of it. Do you know what I mean? When you're a kid, but when I grew up older, I realized that these guys are quite spiritual, and I just thought, do you know what? Maybe they just packaged up their stuff devilish because devilish goes through quick, innit?
Yeah. It was accepted. It weren't too, you know what I mean? Fairy.
Yeah. So I think that explains that one. It's like, yeah, they were putting Ouija boards on.
Yo, P, we're getting feedback. We're getting a lot of feedback.
Mute your YouTube, but not your mic. But have you muted your YouTube?
No, I'm only on here with you guys. So it must be. I'll put my headphones on.
Oh.
Yeah, but like I was
saying, go on. Yeah, I
don't remember. I don't know. Like I was like into Bone Thugs. I was into a lot of Bone Thugs, to be honest, in my dark days, and I don't remember anything apart from that one tune when they was talking about the Crossroads to Heaven. But I'm sure you guys have know about the Crossroads for real, though, right?
Yeah, that's powerful tune, man.
You know about the peppercorns and the crossroads, right? Surely.
What's that? Some sort of ritual of some sort?
Yeah, some ritual to get powers to be able to sing and all them type of things, and to be able to be
the highway.
Good musician. Yes,
the highway something. The
crossroads.
crossroads.
That was the code. That was the code actually in that Crossroads song that a lot of people didn't really clock onto. That's what it was really about.
Oh, because I was assuming that crossroads meant like when you die, and you know what I mean?
Nah, yeah, well, that's how they're gonna try and paint it. But if you go back to
someone sold their soul for a guitar.
Look at the names of their songs.
Robert Johnson is the guy. But you see, you mentioned Robert Johnson.
Yo, hold on. Let's not all jump on each other. Yeah? Let's not jump on each other, bro. Yeah? But what I was gonna say is, if you look at the song titles, yeah, on their album, like Mo Murder, and they've got 2 skits, yeah, on their first album that they're actually talking to the Ouija boards, bro. So I don't know where people are getting this Christian business from.
But that's the whole point. So when I was growing up on Bone, that's the only side of it that I could really stood out so much, and I was well into them as well. Mo Murder was
they were good artists at the time. Yeah.
And then also they're from Cleveland.
Point I was going to make, point one before you go to it, was if you not a lot of them, from what I can hear, got into many problems or died. So when you look at like another group of the same era, Outlaws, you had this Gaddafi, you had Hussein Fatal, you know, Castro. They all like, there's literally I think there's 1 or 2 of them left, and they're not even the main members.
Right, one of them who's alive, he's inside a coffee shop out there now.
So it seems like all the genuine ones are getting taken out, but all the ones that are remaining completely fit the agenda to what they've wanted. You know what I mean? Yeah, see this, the whole Diddy move, money, bitches, and hoes, and all the rest of it, was definitely a way of them kind of coercing, especially the females, because at that stage they weren't really getting none off of the. Let's be honest, innit, off of the sisters, and now they've become so money. Like you can see how sexually liberated they've become to the point where it's thottish and you know what I mean. So what I noticed that it was like a desensitization of actual real sort of women. You know what I'm saying? It was like I noticed that as well myself. But as everything, everybody they've got a life seems to fit some sort of agenda which will benefit them and not benefit us at the same time. That's what I've noticed.
Just to add to what you said the other day, me and DJ 279 had a conversation about this, because he was saying to me that one of his friends was arguing that Puff Daddy ruined the whole music business, made everything jiggy, and started like making like disrespect towards women and stuff. So we were talking about that, and I was like, well, I said at about 97, 98, 99, I was like, Puffy was so in the charts with everything. It was like, it kind of flooded it, and it changed, like, so it just became so big. But the thing is, I always remember Puffy videos being like, they weren't booty hole videos and stuff. So it was more like jiggy, like the music changed, you know what I mean? And little shiny suits and stuff. But I don't particularly recall Puff Daddy being like, I'm not sure if someone even said that he was or wasn't, but I don't recall him being the one who brought that like disrespect against women into the music thing. It was like
Snoop did a lot of it. Snoop did a lot of it.
right. Okay, true.
Snoop, snap.
True.
Yeah,
Snoop and the
definitely
other
true.
DJ, what's his name, Mr. C, when he started making all that pop your booty music and all that.
Oh, Mr. Because I know there's Uncle Luke on the other side. Do you know what I mean? And that was like True Life doing all of that.
And Mr. C, they started making all that the hip hop into
Mr. C,
the porno industry. Yeah, the porno industry and all that. But they live out in LA innit? And LA, California is all the porn industry. And it's like mixing it up with the hip hop and all that.
Yeah, true. Because it's like I see like Cool Keith. It's like he's synonymous with porn, for instance. I always thought that was just him on his like Cool Keith is a madman. Do you know what I mean? So he just chats about that random stuff like in his own. But what I was gonna say was I started like I remember like 2000 maybe 2 or 3 or something. I must have turned on MTV and I was like, hold on, am I in a strip club or something? And I'd never seen hip hop like that before. Like the level of booty holeness in the videos, like all of that. Like I was like, wow, is this the new normal of hip hop? And even I don't remember even Snoop videos and stuff. Like we heard it in the lyrics, but I can't remember the Snoop videos where they were portraying it physically like that. And it was later on.
Because I think Mr. C and certain of these people were actual pimps that actually turned rappers. What happened? And in California, Palmdale, in certain areas, like the pimping culture was very rife, like places like Detroit and all them type of places. But LA was like very rife with that sort of pimping culture and all that sort of thing. And if you notice, it's really that Snoop Dogg actually tried to come out with, because what I heard, like Snoop Dogg actually tried to join the Bloods first before he joined the Crips, and he wasn't really like a gangster like that. So I think really he was just trying to bring this pimp rap first, but yeah, it just turned into gangster rap because of the people he was around in Death Row and all that. Because the minute he's left Death Row, when he went to No Limit with Master P,
innit?
Yeah, he just started singing all these pimping hoes and this, that, and the other, and he's got his hair blown out and all them type of things, and it's just on this pimping Matt Daddy sort of flex. And it's from there I find the European sort of industry sort of took to him more, because they like funny sort of black characters, because he sort of there was a point of time in the 70s where there was this black exploitation, where they had all these funny type of black films and all that type of Huggy Bear and all them funny type of characters.
So you're saying that he fitted into one of those, because what's so interesting, yeah, when we was kids, like C. Dolores Tuckers, they were burning, like they were bulldozing his records and stuff, innit, for like sexual explicitness and this, that, and all this type of thing. But if you check it now, I said to someone like maybe last year, if you ask any probably, you know, someone who's over 30 in America who's white, who's your favorite rapper? Pretty much most of them would probably turn around and say Snoop Doggy Dogg or Snoop or whatever he wants to call himself now. And I always found that interesting. I was like, what about him appealed so much to just normal, average, ordinary white people who watch like the late night show or Conan or whatever it might be, or who watch Oprah Winfrey, and then it's like,
a black guy.
Go on.
It was a black guy. It was a black guy that liked dogs.
A black what?
It's the same thing with like DMX. He's like a black guy that likes dogs.
Okay. So go on.
So you got a lot of European people that like pets and animals, and they're big dog lovers. Like in Europe, they spend over $1 billion on probably dogs more than cats.
We say that they worship their pets in the West, innit?
Yeah, but don't forget, bear in mind that DMX was still, even though he was bringing it raw, and he was still on the road, and you know, he was still talking about Jesus Christ and Lord, give me a sign and the rest of it. Now you got I use this as an example. You got contrasting rapper like someone like Dead Prez. You hear him talking about Ra and the old gods of the old times. So that's too quote unquote too black. Do you know what I'm saying? So they weren't warm to that, because as soon as they hear a lyric that is anything to do with black supremacy or black power in their eyes, quote unquote black power, it's not, they're not into that. They like to see a guy who's just raw, rugged, Western, or someone who's talking about Jesus Christ. Then that's when you'll see a lot of white people warm to them. But if you're talking about any of these rappers, like as I said, Dead Prezi, When do you ever seen that guy
No,
in any
no.
of these channels?
Not
Ever?
even one time, a English girl came to me, like we were all dealing with hip hop and stuff, and then she was just like, I must have mentioned Dead Prez or something, and she kind of looked at me and she's like, "Yeah, I think they're like maybe a bit more for black people." Do you know what I mean? And I'm like looking at her thinking, "Oh, like you could enjoy it too, darling," but obviously, they found it too intimidating. Whereas that Dead Prez album that came out, like we were waiting for it, like from Bangladesh, we'd read about it in the source, and we're like, okay, there's this revolutionary stuff coming. And it was like 1 or 2 years, there was like Loud was having issues with releasing it and whatnot. They used a picture of the Soweto uprising on the cover. And it's like that album, like even with 279, we just talked about it the other day, that was like, for me personally, that was a revolutionary album. It's like, so that album did me well for life. And I always called it my fight music. So when I'm like going out in society, I've got to do my work or job or whatever it is, I have my headphones on and I've got like Dead Prez in the background. And I'm like, this is my fight music. Don't touch me. Don't talk to me. I've got things to do. And that was like something my brother used that as his real fight music for his Thai boxing and stuff. So but I use it for my mental fighting, if you see what I mean. But that was the beauty of what Dead Prez was. It was to actually uplift us. It was to actually like know yourself and stuff. Even if I'm Asian, bro, Dead Prez taught me about knowing myself like a lot.
Yeah, he definitely had a universal sound in that sense. You know what I mean? It wasn't too pro-black, but he wasn't really one of these people who shied away talking about it, which is what I liked, which is what I respected, you know.
Which is why they didn't get that level of promotion stuff. Even guess what I heard? Like the label didn't want to promote them in the UK even. And 279 was trying to book them for a show. A lot of politics happened, and then I think someone put them on a radio station or something, and then the label were like, "Oh, do you know what? These guys are actually making a bit of noise. Now we can promote them." But initially, it was like, "Nah, we just kind of like the album barely came out. How about that much? It barely came out." And I don't know what Steve Rifkin's dealing with that, because he owns Loud Records and stuff in it. Whether it was like, obviously, if he didn't appreciate what they were saying, he would have never signed them in the first place and tried to put them out. But there was a lot of pressure from other sides to like, yo, these guys, like, you don't really want to be promoting this type of stuff. I think Dead Prez were a good thing for all of us. I think we, especially at that time, we needed that fresh little bit of the right viewpoint, I think, like socially.
So it's like, from what I've noticed, the real and the ones that are sort of more pro-black seem to have be dying. It's just strange. So you got this guy. All right. So you got Pop Smoke. You got this other guy. XXX. Is it Temptation or something?
Who got killed, didn't it?
Okay, he was a very real guy. He spoke about real lyrics. It wasn't just this whole popping mollies and all the rest of it. And you know what I mean, just doing talking mumble rapping. He was really talking about real life stuff.
So is that why some of that generation, to ask you, is that why some of those young kids were like, yo, he's our Tupac? Is that why? Because I never actually
and you know what? If we would have come up in his brother, that's what I'm saying. If we grew up in his generation, then it would have been way more detrimental to us. You know what I mean? We'd have been feeling that way more. Right. From that generation up. And I tried to sort of sympathize and try and look at what the situation was. And I looked at his lyrics, and he goes in. And
he wasn't really a bad kid as such, was he?
He wasn't really a gangster, but he was definitely a conscious rapper. So if you're either one of them two, then they're the ones that are getting popped. You know, and you got Chinks Drugs as well. Chinks Drugs. He wasn't really too conscious.
Was he murdered? Yes, he was murdered.
Yeah, right? He was murdered. He wasn't. Yeah, exactly. He wasn't too conscious, but in that sense, he didn't really. But he still was a real rapper, and he probably was not too. You know what I mean? He spoke about how the system was a negative thing. He wasn't just saying, "Oh yeah, there's money and we got money and I make and all this and boo hoo if you ain't got money." You know, it's not. He weren't kicking it in your face. He was just saying, "Look, I've made my money, but you know, I still know it's bad out there. It's not gravy." He was still kind of coming with this pop vibe, but that's what I said. Like the point I'm trying to make is, I've noticed all the real rappers or all the rappers that are talking about the system, it's like they've faded out or they've died. So that's definitely orchestrated.
That I fully agree with you.
That's not organic. Yeah.
No. The thing is, we've known this for a long time. It's like the way Talib Kweli or like look at Mos Def, what they done with him. It's just like they given him so many personal and visa problems and all of that because he was always speaking up too much. So what we kind of realized is like certain artists that are chatting absolute rubbish, they're the ones that get propelled to the top. And if you're talking too much sense, like that's not gonna be, then like whoever runs the music business is not gonna let that be the narrative. The sad part is when we start following those ideologies and saying, nah, we want to promote the bullshit in our community because it makes money. That's when it's gone messed up. It's like that's when their brainwashing's worked, because it's like, bro, we controlled you, now we're like making you think like how we want you to think and act like how we want you to act. So then there's obviously a result in society. But even like coming from an Asian place, I had to fight with so many family, like Schiffer. Do you remember Schiffer's not even here now, but one time he was with, like, Schiffer used to come to my house all the time. Eventually we all went out to dinner one time with my dad, my mum, all of this stuff. But when I first started hip hop, like the perceptions of what hip hop was to my parents, they're like, no, you're like going to the wrong side basically. And it took me years of actually having to sit my mum down, my dad, and explain to them like, Mum, we're just in the room in the studio, we're just making music, but it's bad. And then the videos and I'm like, Mum, that's just some manipulation and stuff. We're not all like that. We're not all trying to do that. I was like, okay, we got the little smoke, okay, but besides that, we're in your house doing that. Do you know what I mean? We're not out doing deviousness. And so that's something. It's like, where would even my parents get that stereotype from? It's just the media, isn't it? It's what's been portrayed. And so that's something. It's a real thing. It's like what people see in the media is what they get influenced by as well. And these are people who aren't part of certain cultures and everything. What can I say? When sorry, bro.
I was going to say, I definitely do believe that the numbers are being bumped up with all these sort of Drakes and Futures. When you go onto their thing, they've got like 40 million views.
They've got billions. They've got like, imagine someone's got 3 billion views.
The only way I can work out why they've got them sort of views is because maybe the people that are clicking on it, a majority of them are white people. So how much they love rap. And they think, all right, this is parental guidance. But apart from that, I still can't see them skewing them numbers when you got, like, for example, I used to listen to, I still do listen to, like, collaborations. Like I listen to Nas and Damian Marley, and Patience, and
that wicked tune, wicked video.
It had about 300 million views. Now they've taken that down. So you saw all of the
song down.
Yeah, well, they took that particular upload down. So the upload had about 300 million views in about 3 months. Now you look at it like that, you have 300 million views, all these comments. I was going through all of them and all the rest of it. It was really quite interesting to look at. Now they're taking that down. So obviously in effect it's getting less views. And the message they were giving over was completely to help out everybody in a situation where the government's taking advantage. So they skew the numbers on that. So people that even obviously you get the people that are like, clickbait people, this might be good, and so they've stopped that narrative, that possibility of happening, where people are going to clickbait it because it's got less views now, hasn't it? And there's people can be less influenced. This might be good. So it's like they're in every different. Why taking down the numbers is so detrimental to the movement, to the cause, everything. So they've done it with that tune. So I've noticed. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I've noticed. So what's to say that they're not doing it with all these rappers now, like Drake and Future, that come, or any of these rappers you'd say that are quite detrimental to the moral values that you'd want your kids to be listening and soaking in. You know what I mean?
More than likely, they do play with the numbers, and then they play with the radio as well as. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously, it's like, imagine if there's a rubbish song. If you play that rubbish song like 3 times in an hour, like people will start getting familiar with it, with something that like they don't even like, if you see what I mean. Whereas if you play Dead Prez 3 times an hour, they'd start feeling that one as well. So numbers and plays and stuff do actually count. And so it's like also the psychology, apparently, when people see something's got like 100 million views, they're like
what's called
gravitating
suggestive
more
thinking?
towards it.
It's called.
Okay. So
Can
then
you hear me?
imagine that. Yeah, we heard you said
Can you hear me?
suggestive thinking. Suggestive thinking.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
so imagine that. They're your suggestion. Okay, look, Drake is so like a billion views. Yeah, I want to be 1 billion and 2. But nowadays, it's like no one wants to be the 25th person listening to that video. Back in the day, we was proud to be number 0. Like, yo, I just discovered this, if you see what I mean. But now it's like such a, like you said, suggestive thinking, or also, you know, that whole collective sheepish kind of mentality. People are like, yo, you know, that's got more views, it must be good. So they equate views with being good. And obviously for a little time before the labels understood what views really were, they were equating the same thing, saying, yo, what's his views like? And based on that, we can do signings and all this type of thing. I think later on they realized that a lot of the views could be manipulated by the actual artists themselves.
They were doing a study called MK Ultra. I'm not sure if you heard about that.
Yeah, from back in the day, innit? As in the American military and everything.
They're saying what relates suggestive thinking was a huge way of convincing someone about something without them even really knowing or wanting it. But when the option comes up, it's more fresh in their mind. So it's like it's desensitization basically. So but suggestive thinking as well as these, you know what I mean? That then two combinations is what is what you're talking about. Like and as I said, it goes back to MK Ultra. It's so easy to manipulate the Western world.
You're right, and I'll tell you, because I was talking to Raskas a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, because we got to do some advertising for his clothing, innit? Promote some stuff. So I was like, bro, like what you need to do is, and I said, like, I wasn't meaning it in a bad way, but it was just the language I choose to use. And I said, bro, we need to run them adverts like several times, so they're getting brainwashed, meaning it's flash, flash, flash. So McDonald's. Then after the 10th time, you're like, I need a burger. And then automatically what comes up in your mind, or when you see that McDonald's, it flashes you back to all them instances of seeing it. So what I was trying to say to him is like, and I'm not really a great marketing person. So I've come at these from a totally different, I've come at marketing from like a spiritual side, but then trying to work out, shit, we need to use some things to actually get that sale, for instance. And so I was like, right, we need to then push, imagine one advert in 2 months, we need it like at least 5 times or something, so people see it once, oh yeah, whatever, see it again, they're more familiar, and then by the 5th time they're like, you know what, that's actually real, that's legit, you know what, I'm going to click on that and I'm going to purchase Raskas's merchandise now, for instance. So I think it's the same in it when you're playing that song every a couple of times in the hour and whatnot. It's the same thing. It's like basically if you push it on people, it's going to be adopted by people. The question is, what is there to be pushing? Like in let's just change it for a quick second. Like in not movies, like TV, serials, and all those kind of things. For the last 10 years, it's like all been about witchery and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Witches, and you're like, why are they pushing this witches narrative? Do you know what I mean? And then now in society, before Corona, there was a new trans narrative. It's like, why are you pushing that? So everyone's like, we see how agendas and things can actually be pushed on people, and you don't even like, some of them are blatant, some of them aren't, kind of thing, but it's happening all day long. But they're definitely like, no one's going to try and push like revolutionary stuff like Dead Prez or whatever onto like mainstream. Like they don't want that. And even someone in reggae said to me recently, he said, Saif, he said, listen, yeah, you'll be all right, but just make sure that you never get too big. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, just make sure as long as your movement's small, they like, you can be revolutionary, but your movement just can't be big.
Let me say,
like, how do you limit that?
No, I hear you, brother. I hear you. I was just saying, with what you were saying, something just a bell rang in my head. When we were growing up, what was the main thing that you saw advertised as an advert on TV, when in relation to it having an emotional effect on you?
The Yellow Pages with that old man looking for his book.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And another one as well. Pages. I'll tell you another one. NSPCC.
What's that?
The child protection. Oh, if if you're always getting hit. I think that was one of the most.
Because I was out of the country for a long time,
okay.
so I missed about 15 years of EastEnders too. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I wouldn't have done that one.
Yeah. So they played a lot of NSPCC, child protection thing, and it was about if you're getting abused by your. But I used to see it come up literally 10 times in one day. Did you see that, Toro?
Yeah, and you had the children. You had the children in the background. Child line. It is like, mate, what the fuck?
Yeah. So, but they play it less now. So obviously, that they've changed laws, and in 1997, I think was the last time you was able to actually
smack a child or something.
Forcibly restrain a kid in even schools now. So you can't even in these mad units with these youths, you can't touch them. So what that said to me is, what was their main reason of playing of having that there?
So your parents.
Yes, exactly.
To grasp your parents up, you mean?
Just to put your parents under pressure in a sense and give them less
power,
rights. I'm talking right, power and authority, and give them more opportunity to have their social care. You know what I mean?
Okay, so perfect example of that.
You've got to get paid. All these social care people are not doing it voluntary. They're getting paid a nice wage. Like we were talking about, a lot of these social care people, I don't know what sort of games they're playing up in there, but
and you know what they were tying that to?
Dodgy stuff going on there. Go on.
And you know what they were trying to connect that with? Michael Jackson and his father.
What do you mean?
Because around the 90s, they were trying to pay Michael Jackson's dad out to be a wicked man. That's why Michael Jackson changed his nose and done this. And he's saying Michael Jackson's dad used to beat him. And I noticed Michael Jackson used to be very popular around that time. So I think that they used that story of the black man always in the house beating the children and all these types of things and tied it with all these child line and
Turok. See, so Turok's seen. I was just gonna hold you there, Turok. Turok's a bad man as well. That's why you're smart. You're wise. So what I was gonna say is, that was for me. It was like, look, night after the war, the Windrush, and what is synonymous with black parents? They'll just say they'll lick you down if you stop playing games. Yeah. So it's curtain wire if you're playing games. So that was what it was. So where it was natural coming in from that culture, they demonized it to the point where a lot of parents, I can imagine the black parents in that period, were getting actually apprehended and pressured properly by police and catching all sorts of cases just from the mere fact that they were doing what their forefathers and parents did, and that was just normal. A
lot of Irish people used to beat their children as well. I remember one time I was in British Home Store as a youth, and it's the first time I ever heard this saying. I remember some woman grab up a little youth. It's like, I'm gonna punch your lights out. And I'm thinking, Ross.
I had a similar episode when I was a kid. I was like 7 years old, and this little scatty boy, we used to call him Scatty Batty, his name was Martin. So he was a little ginger, and he basically stabbed me with a pair of scissors in my head. I'm not even messing around. Yeah, man, he was like having so much issues at home. Obviously, we're kids, we don't know nothing. He just came up to me in the class and stabbed me with a pair of scissors, So next minute, it was a big hoo-ha and stuff. And then his mum came, my mum came. And then what happened now, his mum was like beating him up in the playground. And then my mum, the next minute, my mum came along like the hero. No, you can't do that. Give me your son for one afternoon. I'm looking like, my mum's got mad. Bro, she made Martin come to my house and play with me. But the point was that it was like the way his mum was attacking him, and it was just like, so that was interesting. And I always remember that. I'm like, Mum, I got stabbed in the head, and now you're bringing this boy to my house. And she's like, nah, you don't understand. That's weird. And she's like, you don't understand what type of life he's got. And I was like, I don't know. But then, do you know what I mean? Like a lot of kids, like they go through, especially single, families and stuff like. And And
Gingers
ginger.
is having hard, boy.
Okay, no. I always ask English people. I say it bemuses me how you lot are racist to your own ginger, and I don't explain. Children in your Welsh. I ask them to their face.
Even the black people can join in with the ginger cussing and everything.
I'm just saying. I do ask them. I'm like, you guys are funny, man. What is it about the Gingerans and the Welsh that have you so up? Do you know what I mean? Like you just don't like them. You know, like it's and there you go. You know, that's interesting to me.
I've even heard sayings like I heard like white girls saying, "Oh, could you imagine if you had a child who was ginger?" It's like, what do you mean? Like,
serious?
They're like, what would you do? It's like, what do you mean? What would you do? Trust me, man. And if you notice, it was mostly like the ginger youths were kind of hyperactive.
Yeah,
Martin
was hyper and ginger.
Some of them ginger youths were nuts, mate. I tell you that now.
Bruh. I used to think they used to. I used to think that they used to feed their kids on tango or something. Remember the tango? I mean, that.
Oranges, innit? Oranges.
Listen, some of them carrot tops were flaming, mate.
They're fire starters. Them youths there, bro.
Haven't you not seen that American video with the ginger in here? And he comes on and he's like, "Yo, listen, gingers have got souls too." You never seen that clip? It's a real clip, and he's coming. He's like, "Nah." He's like, "We're human. We're real. We're people. We got feelings too. I'm tired of you lot calling me a ginger. Gingers have got souls as well." And he's like, he's really and. It's like everyone's making a joke of it, but it's actually he's being quite heartfelt. He's being real. He's like, bro, we're humans. We got a soul. And it's like, and he's like literally 16 years old or something. And everyone's joking about it because he's a little bit tubby or whatever. But it's actually some real stuff. Like you could use it as a nice skit for a hip hop tune. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad.
That's what you said about the NSPC thing. Obviously, look at one thing we discovered, like just to go back to this horrible topic, but the P thing was institutionalized by, you know, like imagine MPs were going to boys' homes and stuff. You know about all of this, innit? That big tubby MP who's dead and stuff. So what I'm thinking is maybe in that period, like, because I think we're kind of similar ages, but one might be a bit older than the other and whatnot. So let's say from the 70s to the 80s kind of thing. Wasn't that a time when a lot of kids, like not even, they've always been bringing kids into away from the parents, and then the kids get fiddled in it. So maybe is that part of like, yo, if we promote that more, then even there's more chances that like the kids call us up, and guess what we're doing? We're taking them away, innit? Once we're taking them away, they're getting fostered left, right, and center, innit? So
well, you probably had a lot of people that were like that were in with the institution family wise, but you know, and they thought, oh yeah, that was their time to sort of get in there. So I wouldn't say it was probably really done from the top down. It was just probably a couple of people that went in there with that intention, like how it is with the police force. So you'll get
right.
You'll get a lot of, or you know, you'll get a lot of police or a couple of police that are actually there for the, you know what I mean. But you get the rotten apples that come in and think, all right, or the racists thinking, all right, we'll come in there now. So we don't like black people, and this is just like free reign for us. We can go and start, you know, harassing them. So that's probably definitely
yes, you're right.
Like definitely is something that was 100% happening, I'd say, inside the social care realm.
Just to note, someone just pointed out that I think I read the comment. He said that Michael Jackson and DMX kind of fought the higher powers. I don't know if he said they're with them or kind of fought against them. I always believe that's why Michael Jackson got taken down, like his actual his persona and everything. They just tried to ruin that man's face so much, because like at the end of the day, look, you see what we're talking about here, yeah? Michael Jackson had a song called The Lost Children, and he's written a whole song saying like, yo, this song is for all the lost children in the world. And that's definitely something which a lot of people aren't trying to acknowledge, especially like a mega star.
That's a good point you make.
So I always feel that that's why they put that narrative on him, that he's into kids, because he was trying to rescue the children for real and talk about these things. Like imagine he's so powerful. I'm bad, you know, from you know, Off the Wall, all of that from the Jacksons, from when he was 5 years old, isn't it? So how can that guy really, like, think about it? The guy who was on stage like at 5 years old, like he was always been a youthful person. Sorry, bro.
And you know with the
I think you was cutting out a little bit, Turok. Yes, Papa G, talk to us because Turek's gone down for a second.
Yeah, what's going on? What's the chat about?
King Gold, I'll let you explain the chat because I came in late.
Yeah, we're talking about Michael Jackson, weren't we? And the whole sort of I don't even want to say it, the P movement in it, the whole sort of NSPCC adverts when we were kids and how that was getting pushed, and it was kind of like a pipeline for sort of people in the industry or in the establishments to be able to take advantage of children.
Okay.
Right. So that was when it was happening. So around about 2000, maybe mid 90s was a sort of, that was when it started really making moves on how much authority parents had with their kids. And then it's gone on to how the social services actually really taken advantage of. There's been a lot of people come forward, and Michael Jackson and whatnot with him. What was it now? With him.
What do you know about the
and he was basically sorry, I was gonna let you take over. He was trying to say maybe he possibly with these lost kids was trying to take over. Trying to let people know about the fact that kids were getting,
abducted and all types. Do you know what I mean? They've been sacrificed and everything. Like a lot of darkness is happening to some kids. But yeah, so I think that he was really trying to shed a light on these things, and it's just like they had to defame him in whatever way possible.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know too much. I don't know really too much about that except for his Walt Disney.
Yo, Gordon, what's going on?
All I know is it's Walt Disney and all them things there. So Walt Disney has played a big part in it all. But what do you know the story about why they want to abuse kids?
Oh, I think it's got to do with some of that Freemasonry and sort of Egyptian mystery school and all that type of thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like when you the reading was that when you shock kids, there's something that goes into their blood. What is it called? Like
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Yes, all of that business.
That's the thing that makes you young and live long and all that stuff. All that's kind of madness. But when it comes down to like ingredients for fetuses and aborted fetuses and that, and they're in certain drinks and in certain McDonald's
products.
So to
and
me,
cream.
it's a bit much because there's with fetus they say they grind them down and they give them as powder. Like there must be something in that powder to make them do this stuff.
No, you said it right there, because in America, you've got something called Planned Parenthood, and that's the organization that that is pro abortions and all that kind of stuff. And I think they run the clinics where you go and have the abortion. Yeah. Guess what one of the Planned Parenthood's other businesses is? If anyone could guess, but then, okay, their businesses, they sell fetuses and fetus parts. So I was like, that's crazy. So on one side, you're encouraging everyone to have open, like free sex and then obviously have abortions. And on the flip side, you've got a list of kidneys, a fetal limbs, fetal heart, fetal brain, full fetus, all of that. And there's prices on all of that. And then what Gordon just mentioned, what Papa G just mentioned earlier, yeah, about the additives in the food and everything. So I just randomly read that last night, and what it was, yeah, like there's a chemical, and there's a company, and what they did was in 1970 something, they took some cells from a kidney of a fetus, and then they've basically cloned them, and then from that they make some food additive enhancer type product. So I was just reading about it yesterday, and then some people were trying to dispel that as like a myth or something. And then another website, they were like, so I'm just saying, it's like,
how come about COVID-19 and that? How come you're not talking about the devil worship people then? Like, what about what brought this subject on today? Because when it comes to about kids being hurt and that, I usually cover those subjects. I
Yeah,
might just leave
Tuesday, something that I don't really like. That's why I haven't really spoke up too much on the subject myself. But
Because someone mentioned Bambata, that's where it
but
came
I
from.
did, yeah, I think we were talking about, I think, the way they're trying to program us through the music, and there was all like every single thing was covered, every sort of area was covered in order for them to get more control and for, you know, quote unquote, black people or minorities to lose it. Do you know what I mean? So for example, we had NWA. Okay, so yeah, got more people in the pipeline to jail. Clearly, we had Bone Thugs and Harmonies, who got more people sort of thinking about spirituality, not so much Christianity. I know we're talking about how it was a double meaning and it was actually satanic. But yeah, just a couple of other different sort of ways they program people, and it all sort of started in the mid 80s or something like that. So, well, from what I can see, it has myself, you know, because I'm 35 now. So, I mean, I've been through it, and I'm old enough to spot the pattern, so to speak.
But what's interesting, what you said about pattern, it's something that my mom taught me years ago. Like, you might not need to have an education, but if you've got time and experience, then you actually start seeing patterns. And one day she was talking about all this crazy economics with me, and I'm like, Mum, how did you work all this out? And she's like, oh, I've seen it year in, year out, year in, year out. And so that's what King Gold just said about like spotting patterns. That's something that like only time and experience can give us that. And that's something, I know I'm going off topic, but I think that's part of what wisdom is, and getting older and wiser. And that's something that I think they, especially in hip hop, they don't promote that at all, because it's like you're getting older, you're out of the loop, you're out of the game, you're an old has-been now. Do you know what I mean? Whereas it's like, nah, it's like they should have.
And also,
remember, we already just discussed that that's not wisdom, is not what they're trying to promote in hip hop. You know, it's like positivity is not what is being, you know, promoted actively.
and also to add on to what King of God was saying again with the child line. Around that same time, they were showing you like all these African children with flies on them and all these different deteriorating, and saying for you to donate to certain Oxfam and all these different types of things. But what we've learned later on down the line, that they tried to say some of these people already had AIDS and all these types of things. If you remember back in the 90s, certain times they used to try to say these children who are malnourished already, they try to say they already got AIDS. And a lot of these people, I think they affected a lot of these people, man.
Infected these people, did you say?
Yeah, but they infected people with like different types of diseases, especially HIV, I think, because they always try and say to people, if you went to the sexual health clinic, have you been with anybody from the third world or Africa? Basically, they're trying to say. And in the 90s, I think there was a little thing that came out with a Dutch guy that tried to do a biological warfare on the South Africans, and I think it was probably the same thing, because even the Israelis, with the flash of Jews that were going in there from Ethiopia, there was already I forgot what they were doing. They were sort of stopping their reproductive thing. I forgot what the word is.
I didn't even know about that. But they
sterilization.
Yeah, but the thing how they were doing it's through the children, with that child line, with Michael Jackson's father beating him and all these other children, that there was like really, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of manipulation that was going on around that time.
So really, that goes back to Tekashi 6ix9ine, and why is he way more acceptable now to sort of be able to snitch, and who's endorsing it? We're saying it's probably most likely from you know, these sort of airy-fairy LGBT liberalist anything goes sort of thing, all inclusive. Yeah, that's why they're trying to get the real out and fucking weirdness in. Not even saying fake. It's moved on from there. It's weird. It's literally weird. Fraggle Rock.
You know what's so interesting?
Hollywood. Yeah.
King Gold, what you just said there, I wrote a lyric last night, yeah, and I'm like, I kind of, it was like, yeah, where the real, like the fake is now the real, but you just extended it. It's gone from like fake to actually bizarre now. Do you understand? I have to update my lyrics. Sorry, now I have to update my lyric.
But also another point where the brother was talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony, they came from Ohio, Cleveland, and also Maryland.
Yes.
Manson come from that there as well. And I've also noticed with like the younger generation, there's like an artist called Trippy Red, and like he's sort of like a black youth sort of, but
Yeah,
you
Trippy
can
Red.
tell that he's well influenced.
He looks like a gargoyle, isn't it?
He's like an albino, I think, or something like that. But you can tell that he's well influenced. I don't know if it's something to do with the area of Cleveland or the people around that area, but they seem very into their cults up them sides there.
Goes back to, remember we were saying earlier about like in the last 10 years they had all the witchcraft shows, like, and basically witchcraft, what is it? Basically it's the occult, isn't it? So that was very interesting, like from Harry Potter, this, and then all these TV shows like young teenage witches and this and that, and you're like, and obviously they had Bewitched in the 70s, innit? But for me that's always like been a sign of like the occult side of things, which we know is real. We know it's real. Because if you're from Africa or Asia or India or Haiti or even places in the Caribbean islands and South America, they practice a certain types of voodoo.
Well, listen, I'll tell you something.
Stuff, so it's like these, like, it's definitely real.
Sorry to cut you, fella. Sorry. This is something really important. Now, when you're talking about this voodoo and rituals, and they're trying to do this whole movement where they're doing this satanic stuff, I wouldn't say that was so wrong. The reason being is because now I've been on this Worldstar Hip Hop, going through a couple of videos. I run along a video. Girl dies. Headline was girl dies from trying to summon a spirit of a voodoo spirit. How do they know she? Why they look? They put it back to that. She just died out of nowhere. It could have been coronavirus. It could have been anything. But they said, all right. She did a Ouija board or something, and she did a ritual to a voodoo doll. And I'm thinking, all right, so what we're going to start seeing now, this is my opinion, they're going to see a lot
I've never even heard about this. So I'm interested.
If you go on YouTube, go on. Yeah, so
I'm listening to you. Yeah,
we're going to start seeing a lot of voodoo, anti-African spirituality. We're going to start seeing it as the main push alongside this Chinese thing, because they're going to see a lot of black people now starting to look back towards, Africa and a spiritual system, Kemet, and so you'll see a lot of demonization now. Is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Tura, I don't know if you've noticed that, but
yeah, definitely, and even bringing it back to that era again, a lot of the rock music was very I don't know how to put it, but it had a different type of vibration to it, and along there you had a lot of children committing suicide and all these different things, like the emos and grungers and all different types of names they gave to these types of people. But I think that it was sort of like some of these European people, they were getting back to their pagan ways, if anything. Like they make it look very
Odin and all of them things.
Yeah, basically they were just going back to their ways, basically. But
that's all back. It's blood sacrifice, isn't it?
Yeah, they go deep, because it goes back to that man Vlad the Impaler from Romania, Dracula and all them type of things.
Because he had the castle, and is that what you're talking about? They used to like kind of capture people and do things and stuff.
Yeah. And the villages.
There was a woman as well who was doing stuff like that in one of them kind of places, I suppose. But yeah, it's I think they call it Wicca, like it's like Wiccan or something like that. It's like a pagan thing that you mentioned. It's something like Wiccan or something like that along the lines. And obviously, like, how can I say it? Because the English people or the natives of this country, they had their own kind of occultness as well, if you see what I mean. But here's something very interesting to me. What they taught me was, what I was informed about was that, you see, the Christianity in this country is actually shrouded with paganism.
100%.
And it was something to do with, like, when the Romans came along, like, how were they supposed to make all the people in England start adopting Christianity, for instance? And that was the way. It was like, okay, well, if we'll let your pagan stuff through. So it's like you can carry on with the pagan rituals, but it's now under this new Christianity type banner or border or something. So that's kind of interesting to me. Obviously, it's like, people are going to go back to their ancient stuff 100%, but I can only speak from my side, innit, what I know. So one thing from a Muslim perspective, what it's always taught us from day one is that we walk on earth with the jinns, and they're like a different type of spirits, in it. And obviously, so there's humans and jinns, and obviously we can communicate with jinns and vice versa, but what it says is that the jinns are just as mischievous as humans. So if we then take the jinn's word for it, then that jinn might be setting us up for something. So that's when in Islam it says this much: whatever culture you're from doesn't matter, but if you're a follower of this practice, then don't deal with the occult. You work on your faith, you work on maybe what you want God to deal for you and whatnot, and obviously work for yourself, but don't go to the occult side. And in our culture, like Bengalis especially, voodoo is rife.
Caribbean as well. There's a lot of that sort of Hindu sort of.
Yeah. And we used to joke with my mum. We're like, "Your mum, have you been to Leicester?" "Oh yeah, I went to Leicester." I was like, "Oh, did you go and see your voodoo man?" Because my mum used to come back with all these little pieces of paper and writing and put in some water and this and that. And then it's like in Bangladesh, it's like when certain people are acting funny and stuff, it's like, yo, is there like actually? So out there, it's like, no, they're like, no, you people are being cursed and all types of stuff. And the thing is, like, sometimes you're like, is this just all a whole bunch of like hogwash or something? But I remember as a kid, this is what I remember myself seeing. Someone in the village stole something of ours. We all went to the village, yeah. Then someone stole something. So then everyone's like, they all got called out. They're like, yo, what? Like, obviously my dad was pretty angry. So they called like an imam or something, and he put some oil, I don't know what kind of oil it was, on all of our thumbs. And he said, put your two thumbs together and look at them. And I don't know how many people were there doing it. And then on someone's finger, I think it was my sister's or someone, it was like, and this is crazy because we were there, but it showed like a vision of someone. Do you see what I mean? And then obviously someone came out and said, look, it was me. Now you could all say, okay, that's just superstition and you guys imagine it and everything. But I still remember as a kid, I'm like, that was such a weird kind of, situation to be in. Obviously there's a lot of frauds and fakes in that, because remember, it's good money. If people, if you're telling them, look, I can talk to spirits and make things happen for you, obviously they're willing to pay you a lot of money for that. But I do believe there's still a little, okay, how about this here? Spell, words, everything. You do realize this is spelling, we're spells, they are spells. So sometimes you might say a prayer and something, what might actually work out for you, or all of a sudden you said that prayer, you're not scared anymore. There's certain prayers in Islam, if you say them, you will not be scared after that. And then my mum's told me that there's a whole bunch of other prayers. Saif, when you're angry, say this one, but I don't know them all. Do you know what I mean? Because I get angry quite a lot. I lose my temper. And she's like, nah, you just got to say that prayer. You'll be good. Someone else said, years ago when I was 14, it was a funny little boy in Bangladesh, and a really nice kid. He embraced me in the school. Like, I didn't know anyone. And I was like the only like English medium kid there. And I was like well out of place. And this little Bengali boy just like took me on board somehow. And he wrote a little prayer on a piece of paper. And he said, put this in your wallet, yeah? And as long as you keep this in your wallet, you'll always have money in your wallet. And it wasn't like, yo, you're going to be like Puff Daddy millionaire status. But he's like, you'll always have a note in your wallet. And I kept that for like 10 years or something. And it was just, you know what I mean? Little things like that. So if those things are legit, then why can't the other side of it also 100% be legit? Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you can believe in God or an angel or something, you know what I mean? Or we understand that spirituality is real, then it's like, there's also a dark side that we should acknowledge as well. And the case is, do we want to go there personally? Me, I'm like, man, there's too much in life anyway to get confused with than talking to them spirits as well. I leave them well alone. But on one note, when I moved to my house, the people who used to live here, they're buried in my back garden, like their ashes under a tree. And so the people who gave us the house said, look, we give you the house here, but you have to promise us that you'll never ever, like, you always keep that there. So I'm like, okay, cool. But when the first night I was in that house alone, I was so scared, because I'm like, I'm in someone's house. Like, this was their territory there, for like 30, 40, 50 years. Now I'm in their spot and I didn't know what to do. So I went to my back garden and I had a word with them. And ever since I had that word, like, when I say that to people, they're like, are you some nuts or something? I like, are you crazy or nuts, or is it just you're a figure of your imagination? I said, nah, I went to speak to them. And I invited them to have a conversation with me, and I promised them that I'll always look after their house and I'll look after their disabled son. Because what happened, the guy who was supposed to have this house, he's now like some homeless type dude because his sister sold him out. Bro, it's deep. His sister sold him out, and he now walks around our area collecting rubbish from everyone. All the rich people in the houses give him like like 5 and 10 pence, because apparently he likes coins and he's a bit slow, isn't it? But what they don't realize is he knows everything. Every time I bring him back in the house, I'm like, yo, this, like, he's like, oh, how's my room? How's this? How's that? I show him everything, and he'll sit there and have proper chats with me. And then he'll tell me about how number 52 down the road gave him 20 pence and a bag full of maggots. And I said, look, can you go and get rid of that? Yeah, I'm just saying. And what they don't realize is this man was supposed to be the owner of this house. And I always have that little feeling in me. I'm like, man, your sister sold you out. But it's amazing. People don't look at that, and they look at Jimmy walking down the road like, who's this retarded guy? And they don't realize that he's actually just as worthy as all of us. And he's supposed to be the son of this house. So I always have a little kind of funny feeling, but that's the reason I went and I made peace with his parents and said, you know what? I'm gonna like do what I can at least, and to look after your lot's legacy, and obviously to understand that your son's been like messed over. And we didn't know this. We just came along to get our place in it. Is later on, obviously, it's like you can ignore stuff if you want, or you can dig a little deeper in it and start asking questions and stuff. Then later, and it got to a point like the sister lived like next door. She sold their house as soon as she could because she needed the money. She bought her the Jimmy, who's like very slow and everything, and he's like a 50-year-old man. She bought him a little flat, put him in that. But then within a year, she took him out of it so she could rent it out and put him in government accommodation. And I felt so bad because he was like, I said, how's the place that you live in? He said, well, it's okay, Saif, but you know, they don't let you lock the doors, and you know, the staff are very nice, but I'm the only normal person. He said, everyone else is a little bit ill there. And guess what the most amazing thing is here? Jimmy is a music specialist. Bro, I asked him one time, I said, Jimmy, yeah? I said, just tell me randomly, have you got Midas Touch? Yeah? Do you remember that song Midas Touch by that group? Right, bro, he had that on LP on 7-inch. The next day it was at my doorstep. I said, are you mad? Next minute, bro, this guy, he's giving me all his collection. Yeah, I'm like, Jimmy, don't give it to your sister, give it to your nieces, your nephew. No, Saif, I'm only gonna just give it to the charity shop. I'm just gonna do it. He's given me Madonna, and I said to him, Jimmy, thank you so much. I'm just the holder of your music because I'm so blessed here. 3 people have given me their music collections, and I know they gave it to me because they knew I wouldn't sell it. They know that I hold it. So I'm like, do you know what? These don't belong to me. I hold them till you're ready. If you ever want to take them back, but these ain't getting sold. Bro, I'm talking about Madonna's like original LPs and stuff, like all 80s music, you name it. But when I was like, Jimmy, have you got Midas Touch by, I forgot the name of the group in it, and he's just like, yeah. And I was like, look at that, someone that they say is a madman and crazy, yeah, and he's an absolute record vinyl connoisseur, and he knows music from like 20 years ago, and you're like, this is like crazy. And so people don't realize that. What you talk to Jimmy about? I'm like, music. Do you understand? And that's back to one thing. I only know Schiffer because of music. And so music for me has been something that has allowed me to look. Schiffer's come back right now on music, so that was our cue, you know what I mean? But yeah, that music has taken me around the world and back, especially like mixing with people. I'm sorry I've deviated.
Your mate's got you boogie into Madonna and that, yeah?
Yeah, man.
And all that.
All of that, man. All of that.
I have to love. Yeah, I remember them tunes there.
But bro, this is a guy, yeah, that in our local area, he just walks around with a trolley and he just cleans up the street for free. Do you understand? And everyone thinks he's a nutter. But I was saying to them, this was the guy who, like, whose parents owned my house, innit? And everyone treats him like a retarded. But we have the most deepest musical conversations and stuff. And you're just like, wow, you know, it's like something makes a person tick. You know, they might be not normal for the rest of society, but on this music thing, the guy, like, I was just amazed. And then he's like telling about reggae stuff and whatnot. And I've got a couple of reggae LPs. And it's just, it was a beautiful thing. Just be like, wow, this guy's like, he really loves music.
7 inches and all the 12 inches, the records, that is. Pause.
Yeah. Say that again, Chifa?
I said, tell him bring all of the 7-inch records and the 12-inch records. Pause.
Bro, that's what I'm trying to get them. So look, I'm going to even show you, yeah, slowly. I'm getting it all, yeah. Hold on. Man was giving me all types of, look, Culture Club, you know, like that boy, but I'm just saying, like, all original stuff, like Madonna, what is this, Rescue Me? These are songs here that we probably ain't even heard in like 30 years or something. Do you know what I mean? Madonna, Erotica, and this is all original stuff here. and you're just like, wow.
Man, erotica, is that what you brothers getting funky to, yeah?
No, that was actually a Bengali thing. A guy who's now an MP, he had 2 of Madonna's albums. That was one of them. And I'm not going to lie, it was a bad album. I can't even lie about that.
Those days, they make music properly in those days,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. You know, like, what's this? Midas Touch, Midnight Star. That's the one. That's the group. I can't believe he even had that. But yeah, it's amazing. Different cultures, different generations, but we all connecting on music. That was the beautiful part of it. And that's why I do music. I can't get away from music. I can't help it.
Tell him I got a whole box of 20p's, man. Bring the records.
Yeah. No, I need to find him, innit? I need to find him.
That's powerful, man. Yeah,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, music is just one of those powerful things, man. It brings back so many memories. It brings back people, like even deaf people. They can listen to reggae music because of the vibrations, and there's certain people like deaf people that would, they would take their shoes off and just dance by just the bass alone from reggae.
Dance with them big jamo speakers, they're feeling the wave of the music, you know.
Bro, in Carnival, when you're walking past them, I remember one time I was going past the speakers. I didn't have to walk. You know what was happening? The speaker was vibrating me along the road, bro. I'm not even lying to you.
Honestly, the frequencies go right through your body, like on certain big speakers and shit like that.
Yeah,
like it feels like a wave going through your body. That with bass, it's just like wow.
Especially for like a deaf person, that would be like a really intense feeling as well, because their other like it's like their hearing might have gone down, but then their other senses are like way more enhanced and stuff, innit?
True. Yeah, that would be crazy though. Imagine not being able to hear, but you can just feel the big bass licking you. That must feel nuts.
That's what I'm saying, isn't it? It's like they'll be experiencing it in a totally different way.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. Just make your brethren come with the 7-inch records and the 12-inch records, man. Tell him I got a whole box of 20p's, man. We can do some business.
Do you know what I'm saying? No, that's what he said to me the other day. He's like, so I was like, Jimmy, all right, then fine. You're gonna give him to me like some more. And I was like, but how much am I paying you? And I think that's what he charged, 20 pence a piece. If I had more, I'd give him more. But the main thing is I keep them. I'm not trying to sell them. So it's like if anyone ever needs their records, they will get it right back. I've got Tony's dancehall collection, literally everything from green sleeves and everything. I've got that whole collection here. My sister's full Michael Jackson and all that era of music, Whitney Houston, everything. I got that waiting for her. And now I've got Jimmy's collection. And I just feel so blessed that all 3 parties trusted me to like be the holder of their music, if that makes sense.
It's pretty heavy though, isn't it, as well?
You what, sorry?
It's heavy as well, isn't it? Like my dad used to collect a lot of records and do DJ as well. Bloody heavy work, man.
Right. Okay. But that was what reggae stuff, innit?
Well, what I play clips or a bit of everything. R&B.
Okay.
I just remember like picking up them record cases and it's like, mate, this is only records in the soul.
The crazy thing is, I've got like probably like 400 or 500 more than that hip hop albums, and it's just a couple of gigabytes. You know what I mean, in a folder or something, and you're like, wow. Like, and what a lot of the time, like, see that whole reggae collection that was given to me, the guy gave it to me for exactly that reason. He's like, bro, it's taking up too much space. So you've got equipment and everything, Saif. I'll give you the records, but what you got a job to do. What's that? He's like, you got to record everything onto CD for me. That was the day when I'm putting the vinyl on the vinyl player, got the audio going into the piece, like into the sound card, and like playing every song, recording it. And then I put that all on like CD for him. And then I'm like, bam. And so he's like, okay, cool. You've got the masters now, Saif, and I've got my copies, which I can then access easily. So that was someone who had a massive collection and they just wanted to whittle down their space and everything. And I was like, and obviously, and put it digital so they could still listen to their music. So yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, so certain people can't even part with their records, you know what I mean? Certain people are like, that's them, you know what I mean?
I think a lot of it is space as well. I think sometimes we do take granted space and people don't actually have space in it. and then that's when they're just like, what do I do? What do I do? And then it's like, luckily, if they get someone like, you know what I mean, that can look after it, that's brilliant. Otherwise, they're really having to give this stuff away, innit? And Tony didn't want to say, like, someone else was desperate for his record collection, but he was like, I'm not giving it to Neil because I know Neil's gonna sell it, but you ain't gonna sell it. So, and I'm like, okay, then I'm happy with that. I'm like, all right, then I better have storage for this for the rest of my life.
Wow.
Shifa, you got any points to add to us? Oh, sorry, bro.
And also, people used to say like the vinyl is like a powerful thing. Like people are saying that the sound of the vinyl is like it gives off a chemical reaction to a lot of people as well.
Okay, I do know that the actual record itself like has different like the vinyl itself. It can play different frequencies that a CD can't, for instance. So there's more data in an analog recording, which is vinyl basically, than all these digital ones, which is like, remember someone came the other day and said ones and zeros and binary and whatnot. So that's what we're listening to a CD in, zeros, ones, zeros, ones. But the analog vinyl is basically it's fully analog. So I don't know why they say there's more of a warmth in it as well, but it's the same way in it. Like when you're recording certain music, there's something called a tube, or an amp, like a tube mic or a tube amp, or it's like a valve or a tube, whatever you want to call it. And when you put your sound through there, the warmth that it adds, and Shifa, everything you recorded with me was with a tube in it, but that warmth that it straightway adds to the vocals. It's like after I've used that valve, I would never ever record a song or a vocal without a valve, if you know what I mean. And they taught me that in Australia. They showed me that in Australia. They're like, bro, you need a valve, you need tubes, you need all of this stuff. And then I took that information from Australia and I came and I used it in hip hop, and I was like, I'm never going back. So it's like I'm stacked out with valve stuff, and it's beautiful. It gives a warmth to it. And then obviously on vinyl, it's like because what happens when they master the track differently for vinyl, innit? And that mastering as well, combined with the fact that it's on the actual plastic or wax or whatever, it's like I don't know the technical ins and out, but I do know that it has more frequency and kind of variation than the same song on the CD, for instance, or MP3.
Okay.
So that's very interesting. So even what like Gordon said to me once, he was like, yo, when you get your Gordon or 279, one of them said it, and he was like, when you go to Chris to get your dub plate done, make sure whatever mix he because they're gonna mix it for the vinyl, innit? He's like, get that mix on a CD as well, because then you've got it nicely mastered as well for a digital release. And I was like, oh, that's a reverse way of thinking, if you see what I mean. Yeah, because then so I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Not true.
Well, mastering is mastering at the end of the day.
Because even when you
what was you gonna say?
Say that again, brother? I was gonna say you could even tell the difference when just how he was saying that he recorded a lot of the vinyl onto CD. Like if you listen to the ones on YouTube that are played through via vinyl, like they sound much better.
It's almost a bit thicker or something. You just hear more something going on. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't explain it. I don't know, but it just feels thicker, if anything, more solid.
Round and everything.
Yeah. Digital, for me, digital tended to be tinny. It's very tinny. That's what I always found it. Everything digital is just tinny, and then it's almost like with the valves and the tube and the analog, it all starts feeling a bit more natural. Maybe I don't know.
Because if go on, brother. No, go on.
Yo, P.
I was just gonna say
on off binary 1 1 0 1 0 1. Whereas when you're listening analog, like how we're talking right now, obviously through the phone it's a bit tricky, but when we're talking face to face, see the difference between when we're talking face to face and how it sounds on the phone, innit? Because we're going through digital here. But loads of analog, digital, and it all gets messed up in the middle, innit?
What, from a house phone, you mean?
Yeah, so it's like, imagine, like, not even a house phone. I'm talking now, so my speech is in analog, isn't it? And then I suppose as soon as it's converted now into something in the phone, digital, and then passed across airwaves and wires and whatnot. So it's like, obviously, it's a reduction in the.
Yeah, it's like for you, like, because a lot of the phone lines are analog, so it's like for your reception to be messed up, it would have to be something from like over a satellite or something. It's just like a clear sort of stream.
Do they talk about is it the frequency that their actual music is played at is what's detrimental to your mood?
I heard that's what a lot of this new trap music, it works with frequencies that kind of affect your mood.
Yeah,
So I know that reggae vibration.
they can manipulate it. They know.
Yeah. So with reggae, maybe that's why we're so drawn to reggae for a certain reason, because we're in tune with those frequencies in reggae, that heavy vibration, the bass and whatnot, and then you get a very nice, pleasant feeling about yourself in it. Whereas I have heard that a lot of this new music that the trap and whatnot, and these certain frequencies that they're actually actively using is like it works on different parts of your brains. And I do believe that, because look at what we just said about the deaf people, in it. They can't hear anything, but the vibrations are doing something to them. So obviously, what is a vibration? It's still a frequency, in it. And then also, just on another level, if you break us down into molecular levels, like we're actually a bunch of vibrating atoms and molecules, like all just like vibrating together, shaking. And obviously, like the whole world is that everything in front of us, everything we touch in, or it's all about vibrations and frequencies. It's just, I personally don't know enough about that, but I do know that I have heard that, like what King Gold just said, in the music, especially in some of this modern music, but I would say probably even some of the 70s music, there was probably putting frequencies, like working with certain frequencies that were, like attuned to a different part of your conscious or subconsciousness or something.
No, definitely. It's like an orchestra, isn't it? It's like when the orchestra plays like something very dramatic, or you know what I mean, very up, and like it brings up your sort of endorphins a bit. And I find drill is sort of the same way, in a sense. It's very like high intense, like
okay, so
music, if you know what I mean.
You feel that drill has even some frequency? Because I haven't given it enough time, because it's like the frequency or whatever like turned me off straight away. But are you saying that you actually find that there's some vibrations coming out of drill, like some high energy vibration? Because I get what you said about the orchestral thing, because I noticed what they do is like you'll watch video clips here, and anytime they've got this over dramatic kind of orchestral music and they're talking about some real stuff, I shut it off, because I'm like, no, you're trying to manipulate me with the music. And music is so important like that, especially in documentaries. Like, you watch a lot of like documentaries or films, and they've got this kind of pop, 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 and you're like, yo, you think I'm dumb or something? Do you see what I mean? So it's like there's different music that they make as accompaniments, and you're like, that is really affecting the mood of something. And so sometimes you can blatantly see in a documentary where the music is supposed to sway your thought process as well. And I'm like, no, I'm not having that. I don't want that. Yeah.
But it goes deeper than that, because think nowadays the music ain't real no more, innit? So when our parents was growing up now, all the music was being played by instruments, and then one day someone came in with the synthesizer, and it's gone from synthesizer to Cubase,
Atari,
all of these what is it, Fruit Loops and whatever, and now it's just all computer based, in it. So a man will take a guitar sound, but what they're doing with that guitar sound is impossible to play on the guitar. You can't play. So back in the day, music actually had a heartbeat to it, because you had to play from your own heartbeat. You could only go to a certain tempo. You couldn't do what you couldn't go beyond what was humanly possible, other than in just the mix down, the mastering, the editing. But now we've way surpassed that, innit? So the music's gonna do different things to people, man. Music sends out vibration signals. We know this. Come on, man.
You made a good point there. It's sort of like, like rock music, when it's got its high adrenaline. But if you notice with rock music, it hasn't really got a beeline to it. That's the only problem with rock music. With the grime, I mean, the drill music and the grime, sort of the same sort of pattern music. It's like it's using a lot of church organ sort of sounds, but it's using like the dramatic part of it, but with a beeline. Like that's what rock doesn't have, and I think that's what it's sort of encapsulating the mood a lot more with the body.
Beeline though, you know, but it's not Beeline like we know Beeline. They just turn it down, innit? Like, but obviously they got bass guitar in it, so
Yeah, but it's not like a heartbeat, as you were saying. It's not like a heart.
Something interesting someone said about Korn the other day about, and they're like a kind of rock metal group, and they were saying that basically the fact that the way they play their bass makes them stand out from other metal music because their bass is a little bit more prominent. So that was interesting, and then I started listening in more. I'm like, yo, where's this bass line? Like, I'm not hearing it so much, but then when someone mentioned it, I'm like, okay, I'm hearing it. And the thing is, I do a lot, like Schiffer knows I do like metal as well. So I've got a project with the Russian guy. It's like me and him, pure heavy metal. It's like almost like Marilyn Manson type music or Korn or whatever. And then I'm doing all my rap and everything. And within that, that's when I started. You what?
You weirdos.
No, it's true. Oh, come on, man. Listen.
I was thinking you should do a remix, something like that, to the you know that tune what you released the other day. I was thinking you need something like that, something dramatic, like a little, like a rock or even like a dancey sort of like a remix, if you know what I mean, like the man they called, or even a reggae bit to it. I forgot the man that make all that sort of drum and bass reggae. You know the man who made like the drum and bass reggae, like the Euro sort of tech. Like if you had like even a remix of the tune you dropped the other day and a bit more. You know what I mean? I think it'll be a banger, bro. Honestly.
Yeah, it could do with some remixes still, definitely.
And we should be doing remixes for our songs. You know, like when we put tracks out, it's like Schiffer, I started doing it. I haven't put the songs out, but I make several producers do different versions. Like, so I might have a grime tune, like the beat is kind of grimish, and then once I've done the song, I've given it to a reggae producer, and he's made the sweetest reggae version of the same song. And I'm like, this is interesting because now it's like I can appeal to different musical vibrations. And they can all hopefully, like different people from different places can get my message in a sense. And I'm like, as long as I'm happy with all that instrumentation and I'm like it vibrates well with me, then I'm great. I don't mind passing that out. Like someone could laugh, like someone laughed at me the other day from America and was like, oh, what, you doing techno? Schiffer, do you remember when we went and performed last time, whatever songs we performed and everything? Yeah, someone came at me from America like, yeah, nice techno. And I said, bro, well, techno all over your face, what you talking about? And we'll rap to it. Do you understand? He was like an art worker for some of these rappers, so it's like this is an Edomite, yeah, trying to be down. I'm not even like, I have to call him an Edomite. There's an Edomite trying to get down, yeah, and then he's no, then I came back at him. I showed him a gang, yeah, a gang of like all these like Viking type people rocking it out, properly moshing it out. I said, bro, I'm coming with these gang of Edomites, and we're gonna techno all over your face, bro.
Esau and family, yeah. Esau and family.
You what?
Esau and family, yeah.
Do you understand?
What people forget is the relationship of like country music and reggae, and also the calypso, because a lot of through those type of genres of music, this is where you develop the rock and roll, and even that when Bob Marley and him or reggae came to Britain, this is when you start get different man like the Clash and all them type of man there,
right? Scar and all that stuff, innit? You know what's
but with them, they never really use the bass line. That's the only problem what I found with their music. With black people, I find we love a bit of bass line with our music, and it's sort of the same way how them Bon Jovi man they played. They never really had like a bass line. They got a good sort of, I don't know, like the drum patterns, like but they don't really have like a bass line for you just to groove to, and you know what I mean. And
I think you're right, and we kind of worked this out from a long time ago that in caucus music they're not really into bass, and it's like in black music it's bass heavy. But then what I did find that a lot of hip hop over maybe, I don't know, now all this trap and stuff's quite bassy, but prior to that I found that hip hop lost its bass all of a sudden. Like there was no bass line in hip hop that was coming out. So right, okay. So once it's gone pop, you've got to tone down you've got to tone down the certain little nuances in it, and bass would be one of them.
Yo, Professor P, you see music
yes, sir.
right now, yeah? What they're calling new music ain't really new music. Music is actually regressing. It's not progressing.
Talk to me.
Back in the day, yeah, you think now, yeah, they got big bass line now. That's what they're looking at now. Big bass line, 808s, 808 kicks, and
808s from the 70s and 80s, isn't it? It's a machine from the 80s, the Roland. Yeah.
The 808s come after, yeah. Remember, our granddads and them man there, yeah, were the ones that was listening to the dub music, yeah. and doing
Yeah.
bass lines. So when you're all hearing all of this mad bass line in drum and bass and whatever, drum and bass was drum and bass back then, like the dub music.
But that was made through analog. A lot of the original jungle, what they call it, the Amiga or the Amiga computer. It had Stapleton on it, the first ever Cubase.
But remember, them man there in those days, the sounds we're using now, they were making the sounds, innit? They were engineering the sounds.
Yeah, analog. Yeah, engineering. True.
Serious. I know, man. That's still got some of them old machines. I can't remember the name of the machine, but I know Professor P will know what I'm talking about. You go in some of these man's studios, and they just got a synthesizer, like a sampling machine.
Bro, I still got some of them machines. Do you know what I mean? I still got some of these equipments, and I'm not even like as old like that. But when I was like got into my music like production thing, my whole game was like, and Gordon was with me every week. Yeah, we'd work, and on every Friday I go and buy my equipment, and I'm like, yes, I'm building up the studio, and most of it was with like analog and like kind of gear and stuff. And then nowadays I see producers don't really use these things, and you're like, man. But here's the thing. I do deal with quite a few good producers, and I see the serious producers, yeah, who actually know about music and still will play an actual bass line with the song and rare, or a guitar or what might be. They actually know what their equipment is, and they build up proper studios. But it's all these new youths and stuff. Someone's told them like, bro, you just get one computer, one little sound bank and whatnot, and then you can all make your generic music, and you don't have to mix and master it because
all the VST, Professor P. So we don't need the big console no more. We can just use the VST, which is the console. We pay through the teeth for those VSTs as well.
Right.
It costs nearly the amount of buying one of those consoles.
Yeah, but the thing is now, you try and put all the VSTs on one computer, the computer won't have the power to do this thing for a long while.
That depends on your computer, innit? If you've got a powerful enough computer, you can put as much VSTs on there as you want. Obviously, just don't use the main hard drive. That's what your operating system.
Yeah, but think about it now.
Right,
yeah, but think about it. Each one of those VSTs is an actual machine.
That's right.
So the power of that one machine, they have to decrease it for every other machine to get a little look in, if you know what I mean.
But
it's never going to be the same machine, if you know what I mean.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. As long as you got a powerful enough computer to run your VSTs, yeah. When you're gonna hit problems is when you've got, say like you got Cubase or your program open, and
that's what I'm saying. It's straight for one computer to do all of that.
Mixing consoles, and you're using compression, you're using effects and stuff
like that.
Man.
But let me tell you something crazy though. On that note, yeah, Schiffer and well, you guys are all here. I'm still using my computer. It's a Windows XP. Yeah, it's 400 gigahertz. Yeah. Now I've got my editing computer, and it's probably got not even 1 gigabyte of RAM. Yeah, bro, that's the computer that I still use in 2020 to record all my Professor P joints. And the reason why I can't change that computer is because my sound card is built for XP. And so it can't go on to any other version. So I'm like, right. So what I've then done is I've duplicated that system like 3 different times. So I've got like not all the hardware, but then the software is in 3 different computers. So I'm like, okay, if one goes, I still got a backup. I can just plug it straight into that situation and get on with it. But what's crazy is I can still run a track with like 20 or 30 recorded, because Schiffer used to be with me. Everything I was recording with Schiffer was on that same system, yeah? And literally, you could record 20 tracks of audio with each of them having up to like 5 or 6 effects, because I'm one of them people, I don't like to set stuff and bounce it down, because what if I want to go back to an original, innit? So I'm always like, what if? So let me just put an effect on rather than actually export it with the effect and make it a new WAV file, for instance. And so, yeah, I've ran songs like 5 minutes with like 20, 30 different channels, and literally, you've got like 5 or 6 effects on each of them. And I'm like, I can't believe it's actually running. So that's interesting. But then what it is, a lot of the new VSTs, they have more space and power involved. So you need a more powerful computer. But back then, I'm talking about from 15 years ago, the VST plugins and stuff were very small and whatnot. So
you see what you're using, yeah? You see what you got to understand about these VSTs now, yeah? So like when you was running them programs them times there, these VSTs are like 16-bit, 32-bit. is 64-bit now, 128-bit now, isn't it? So obviously you need a more powerful computer to run certain programs now, innit? Like the newer updated versions. But like I think you personally, you know, you're due to spend at least that you got to spend at least a $5 an update, man. You're due, you're overdue.
No, I've updated it all for the video editing. Like I got like a it's like 16 gigs or something, and it's like it's nice and powerful. It's like it does video editing like that. But for the music, I still keep going back to my old one. I probably need to like it's my sound card. That's the main issue. My sound card's so beautiful that I can't like switch it up.
Professor P, what you editing videos in 4K and that 5K?
Nah, man. I'm still no. I'm like 1080, I think.
Yeah, you need to upgrade. You need to spend about $5. You'll be doing 4G. You'll be doing your music. You'll be doing everything on one machine. You'll be feeling like the man.
Okay. No, you're right, because I've got like a couple of dinosaur computers and one or two modern ones. Like I'm all over the shop with my computers.
Obviously, you probably upgraded to SSDs by now, innit? So
Yeah. On the video, I've got SSD.
yeah, it should still be running quite quick, but ultimately, you know, them old processors, them old motherboards, you know, they have to go at some point, man, if you want to use the newer technology.
But let me tell you guys the biggest joke here. You know, like I mentioned 279 a couple times, innit? Right. Do you know where did I meet this guy? I met 279 at the blimmin' Croydon Computer Fair. I'm not sure if I told you about this the other day, but that was the irony of it. I went to go and shoot, like, I was like, all right, I need to make this video. Let me get the computer and start doing it. And it was at the computer fair that I met him. And I didn't even know it was 279. We were talking, his friend was chatting to us, a guy called Mikey Dread. And so we were having a chat. Yeah, so what happened? I was wandering around and they called me, the shopkeeper's like, oh, some guys want to talk to you. So I'm like, who wants to talk to me? And then I see the two guys in the corner, it was 279 and a long guy with dreads. So I was like, okay. I went over and I'm like, yeah, man, what's going on? And they just like, oh, what you doing with that computer? And then we started talking. Then he's like, yeah, I'm Mikey Dread. I'm like, oh man, I did Indigenous records and rare. So we kind of knew each other from reggae. And then at the end of it, like, then I was like showing them all my music, my clothes and everything, because I was excited, innit? And I was obviously like waiting for my computer to get done so I could take it home. So I didn't have nothing else to do. I was enjoying chatting. And then at the end of it, the quiet guy in the corner is like, oh, should we all exchange numbers? So I was like, oh, okay, cool. So what's your name? I'm Sai. And he's like, oh, I'm 279. Then I was like, oh man. So I could have just shamed myself up if I was lying about any of this hip hop stuff that you would have definitely known, innit? But yeah, so the irony is like, I do hip hop and 279 so close with me, but we only met because of computers and technology and all that type of business. And then half of our initial conversations were all to do with computers and technology and printers and, you know what I mean, like making stuff work. So that's kind of funny. Anyway, sorry, I digressed a bit.
No, you're good, man. It's Freestyle Friday. You can digress as much as you like.
Oh, damn. You shouldn't. Don't even tell me that, bro. I'll start talking about masks and PPE and everything. You lot will be like, get off the line. No, but I'm not gonna lie, because what happened, innit? All the clothing business is in the toilet. So what happened? I'm printing like 100 t-shirts for do you remember, does anyone remember a group called the Brotherhood? Like it was an old hip-hop UK group or something. There's a rapper called Billy Spliff. So I'm trying to just so I'm just literally trying to print this guy 100 t-shirts here. My factory's coming back to me saying, yo, can you sell masks? I said, leave me alone, man. I'm trying to sell t-shirts. Guess what? That t-shirt order didn't even go through. Everything shut down a week later, innit? So for the last month and a half, I've tried to switch my game up, because all my Chinese suppliers, all they've switched up. Like no one's buying hats and stuff off them anymore. So they've all started selling masks. Bangladesh is shut down. There's no business. All the tours have cancelled. Everyone's messed up. So I'm like, you know what? So I've been like, for the last month, I've never worked as hard as I have in my life in what I've done in the last month and a half, and not getting paid as well. It's a different type of feeling. Do you understand? Like working so much and getting no result. And then the crazy thing was, that was part of my depression yesterday, because I'm like, guys, like, where am I going to get this money from? Because I've got like people who obviously didn't get their money from work. So what you're going to do, you're going to kick people out. You can't do that. So you've basically got to support everyone right now. And I'm like, okay, this is crazy. Where do I get this money from? And what's so beautiful is, about a month ago, I messaged my friend in Canada. I was like, yo, something about masks. And he's a very wealthy dude. And he kind of laughed at me and he was like, no, you don't want to get involved in that. And you're all going to get messed up because of government and restrictions and all of this. And then just now, before we came on, and that's what gave me a little bit more spirit to come back on, because he just asked me, he's like, yo, one of my friends needs 100,000 masks for his company in Canada. And basically, I don't want to make any profit off him. You do what you need to do. Give us a good price. And he's going to try and order these every 3 months. And it's like, you might make only like maybe 2 cents per mask. But I'm like, you know what? That maybe $2,000, that will at least get us forward and keep us moving. But go on.
See the way you're talking about masks, yeah? If it weren't
Yeah.
coronavirus season right now, I'd be thinking, are you trying to pull a heist?
If it what? If it what?
If it weren't coronavirus right now, I'd be thinking, is this guy trying
That's what I'm saying. But look at the funny thing in it. Heist outfits is now like your mainstream, isn't it? Nah, it's because there's no other business. So everyone, we're all desperate to just try and sell something. But the thing is, this year, I would rather sell masks than body bags, because I know people selling body bags and stuff. Like I tried to sell masks to a company about a month ago, and they're like, nah, sir, if you got the great prices, and we just sold 1.5 million masks, but we're investing all our money in something else right now. I was like, what? And he's like, oh, body bags. And I had to act so cool. Like I was totally like, you know, like that was just my norm. And then at the end of the conversation, still I went and asked him, I said, did you say like that product that you're purchasing? I said, was it body bags? He said, yeah. So that I realized, I said, you know what then, if within this crisis situation, do I want to sell body bags, or do I want to try and sell the thing that will stop them from getting in body bags? So I've like from the last month and a half, that's what's been in my hands. But here's another just a little crazy political thing. If a rapper like me, it's just a normal dude, yeah, who makes like 200 t-shirts or hats for someone, if I have to switch up my game and can now access masks, yeah, N95, KN95s for like $1, $1.50, $1.60, how can this government in America, England, Canada, how can these people not get these products? So someone, again, who's talking to me about masks for some government, she said to me the other day, Saif, I really do think, yeah, and she wasn't even being conspiracy. She was just like, it was a random thought that came out of her head. And she was like, I really do think that they're holding back on purpose. I said, they got to be holding back on purpose. I've been screaming for a month, but I'm a nobody, so I can't get into these channels and chains, innit?
to get hit with the big price? They're waiting for someone else to buy it first.
Say that again?
They're trying not to get hit with the big price, isn't it? They're waiting for someone else to buy it first, or make everyone buy their own.
What?
The dregs.
So explain again. Explain to me. I didn't understand.
So they're waiting for the price of the mask to go down, yeah, or they're waiting for everyone to buy their own masks, and then whoever ain't got masks, they'll just have to give out a few that's left in it.
Because the masks are actually pretty expensive, so it's a lot of money that the government has to invest. But the crazy thing is, the IMF is saying, yo, we got the money for you. Your people are going to pay for it anyway. One of my guys told me the other day, he's like, oh, Saif, I heard that taxes, they're going to increase the taxes. I said, bro, they're telling it to our faces then. Like, yo, we'll pay for everything, but after this is over, for that little furlough 3 months, you're going to be paying double for it afterwards, because we're going to tax you again. But I do believe that, you know, for some reason, there was a purposeful, slow process of letting the masks and everything get to the NHS frontline workers and everything, and that's not fair, man. Like, why do doctors and nurses got to die for this? That's not really fair. I don't think.
True.
But yeah, so temporarily I got the PPE hookup. So if anyone like needs to try and do anything, literally hit me up. We can only try, you know what I mean? We can only try.
Don't worry, I'll be applying to the Professor P charity to get my free mask.
Push. No, but you know what I did? At least I felt good about one thing. In Bangladesh, like while I was doing my investigations, I managed to get hold of like a whole bunch of masks and give them to my local area, to all the like gatekeepers and like kind of local people who work for the rich people, but they always outmanning the gates, innit? No one's going to do nothing for them. So it was good to be able to at least do that much. So yeah, but yeah, no, bro, I did it. I sent goods. I sent it to my mum's house. Like literally like boxes of stuff. Like I bought it all on eBay and sent it to my mum's house. And then even though my brothers and sisters don't talk to me, I said to my mum, I said, now go and tell all of them a-holes to go and collect it from your house and at least be protected, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, I've done my duty. I don't need to say it, like I don't need to do anything.
Professor P saving lives with the Schiffer show.
Okay, no, I've been trying, bro. Even like, you know, in America, so many people have given up already. Like Vinny from Naughty by Nature, he was on it. Like last week, they called me up. Yo, bro, we got an order for 200K. 200K turned into 4 grand with a profit of £100. I was like, look, do you know what? I could do that because you want to do it for charity. But do you know what? For you lot breathing down my neck for 5 grand and I'm only getting £100 out of it, I actually physically can't do the work, if you see what I mean. But then a week later, he was just like, nah, I don't want to get involved in it. And it's like, there's a lot of cutthroat, there's a lot of dodginess, there's whatever. But I'm just saying to all of them, like my agent, my manager, and Vinny, I said, bro, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I told my mum, I said, I'm not giving up. And like, imagine if like I didn't give up, and then I just got the call a little while ago while I'm chatting with you guys, and I'm like, you know what, Sir Faraz, you just saved my life. I just thanked him, but I didn't obviously want to let him know, like, bro, I need this money right now. Do you understand?
How much you selling the mask for, Professor?
Say that again.
How much you selling the masks for?
So these ones are basically, these are just normal surgical masks. So the cost is about 25 to 35 cents, depending on what they want. I think their masks are going to be about 26 or 27p. Shipping will probably be like maybe 10 pence or 7 pence. And then I've got to work out maybe adding like 2-3 pence onto it.
Okay.
So literally, I'm trying to work at cost pricing. Like I'm like, I really want to save some lives, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like I really do, because we can. It's not like, it's not hurting me to not, if you get me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no, we sell these, and then so those are the surgical masks, and then the N95s and the KN95s, bro. Some people, like, they should be around £3-4, like when you buy them in the UK. Some people are selling them for as much as 9, 11, or even £20. And I'm like, why are you not doing this? Why? Because, bro, I get them for $1.40, $1.50. With shipping and stuff, you're like talking about 160, 170, and then you add a little 10 cents or 5 or 15 cents on top of it, and then you're like, good.
£20 a mask.
How much?
Did you say £20 a mask?
Yes, bro. They're trying to sell KN95 a 5-pack for £100. And guess what, bro? These people are raping their own people. So another issue is the fact that, huh?
Professor, I got a
What?
good idea for you.
Go on, I'm listening.
We got to start producing masks, man.
Well, someone asked me last week, they called me up and said, Saif, it's good, we need 100 grand here and we can open a mask factory. So I said to him, oi, do you understand? He said, go and ask your dad and your brother-in-law, yeah? I said, oi, leave off, yeah? I said, let's do some middleman work, let's sell some masks, and with our profit, then we can make a factory in it.
Yeah, but you just get some masks, yeah? We put them together, yeah? Get the materials, make it with the same materials, isn't it? That we don't have to.
Well, no, this is the issue, Shifa. I just put out a post on my Instagram, and I'm sure a couple of my hip-hop friends from America won't be happy with it, because I said, like, yo, guys, these are the masks that help you with the virus, and everyone else here, a month ago, all of our artist friends told you to come out and party and catch the virus here. Now they're telling you to wear their absolutely useless mask with their brand on it and go shopping and catch the virus. And then a couple of people who even mentioned that they was getting branded masks, they had to put a like onto it because they're like, you know what, he's telling the truth. Like, bro, it's not helping anyone. So that's another problem. The masks have like certain filters and stuff like that. These materials, they come out of China, innit? So you can't get them in so many places. Medical masks is different, but the point is,
some masks in it.
Yeah, respect for that anyway, man. Because, bruv, sorry, Shift. A lot of people have are putting taking a mick, you know, with the prices. So you get a pair of gloves. I saw people buying a pair of gloves for like $10 in America.
see, this is ridiculous. And in America, it's higher price. Sorry.
Yeah, they're up in arms about it. Go on.
To be honest with you, I'm just trying with every channel that I've got, like on a daily basis. I just message people, I make phone calls, I hit up companies and whatnot, but it's not easy. It's really not easy. And then I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not used to being treated like a piece of trash on the phone by anyone. So all of a sudden you're now talking to your, and here's the worst part. When I tell the guy I'm from Bangladesh here, then the Indian man's more rude to me. And I'm like, yo, bro, no. And I said, so then I said, are you like the owner of the company? No, I work here. And I was like, wow, why are you being like that with me? Like, I'm trying to help people. Like obviously we're all trying to make money, but at the end of the day, if you give me 10 seconds extra here, you might find out that I'm cheaper than your suppliers. And here's the thing, I'm dealing directly with China. I know I've got the best prices, but I'm not highly connected in that world. And one thing is, that was my love of hip hop took me down this route where I'm going to be disconnected from those kind of people. And I'm like, that's cool because I'm coming through. I tell them all, I'm like, yo, I'm just a clothing guy and I'm an artist. And this, we're having to switch up. But for that reason, you should take it that I'm coming with more genuine prices because I'm not in this as a money game. Someone told me the other day, he's got a friend who's at the moment doing on average $50 million worth of PPE business per month. And in this period, he's trying to make that up to $150 million per month. And I was like, whoa. And then there's us trying to think like, yo, like, can you imagine that level of money? It's crazy. It's crazy. And this is all from masks and everything and PPE. And I'm like, wow. So remember I said yesterday, there's going to be some billionaires out of this.
Sorry, P. Let me ask you a question about you getting your stuff from China. You see, because I know when I used to get stuff from China, and my friend used to have an online business as well doing that. We used to get belts and different stuff like that, like different designer belts and whatnot.
Okay.
And it was said it was called British Standard. They used to refer to something called British Standard and Chinese Standard.
Yes.
But
okay.
the standard now, according to a lot of people, that like Chinese standard has actually superseded or surpassed Western standards. Whereas back in the day, it was, they were kind of half flimsy.
Okay,
So is that what you've noticed then, and the standard's gone better?
No. What I'll explain is this: in China, you can get every standard you need.
Oh, like different grades. Yeah.
Yes. So you can get the same product.
But, I mean, is there highest grade? Is there highest?
They've got phones. They've got mobile phones in China that are so high tech that they won't even release them in the West because we're not used to that level of high tech phones yet. That's the crazy thing. What I've discovered about China. And when it comes to say the masks, for instance, the Chinese KN95 has just been accepted by the CDC as an absolute alternative option to the N95, which is out of stock, which then obviously means it can come into the EU as well. So
that one and the N95 though?
Nothing. This is the whole thing. Apparently, what I read yesterday was the N95 is patented by 3M. Now, I don't fully believe that because I know that there are other companies that are making the N95, including Honeywell and whatnot. But the point is, the N95 is America's standardized version with, there's an organization called NIOSH, and it's NIOSH approved, which is the CDC. So it's like the FDA. CDC, their department is NIOSH, and the N95 is NIOSH approved. But then what it is now, the KN95, and then one called FFP2, FFP3, these are like, one's China, one's Europe. There's also some Spanish and other couple of countries, Mexico and whatnot, that they've said these actually adhere to the same standards as the N95. So in this Corona period, we can import these ones as well. But what's happened now, the whole world is hooked on 3M N95, which are basically going for about $3-4 and stuff, and they're absolutely restricted because you can't get them. Because what happened, a lot of it was being made in China, and as soon as the virus hit, China seized all of them 3M masks and says, you ain't taking them out of our country, we don't care about anything, we're keeping it in our country. So I had a couple of orders the other day, like queries, I'd say, they're not orders, and they're asking about 1 million masks, N95, 3M. I was like, guys, we can't get it. It's not possible, but I can give you KN95 for like half the price. But because they know like Nike or Adidas, so they're like, right, we want the Adidas of masks or something. But the thing is, the actual product is the same. It's just like with all the clothing, Shifa knows that we do. We go to, like, you go to Bangladesh or China, you like, how a lot of clothing for the brands is even made, they're developed and actually designed in Bangladesh and China. And the buyer comes to Bangladesh here, they sit in a room, and the Bangladeshi office, they now pull out their designs and say, right, here's your design. Do you want this for your Armani? Obviously not all Armani, because a lot of, some of it will be designed themselves. But say if we got High Street, do you want this for New Look? Do you want this for Primark? Do you want it for whatever? And literally, you just tailor up that design a little bit. You'll be like, yeah, I like it, but I want longer sleeves. I want this, and then put my little label in the background. So that's the crazy thing. It's like literally the mask is the same thing. It's like, we're making that mask. What do you want? If you order 1 million masks here, you can have Shifa Don masks. In fact, not even, probably 50,000, and we can stamp your Shifa Don on it. Meaning not like as in brand, like meaning a proper surgical mask or a proper KN95, but it will be the Schiffer brand KN95. Bro, it's nothing. It's just stamping your name on something. Do you understand?
The only problem with that is we do the bloody mask and then the coronavirus ends.
Right. So here's a question. Some people came to me a couple of weeks ago, like crazies here. We need 400 million bottles. I said 400 million. I said 400,000. Yeah. No, 400 million. Bro, every bank that I spoke to, every factory that I spoke to said, tell them to get out of the heaven. Yeah. Let them order 1 million masks, bottles. Yeah. And do it in stages, because the first thing they said, Saif, if the virus stops all of a sudden, someone's going to be lumbered with a major liability. We're going to be screwing at them for our money. They're going to be like, nah, we ain't going to pay it because there's no, and everything gets messed up. So just do it bit by bit by bit. Tell these people to stop getting gung-ho and greedy and thinking they're going to make like, you know, it was almost like 40, $50 million worth of bottles. When I'm calling people like, yo, can you do 400 million? They're like looking at me like, you an idiot or something. And then obviously they realized I was being real. But yeah, these people, like, they were kind of jokers anyway. The last I went back to them, I'm like, do you need bottles? Yeah, we still need them. But can you source them in America or North America? Because apparently that's going to be cheaper than shipping and manufacture from abroad. I'm like, man, are you lot stupid? Like, how would an American made bottle be cheaper than a bottle made in Bangladesh and shipped over in bulk? But again, what's happening in the PPE business is it's like the wild, wild west. And there's like everyone just calling and asking questions, and every second person can supply and every third person wants to order. And really, I would say in every 100 little conversations, maybe only one of them is actually happening. But I am hoping that little one that my friend just asked me now about the surgical mask, I'm hoping that could be a legit one, because he's my boy from school, innit? I've known him 20 years. And here's something really interesting for everyone. He's from Bangladesh, born and raised there, yeah? He always calls me up and says, Saif, I know you love your music, yeah, but you know you ain't getting that money, innit? And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm trying. No, stop all you're trying. Saif, if you want to get your money, yeah, leave England and go back to Bangladesh. Just forget about this place. What you doing here? Go back to Bangladesh and make your real money. So that's the interesting thing. And I begged him, I said last year, I said, listen, Surfraz, just do me one little thing. Like, this boy's dad just gave him $100 million. Yeah, they're from a different level of life. But I said, I just need one favor from you. And I said, just give me 1 year to prove myself to you, my family, and everyone around me, and myself as well. Just like believe in me and give me 1 or 2 years to keep on this music and clothing and hustle grind and stuff. And what's crazy is when I first told him about the mask, he was like so negative about it. A month later, he's like, just hit me up. Yo, Saif, could you do that? And I'm like, that's all I needed. Just give me that chance, innit? Believe in me that, you know, I might not be doing things your lot's way, but there was a way, you know, there's a method to my madness. And I hope for all of us that, you know, if like we're trying to do something in life and people like our immediate close people don't really get it, that's what we got to say to them. Yo, just keep believing in us, man. I'm not asking you for nothing. I'm not trying to, you know, get your dad's money, but just believe in me so I can eventually come and match up to you in business somewhere and do something with you. But not even that. We're friends. You're going up and you can watch me come up, but at least you can say he did it his way. So I hope that we all are doing that in our lives as well, man.
No, I'm hearing you say, Professor P, man.
Bro, the thing is, like, you see this crabs in a barrel thing. We keep like, I've realized something. Why do I want to be around people that are going to pull me down? I want to be around people that I'm actually looking up towards. And every time I talk to them, I'm getting a better type of knowledge, or they're just telling me a different viewpoint. Like, yo, Saif, you don't need the West. Go back home and make your money. Little things like that. Like in here, people will encourage us. Like, yo, you're doing too much. In Bangladesh, they're like, oh, what, you can do that as well, and you can do that. Oh, what, and you sing? They get excited like that. Wow, the more you can do, the better you are. And sometimes I feel here, it's like we're trying to explore new avenues, and then everyone wants to come and stifle us. Even our close, like our mums and dads. Even my dad always done that with me. Every time I talk about something, he's always like trying to belittle what I'm trying to do, and I'm like, Dad, you ain't gonna be the only big dude around. You know what I mean? Like, isn't it supposed to be your pride that your son, when you go to heaven, you're supposed to tell God that, yo, my son beat me, so I did well. Do you know what I mean? I made my son surpass what I was able to do on earth. But you know, it's interesting. Sorry, I've deviated a little bit more there, but you know. You did say it was a freestyle Friday, innit?
You're good. So Torok, you still there?
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Was you on Valley Vision today?
Again, sorry.
Was you on Valley Vision today?
No.
I thought you might have went on there today.
Yeah, it's just been a bit. Yeah, it's been a bit mad on there. Like, I just don't understand where they're going with it, sort of thing.
Hearing you still. Hearing you. Yeah, I didn't really get to really listen in over there today still, so I thought I'd ask you, see if I could catch up still.
Yeah, it's mostly all this religion and which way is better and.
Still on bloody
It's kind of a decent way how they got their platform. Like they done it like a trial, like each day and all that. That's kind of decent.
I hear you still. I hear you. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they had people on trial, and the atheists on trial this week and all of that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Funny. So what's been
Yeah,
It's been. I'd say it's been a highlight of his show, of the Valley show.
Yeah.
This week, but well, one of them anyway. One of them. You know, it's also you can only get so much religion down you to the point where unless you're really interested, you're not really gonna be that interested.
I'm not gonna lie, I've said that a few times. It turns into swings and roundabouts. You know, when you go down the park here, you go on the swing, you go on the roundabout, you go on the rocking horse, you do the slide, you do the pole, slide down the pole, and then what's left? Now you're gonna do it all again and again and again and again. It's just repeating the same thing over and over again. Does that make sense?
Feedback's a bit low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better.
Well, I've got my thing low anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it turns into a swings and roundabout situation where we're just going around the same topic, the same conversations 150 times. So I'm just allowing it now, innit? Like I've said what I've got to say. There's no point in repeating stuff.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, I see. I see they got their champ. He was the champ was on the ring for a bit. That Rob guy, he's very smart, but I see him on the ropes a couple of times.
I thought he was on the ropes from day one, though. When I like, I'll be honest, like I like Valley. I think Valley Vision is cool, but like certain people, like I think like they needed taking down a peg or two, and that's one of them, the Rob guy. And there's a few others that I'm not going to mention because I don't want to go too deep into it. But like, it was he's very entertaining. But I think he's one of those people who will corner himself. He don't even realize he's doing it. Like a lot of people don't realize when they're cornering themselves. You know, sometimes it's not about winning the battle; it's about winning the war.
Not true.
And isn't it like once I see this song, something's gonna grow in it, like, and depending on what kind of seed you're using, depends on what's gonna grow. Now, obviously, if you're growing, I don't know, you're trying to grow roses, and I got corn seeds. When my corn busts out the ground, you're gonna mash up them roses. I shouldn't laugh, innit? But that's the truth, man. That's the truth.
That's true, man.
Now, all that atheist stuff, like, it ain't got no roots in it. Where's it going?
Yeah, do you know what I'm talking about? Good subjects to be like trying to, which will go somewhere. You know what I mean? 'Cause like you said, atheism's only got so much you can speak about when it comes to that. But if you used to have, you know, like not so much, you don't really want it going out, but like business meetings online. You know, so obviously no one could just come in and see what you're talking about. But just sort of like private ones, you know, like private business, like literally active business office type of thing. You know what I mean? So like you could have someone calling one place to source from, and calling another place to sell to, all at the same time whilst you're online. If that makes any sense. So once someone will have like a Yellow Pages in their hand and be calling somewhere to source out some some oud or some, I don't know, something that lavender, something like light, and then to get someone else to get a buyer, go like maybe call some stalls or some people that sell that type of thing. So I think that's a good way of possibly.
I like the sound of that.
Can you repeat that last part you said about the oud and the lavender?
People to get more personal with. I know lavender is easy to harvest. It's probably one of the best selling herbs out there at the moment. So that's why I'd use it as an example. But so yeah, I think that's be a good way to, it's like
gave Professor Peter an idea there. Sound like a light bulb just went off in.
No, because I told you about the ouds yesterday, innit? The oil and the wood and stuff that I got access to. So when you said oud, I'm like, hey, hold on. What's going on? Be talking about?
You mentioned it yesterday. Like you mentioned yesterday, the oud is quite expensive actually. From what it is, I think it's a fragrance. He said, you mentioned.
Yeah.
So but it's expensive. So I think it's like one of the best commodities to trade as well.
Bro, it's $10,000 per kilo minimum. Or obviously not minimum. You've got different grades of it and stuff.
If you get truffles,
yes, from France. Is it France?
Yeah,
France,
and
isn't it, France?
Scandinavian antiques. The most. It's the gold mine at the moment. I'm kind of up to date with the best market.
Really? Yeah. So you mean oud's something that you'd heard about within those type of up there kind of markets as well, or something?
Yeah, it's like one of the top. It's in like one of the top 50, top 100 sellable items. Right, desired items. Yeah.
I mean, I called up one of my guys the other day who sells it, and I was like, bro, how's your business going? And then he said, well, basically, I used to have about 10 sales a day of like £10 samples, and he said those are all in the toilet. But every couple of days, I get sales of like £300 to £500 from one person. And he's like, I'm actually doing less work and making more money. I was like, that's crazy. So you see those guys who are used to buying that expensive oil, they're sitting at home in it. Like they got in more money than your normal person. So whoever was buying their £10 samples, they're now buying their bread and milk, if you see what I mean, or paying for their electric and gas. But whoever's like is the type of dude who's going to spend £300-400 on a little, guess how much perfume? Like probably 3 ml of perfume, and it could be like between 100 to 300, 400 pounds. Some people say that again.
Where did they get it from?
Okay, I told you. Yeah, okay. So basically, everywhere southeast of, and you know what? This is kind of
Middle East.
Not right. Middle East people are the ones who made it famous because they used it so much. But the product comes from the east of India and up to Southeast Asia, as far as China. So basically, from India all the way up to China. So you got Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Sri Lanka's there, India, Bangladesh, not Pakistan for some reason. I think it's too mountainous or something. It's all the nations east of India, if that makes sense. So including East India, but what's East India? Bangladesh, which is what I was talking about yesterday, where they're trying to say that our Bengali oil is not the expensive, valuable Indian Hindu oil. And I'm like, nah, Mo, bro. That's definitely, I was going to say, I swear, that's why I said from Mo to bro. Yeah, I was like, nah, that's our pre-partition, you understand? So I said, I'm telling them, I'm like, this is pre-partition, Indian, Assamese, oud oil. So then basically we can try and fetch the, but to answer your question, Shifa, it's all of them countries. And I'll go a little bit deeper. What they do is they take the wood, they cut it down. So basically the woods, it happens naturally. Right, you got these special trees, one particular breed of tree. And what happens naturally is the wood gets infected by fungus, like imagine some damage or something like that. And then, or fungus or whatever. And then the tree starts producing antibodies. And those antibodies are basically like a black tar resin type thing. That then it like kind of soaks the wood, and so certain parts of that wood turn brown or mahogany, like maroon or black kind of thing, like very dark color. They call it the black wood, and that black wood is what they then distill. So then they ferment that in water for a certain period of time, and then they boil that for like a month, and the oil is what comes out of that. That's called distillation. So that's where the oil actually comes from the wood. So
Interesting.
that's the politics of it. And then sometimes when the wood's too black, they don't make oil out of it because it was too expensive, because that wood fetches on the market between, let's start with, like, on the low end, I've seen like, you know, £800-900 a kilo. I'm working with stuff which is about £1,500 to £200 per put 200, sorry, £1,500 to £2,000 per kilo, but it goes up as much as like 20, 30, 40,000 pounds per kilo on certain wood. So they'll, if you got that level of wood, you're never going to use it for the oil, and then the oil starts literally, like, obviously, and let's not include the rubbish ones, like the D grades and stuff, but the good grades start from about 8,000 to 9,000 a kilo. And if you were a company and you bought that 8,000-9,000, you bought 1 kilo, if you broke that down into 3 grams and sold that for like £150 per 3 grams, you could probably make about 40, 50, 60 thousand pounds out of 1 kg of the oil. So for this reason, I don't even want to say it, yeah, but obviously certain mans in the planet discovered and realized that they don't have these resources, do they? So what they've done is they've put a blank fight, like they've basically made it a restricted item. And obviously the people who don't have that in their country are the ones who are restricting this item. Like, bro, you don't even care about my brown people and you're telling me you care about my brown trees. Stop it.
Wicked.
Let's be real. All it is, you want a piece of that pie. You want a piece of that pie. You want that export license. You want that import paperwork. You want all of that. I went to the website of the company and I said, let me look into it. Guess what one of their policies is? So you apply for a certain license here. You got to put money with them. And they say to you, by making just the application for the license, you give us permission to give your personal details to the UK police and the UK Border Patrol. Bro, do you understand what that is? I said, wow, you lot are dangerous. You lot are dangerous. So what that means is, once you've made an application and you're doing business in it, then anytime you come through the airport, guess what they're doing? They already got you. Bro, they're going to check your suitcase too fast. And obviously it's like in some countries, they're only looking for drugs at the airport, innit? So this item, so where the issue is now, where basically it's a $6 billion business, but apparently no government can even identify 1 billion on their books. So that's why everyone's upset about it, because this is a secret business that happens on the underground. And they can't, like, so they see it surface at the top as a 400 pound perfume for 3 ml, but they can't get the ins and outs of it. So they're going ape shit. So just like with the weed, it was a problem until they could make their commission off of it. The same with the oud. It's going to be a problem if they don't get part of their hand in that $6 billion. They're not happy. So then they're like, you brown people can't do that without us, if that makes any sense. Because you lot are such baboons that you didn't set up a tree plantation 400 years ago. You just doing this mindlessly. You're like, hold on, before white man even came to India, they would, like, we set up plantations of this stuff for replenishment and everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've been doing it for 3,000-4,000 years. How are you going to come and tell us how to control everything now? Like, you were the ones buying the tiger skins. Our poor people's killing the tiger because you're trying to buy it, bro. Don't forget that. And then they're telling so it's like, oh, we caring about your flora and fauna, bro. You don't care about my people, and you're telling me you care about my trees. Stop it.
The whole tribes have been displaced in Africa, bro.
The what?
The whole tribes, though. You look at the pygmies, the oldest people in the world.
Okay.
Recorded one of the oldest groups of people in the world recorded, right? And they've been displaced. So, and that was under pretense that that they were trying to protect the elephants and wildlife around there.
Okay, that makes 100%. That makes 100%.
Say that they were actually killing a lot themselves and cutting down trees and getting resources that you won't really find in many other places.
This is it right now.
They're displacing whole tribe, villages.
what is sad, because in Bangladesh they did the same thing. And what it is here, we've got some tribal people up in the mountains, and if you look at them, their eyes, they look like Burmese people. They look quite Indo-Chinese. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, oh man, I want to marry one of them girls, because it's like exotic Bengali. Do you understand? Like Chinese Bengali. Anyway, so I went to this place here. My friend, the same guy who called me at the mosque here, he took me to this place. Proper military checkpoint and everything. We all got stopped again. They're like, yo, who's this Pakistani in your car? They're like, no, he's not. Anyway, they finally let us through. So you got to understand, why is this beautiful hilly mountainous region, why is it armed by the, like it's protected by the army? You can't go in there without a permit. Went in there and I found all these tribal people that I've never seen in my life. I'm like, wow, these are Bengali too. And then I discovered that there was a dam, and basically this whole area used to be a hilly mountainous area, and they flooded the whole area and made like a massive lake. And then I'm like, what is all this for? And they got a lot of foreign money to develop this area to include the tribes people, if you see what I mean. So this is not even like Bengali village people. These are absolute like tribal people, if you see what I mean. It's different language, different religion, different culture, everything. We got to protect them, if you see what I'm saying, yeah? But then what I saw all over the place was logs of wood on the water. And obviously the water is being used to transport the logs of wood in it, because that's how they transport timber. And so in my mind, I'm like, hold on, this whole program was done to basically get access to the trees and make the tribes people become like servant worker types, cutting down their own like forests and stuff. And I turned to my mate, I said, bro, don't the foreigners who gave our people this money, yeah, to do this work, don't you think they like know what's, and he said, bro, of course they know what's going on, but that's how work gets done, innit? You turn a blind eye, you give someone else the money to do your job. It all looks nice on pen and paper. Oh, we're you know, including the tribal people is part of the economy. No, you're cutting their trees down and making that part of your economy, bro. And that's sad, because that's our own Bengali people doing it to our own Bengali people who they don't actually recognize as Bengali people. So it's almost like that could be like it's like almost like a genocide in your own country. And some people, like you know, it's horrible, because you're like, bro, these are special people in our country. We're supposed to protect them because they're rare. Like once they run out, they run out. There's 160 million Bengalis, but there's only like maybe 50,000 of these people. They're rare. We can keep multiplying, innit? So that's sad. Like in our own countries, we do some type of genocide.
Yeah. It happens everywhere though.
But it, of course,
especially to darker skinned people. That's which is a sad thing. But
I mean, the funny thing is that in our country, it's dark people doing it to dark people. So that's, but it's like the people in the mountains, they look like I said, Indo-Chinese. They look Burmese. So it's like, we know it's not the same blood as us, but bro, it's like, that's more exciting. Like, yo, you can have a foreigner in your own country. That's you. Like, do you understand? It's like, it shows we're bigger. But some people, they're like, nah, they're just like some uncivilized mountain people or something. And you're like, man, come on, man. Like, they live with the elephants and stuff. Like, what's wrong with you lot?
Yeah, they say elephants never forget it. So they're you know, they're super scared when they see anybody now. Before they said they were very peaceful. There was a Somalian guy talking online, and he said the animals actually weren't as scared, but now they'll attack you. You won't ever really see wildlife. But only 50 years ago they were different. You know what I mean? Like,
it's so sad. I discovered recently that in Bangladesh we used to have rhinoceroses and stuff like that, bro. They all got like hunted into extinction, and it's just so sad. Like my dad grew up. He told me that they had tigers in their village. And now it's like there's only tigers in one little region, bro. They're like, there's 400 tigers left in the whole of Bangladesh. When you hear that stuff, it actually hurts. Do you know that? It really does hurt.
Yeah,
like,
so
wow.
they made a market for it, because I can imagine there wasn't many people that had a market for that.
No, them years ago, maybe the kings and stuff might have like, you know, put a lion skin or tiger skin or something on them, but a normal person, they had like absolutely nothing to do with lions and tigers.
But it wasn't as merciless as it is today, where they just
right
just leave the thing out in the middle of the. A lot of Africans would have seen it as bad spirits or whatnot, because they were they're in all tribes, they're a sacred animal. So you'd have got killed by the main leaders just for killing the elephant. In most
Right. Okay, they had a sanctity towards their animals, basically, innit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Baka people would be in the trees protecting their forests to their, because that's their main god, of the forest, and like that's literally like if someone walks into that forest, they've got to shoot them down, and that's what it was. That's why they're quite demonized as well, because they stuck. That was their religion. You know what I mean? So when people try to come in and kill everything up, they had these guys like, right, that's literally that's my god there.
No, it's interesting because the tiger people, like who live where the tigers are, like in the Sundarbans, it's a certain area, it's like mangrove forests and stuff. They're like, if the tiger disappears, this whole mangrove, the whole ecosystem's gone. And it's like, imagine they've been like there for thousands of years dealing with that, and scientists can't even work that one out. It's like, they're like, if you take these tigers out of this ecosystem, everything is finished after that. There is nothing left. We won't even get the honey from the trees. And it's like, they go into, is
that in South India, sort
of? Yes, that's correct. So Southeast India, and that's where the tigers are. So, like the Bengal tiger, it's like the Royal Bengal tiger. It's like it's the same as the Indian tiger, but it's more on the Bengali side. But really, that was all Bangladesh, I mean, India. If you really check it, but that region was Bengal. So we're East Bengal, and then West Bengal is still modern day India. Only a little bit of the tiger tracks is in West Bengal, and I think the majority of it is in what is now Bangladesh, basically. But like, bro, when you hear there's 500 tigers left, and a couple of years ago, an imam, like a Muslim dude, who prays in the mosque, like who teaches, like he came up to me and he was like, we were in a shop once talking in Bangladesh. Then he said to me, I cussed him so much. He said, you know what, brother, I can get you tiger skins. Bro, I had to cuss him and cuss him and cuss him. I said, what are you talking about? I said, why do you think I want to try and make my money off that? I said,
Pakistani?
No, Bengali as well. And he's like, just didn't understand it.
Some of them wear that type of hat, like the Moors, or like the but it's like a leopard skin.
Okay.
You know the little hat what they wear, where it's sort of like mostly leopard skin or something.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? I've seen them in Africa.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, that same type of a fez, I think they call it.
Yes, something. Yeah. It's like a folded one, and I know exactly. Yeah, I've seen them in. Is it the fez? But I know which one you're talking about. It's like a folded hat that it's like an oval type shape or something, isn't it? But yeah, no, I was just surprised. Yeah, kind of like almost like a boat, like a boat type shape that you put on your head.
Yeah.
But the point was, I was just shocked that someone from local is like sitting there encouraging me, like, "Yo, I'll get you tiger skins." I'm like, bro, like, don't even talk that nonsense to me. Like, I don't want to hear that.
When you look at it, all the Western world done when they got all them type of tiger skins is put it on the floor as a rug.
This is my whole point. So guess what? A lot of the tigers got depleted during the English time in India, innit? So the English people came out there and they was like, "Yo, we're on a hunting spree right now." And there's like some people say there's one guy called Jim Corbett. Yeah, now he's an English guy and he was I think born in India. He lives out there or whatever, but he was a tiger hunter. Now a lot of people cuss this guy, "Yo, who's imperialistic, going around killing." No, this guy was the actual Indian Englishman who used to go and kill man-eaters, who like obviously going into villages and killing people, tigers, leopards, all this kind of thing. But it was all there were people coming from England constantly, and they were just like, "Yo, this is a free-for-all," and they'd arrange hunts and everything. And it was like in a day they'd beat. Do you see what I mean? So they'd arrange a hunt, and then they just literally every animal that they could find, they just shooting them up and stuff. And obviously in Africa, the same thing happens today, isn't it?
Kenya, South Africa.
But you said it.
That's why.
Now they say
that's why they loved Kenya and Africa. I mean Kenya and India so much because they used to go on their safaris and their little elephant rides.
Yes. And then obviously they got our people sitting there holding them up on a palanquin or something. You know what I mean? Like walking them through the mountains. They just up there with rifles and stuff, like having a jolly good time. Do you see what I mean? But the sad thing is, like, come on, man. This is our spirituality. This is our because remember, Europe and these places had animals too, innit? But from Roman times, they bro, they had wolves and bears and everything, but they kill off all their own animals. So then they had to go to our countries and start killing our animals too.
Literally, the same thing they done in America. Just kill off the buffalo.
Right. But this is what I'm saying. Imagine knowing in your own country that you had rhinoceroses like 50, 60 years ago, or dolphins and stuff. And you're like, you know, like everyone gets excited by animals. You know what I mean? Like, so imagine that. Because like, here's something so amazing. When I was married in Australia, I was on a ship. Rachel took me on a ship and we saw whales, humpback whales. I'd never seen this in my life. I saw whales jumping out of the water, right in front of us. And I just felt like something next level. And I just said to myself, my mum and dad made me, like, they bore me on earth. If I don't take my parents to see this, I'm not a true son. Do you know what I mean? Like, because they're on earth to see this stuff. The next year when I got married, I brought my mum and dad there. It wasn't whale season, so they didn't see the whales. But bro, my dad was on a ship here with his hands in the water, hanging off the side, playing with Australian dolphins, like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And me and my mum are just sitting there looking like, shit, dad's going to fall off. And it was like, do you understand the beauty? Because my dad loves animals. And I always tell him, I'm like, Dad, before you pass, why don't you use all what you got? Forget about us, let us work for what we're going to get. But go and see God's earth and his animals that you like so much. And when you go and see God, you can tell him what the tiger looks like. And do you know what I mean? Up front, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, God gave us this planet, however we feel it, or whoever's got whatever you want to say, but we were given this gift in it. We were given this like life and diversity. And like sometimes like you can just look at an animal for hours and just be amazed.
True.
And just like, you're like, why am I even looking at this? Like when the robins and certain birds and stuff come to my garden, I feel like next type of person. Do you know what I mean? Even when a black cat stops in the road for me and I say, hello, Mr. Black Cat. And he just standing there. I'm like, yes, the animals are talking to me. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, no, I think definitely like we're connected to animals and stuff as well, innit? Like we're all beings on earth, innit? So there's a beauty in them. It's like, man, killing them and putting them on your wall is not so. But I'll just say this much. When I was a kid, I was an avid bird shooter. So I had air guns and everything. So I'm just like, I'm telling you like that as well. I killed a crow once. I was on my roof. Sorry.
Go on, let you finish. Sorry, man. You said you're trying to kill a squirrel on a roof or something.
I was on my roof with all my air guns. I saw a bunch of crows like literally 5-6 roads away, sitting on the electric pole. And I just said to myself, there's no way my gun's going to reach that. And so I took an aim, and next minute I just watched this bird drop, and I said, oh, wow, it actually hit it. Guess what happened? Within 3 minutes, my whole house, the whole flock of crows surrounded my house and started encircling me. I grabbed all my guns and I ran inside the house. So that was crazy. How the crows knew that I murdered their friend, don't ask. Because remember, I'm so far away. But bro, they encircled. No, they came to flock. It was scary. It was scary. And obviously, like making all their noise, it was like proper. Like they came to get. It was like, wow, these crows.
You know, I definitely say that there's one thing I know, that all this attention that's been put on animals in the Western world is definitely a distraction. Just like to use an example, LGBT or women's rights to sort of hinder the black, you know what I mean, Black Lives Matter thing, whatever it is, or just the whole black equal opportunity thing. It's just a distraction, really. The amount of emphasis they put on animals, and it's just everywhere, you know. Like, I think it's definitely so many things that, yeah, that's relevant, but why do they put so much emphasis? Why is animals so much a part of what mainstream media sort of try and propagate?
I've got a little answer for that.
Not LGBT, like, it's all distraction from the people being freed. You know what I mean? It's just that whole thing. That's how I
agree with you there.
They have more love for them animals sometimes, even human beings.
No, this is, I fully agree. So this, what I feel is part of an agenda where it becomes the fact that like basically animals are more important than humans. And if you talk to a lot of Western people, they'll actually agree with you that a lion needs a place before a human being, because then brown people are breeding too much. So it's never about them removing themselves from the situation. It's always about, we need to keep the animals and there's too many brown people. That's really what the argument boils down to. It's simple as that. We need to keep the animals and there's too many brown people.
Well, the brown people
And then-
used to have animals a lot of the time, and they never would really be able to get up on the bed and lick your face. They were just there for a purpose, you know, keep the animals away from the flock, or, you know, protect the family and whatnot.
Right.
And yeah, so that's what it is, isn't it? That's
No, so I feel that's pure what the agenda is. So it's like, you know, like when they say, look, your carbon footprint. So corporations and planes make all the carbon, but they've related it directly to me. Oh, your carbon footprint. So then later on, they can tax you for breathing air or something. You know what I mean? That will happen at some point, you know?
Yeah.
And in the same way, it's like, I feel that this is giving more important, like as much as we love animals and everything, at the end of the day, is a human going to die or an animal going to die? Like, and a lot of people will argue that, nah, we've got enough humans, so we'd rather save the polar bear than that human. And you're like,
you know what?
But the
You know,
Eskimo,
the
go on,
funny
go on.
thing is, yeah, they used to say that black to demonize black people more. They used to say, they revered. They used to pray to the animals, but they didn't. What they used to do is the animals were there for them to. It was an essence of nature, in it. So they were used as a guide for, or you pray to them, and or you would give offerings to them, and you get a better harvest or whatever. You know what I mean? It's something like that.
Right.
They wouldn't be literally praying to the animal, which represents an essence of nature. You know what I mean? They'd just be trying to harness whatever things could come out of that.
Which is respecting their environment, innit? And that's like they're respecting their environment.
Yeah, but so it's gone from that to now them. They more than worship animals. Fucking hell. Like animals.
Yeah, but we always say that in the West,
you
it's
see
like
these animals now, big fat
they
bellies,
worship their
down
pets,
there
innit? Right,
with gold earrings on, and you're thinking, wait, there's people fucking out with the homeless man giving some bread. The
But you
guys
know what
in the corner, dirty as hell. It would be another white man, and the fucking hell seeing that walk past him.
You're absolutely right. And the guy who's got the dog,
and you have fucking earrings on the fucking dog. Yeah. And he's put his hand out, and she wouldn't even he wouldn't put the money in the pocket to give to the band. That's what it is. That's what it's got to. So this is why I think it's detrimental to your mentality, to the whole. It's like insanity.
well, I've noticed that the more affluent people get.
Sorry, I was going to say.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Just to finish off, I'm not trying to completely demonize anybody out there that's like, you know, loves their pet, or they, you know, treat animals like nicely and equally as sentient beings. I'm not saying that. It's just the amount. You can't have this whole
over the top
side of it where the humans now are just getting fucking. Oh, we know what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on. So it's like that. It's like you can't have that same love towards an animal and it be genuine. And if it is, that's madness. Because then you put your own grandma in a care home, but you wouldn't do that to your old dog. You have that thing.
I never thought about that.
On the fucking thing, actually, probably more of a problem.
You've got to look after so much with your dog, innit? Like cleaning it, fooding, this and that, and that's like looking after your old mum or dad.
100%.
Wow, I never thought about that in my life. Because someone said
when you put it together, in it, it's just like it's just.
Because some European people were saying recently that England, they're like, you lot need to be like, get rid of this old throwing your, because obviously everyone's realized the care homes, everyone's dying, innit? So someone, I don't know where I read it, it was like, man, you people need to like stop putting your people in homes, like that culture. And it just made me realize, like, they'll look after a dog and do all that pampering. Bro, you have to pick up your dog's poo, innit? So what's wrong with picking up your old dad or mum's poo? Do you understand where I'm coming from? But they won't do that. It just made me realize. And us growing up here, we always saw the grandparents old people in the house till they died, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? So from my perspective, like my parents don't want me to look after them, but in my like imaginary mind, I'm like, I have to be there like on their deathbed, if that makes sense. Like that's kind of what's in my mind. Like because we're British and life's changed up and everything, they don't feel that way so much. But I'm like, nah, man, like my aim in life is I've got to look after my parents eventually. I don't know about the next generation, but you know, that's interesting that they'll actually pick up their dog's poo, but they wouldn't pick up their parents. That's crazy.
Yes, well, you know, the majority of the people that are middle class, you know, they've got carers and they've got people to look after their kids and whatnot. So generally at an age, yeah, if they're senile or whatever, they're maybe a bit debilitated, they get put in a care home. And that's the sad thing about it. Now, that still hasn't really changed, as far as I know.
Well, what's the sorry.
Whereas, you know, in African culture, we all know that the elder's the elder. Don't play no game. Granny will put down a beating on you, and you can't even blink because dad's watching you. Some of them grannies are merciless. So when you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to like, but yeah, the elders got respect.
And that's one thing. This whole sorry, bro.
Part of a paradigm where you was used to, you know, it being a punishment, innit? This is how it is. But you know, there's no, and it's, you know, you can't touch any kids here, but you know, like as in chastise and punish them. But yet the granny gets put in a fucking thingy. Or the kids don't really even get looked after. Now, the detrimental thing that has on the mind is they don't have any attachment towards the mum. So the mum and the dad are out and they've got the Chinese person looking after kids. And they're saying that's where the heartlessness comes.
Oh, that's true, you know. In
their relationship with the mother and the society around them. Because
they've never had that mother's nurturing.
You're never gonna really have that. Yes, so that's what they say. The coldness.
And also in their culture, I think they would sacrifice their old for their young.
Why?
I've heard a couple of things, you know, about this whole this troglodyte era. You know what I mean? So, you know, like the elderly would get eaten first, and the women. And when the wolves come to eat them, because there was infestation of wolves at a certain period, and they were they're just tripping up a couple of young kids, or no, I wouldn't say. Sorry, I would say, you know, when the young kids and the women were falling behind, they're just easy meal because they didn't really have the defenses at a certain stage. You know, I don't know. You know, when you look at certain things, you got what if you watch Earth, Wind, I think it was Quest for Fire. If you watch this old, you can get it up. Very interesting movie where it shows up and coming of, you know, the early European and how fire was the main thing. Like fire, when it used to hit on the floor, striking from lightning, that was the only time they could harness it. So that's why, who did they love? Thor. What was his thing? Main thing?
The lightning, innit?
Lightning. So that's it. So they used to harness that thingy. So when they saw the black man walking around just starting a fire like that, that's why even today you see David Attenborough stands around him like he's a newfound animal underneath the water. It's because the fire was the most important thing. So when you got fire, you can create stuff. You can start melting and smell. Yeah. So that's what it boils down to, man. I mean, they're moving at such a pace now as well, the European. But I mean, the early beginnings were quite crazy, like we were saying. You know, when you see how the main thing of chocolate really is just hoarding wealth, just hoarding. And you know the thing. What's the thing that they say now is a hoarder. So that's where you see it in the mentality of the modern day thing. You see,
it's funny you say that because I was watching like this gypsy program the other day, and we're showing you that these gypsy people, they go down to a place called Appleby every summer or spring or something like that, and there's like a lake basically where they wash their horses in and all these types of things, and it's like the police has to be there now basically because like people are getting hurt and all these types of things, and it's like even though it's a modern day, you can still see like the rural life, how real English or people of like the northern hemisphere used to live like, if you know what I mean. Everything used to be horse and cart, bathing in the river and all them type of things, and because it's no running tap and all them type of things, it's like a whole different type of life.
So that was really kind of like a dark ages, isn't it? Really.
You see, what's interesting, I used to go castles with my girlfriend. Like we'd sometimes get out of London and go like visit all these castles. And you see those times, like what you guys are talking about, those would have been the times when a lot of these castles were in their heyday and stuff. And it's actually really fascinating to just get out of London, go to these little country places, and then just like, you just imagine like, wow, what would have this been like 1,000 years ago, and how were they living? And it's like, it's crazy. It's like, they were actually so simple then, but what, like, where humanity like advanced and developed so much. Obviously people say yes, technology and less diseases and all of that. Well, we're sitting in the middle of a big disease right now, isn't it? So it's crazy to think that most of the world was just really like just natural and organic. How it's gone into so craziness, and like basically it was all sustainable before. The normal folk of every country and place, they were all doing sustainable practices. When did the madnesses of like, yo, let's dig this out of the ground and make millions and millions of them and sell them, and even if you don't need it, still buy it. Like this money financial economy system is, you know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy because half the stuff that we buy, like we don't really even need to buy it, but we're in something called a consumer society, and the only way for this society to work is by the majority of people being consumers and only some people being creators, for instance. And majority of society is happy with that, but it's like I always question these things. I'm like, this is interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like, we was never like this before. Like my dad pointed out something to me once. He said, "Oh, you know what? When we was young, yeah, we never had TVs or nothing in the village, yeah, but we had a different type of fun." And I said, "What?" I said, "What did you lot have?" He said, "Oh, we used to sit around and talk, innit?" You understand? So there was like a whole village situation. They'd all sit in the evening and they'd congregate together. Instead of sitting around the TV, they'd sit around and share stories and talk and actually have jokes and stuff. And when I'm in the village, I'm there and I'm like, man, this is kind of fun. It's like a different type of life all over again. But obviously those ways are dying out slowly, innit? All that's dying slowly. But then look what Schiffer's done here today. We're doing the modern day equivalent of what my dad and those people used to do back when he was a kid in the village, innit? Like we've taken whatever means we've got now, and look, we're all three sitting in like different houses, different everything, and we're having these conversations, innit? So you what, sorry?
No, that's it. Say it's very powerful, man.
Yeah,
it's like literally like we all used to be like that. Whether we're from different tribes or we all used to do the same thing, look up at the stars and just joke with the people around us.
Exactly.
And things like that.
Yeah, well, you could imagine it being like carnival near enough every warm Saturday, Friday night, where you had a lot of people,
100%.
loads of different instruments. And I mean, look, if you had carnival every day, that'd be wicked.
Right, I get you. So that's it. But he was just like, nah, we had the way he described it. Oh, we had a different type of fun, innit? I'm like, what? Talking, and it was just like, you're like, wow, talking can actually be fun. Do you know what I mean?
But that's how we're kind of boxed in that sense at the same time. But it can still be revived. I mean, like, did the hunter gatherers have it right? No, they had to build, and they had to then gather food en masse.
Very labor intensive life, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I feel like the only time it's really bad is like you've got unnatural foods that you're hoarding. Smart hoarding. I don't think it always goes back to the early people, but when you've got GMO stuff, which is a total different topic, but yeah, I feel like there's too much definitely way too much in the hands of these people, and they're creating too many prices, man, on their own, creating too many valuables, which I don't think should be as valuable as they are, or things that are less valuable than what they are. You know what I mean? I think that's where the power needs to come out of their hands, man, because they've got too much commodity, too much say over how much you can take in. Yeah, so you go now to go and get something abroad from China. You bring it in, you got to pay for how much you're bringing in. It's just you can only bring out certain much. It's too much control. They got to back out. They got back. If they get any more than that, what they've got now, I mean, you can see how these guys are going out in America. These armed people going into a police station protesting. You know, actively carrying. So I don't know how much more control they're going to get until there's going to be an uprising, but the revolution seems like it's around the corner, right? They say 2030 was the Mayan calendar is meant to be the real. No, I think there's, and they wait, not the Mayans. What kind of who predicted 2030 as the real end of days?
I think a lot of manga cartoons done it like that. They've done that 2022 and all these types of 24 and all this. And if you notice with the sci-fi films, they've done like Babylon AD and all them different types of, and it's showing you like the year 2044 and all this type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what? That's the one thing about learning African spirituality, right? Is they had so many predictive type of, you know what I mean, like scripts and predictions that they made. Like what were they called now? I'm trying to think of the word.
They're like sort of future readers in it, in a sense.
Yeah. So
there's one tribe I see in Namibia. They're kind of like this. I'm not too sure what if they're just nomadic, but they herd goats, and somehow or the other they can read the future by the inners of the goat and all these things. And there's other people that they read like stones or bones and different things like that.
Really? Yeah, there's so many different things I want to learn, but like I said, Tura, one thing I've noticed is you see like I've seen on. I would like to share my screen, but I've seen basically a woman who's practicing voodoo, and I think it's some sort of ritual towards a particular person like Shango or something like that. And she died out of nowhere. I think I brought it up earlier on in the show, but she died. But what it is how did that make the main headlines? You know, like they made sure they got a little dig on the African spirituality. They could have put that on anything. They put everything bloody else on Corona, but what? They didn't put they had to put the one that, yeah. But they found out that this one was from voodoo. So you see that there. But I don't know if that was a orchestra, like a theater thing where they, you know, these actors, these proxy, or it was a real life thing. Now, if it was a real life thing, they mentioned it, or suspiciously, she probably just had a heart attack or something. I don't know, but it's definitely it's like, why did they bring it up? They're trying to make, you know what I mean, desensitization and start bombarding the media now, probably with Africans to get this whole. But would you dab it? Because I know, I can imagine, I'm not going to name any names, but you know, these pro African spiritualities always talking about, you know what I mean, food on and all these things. Would you touch on that? Would you do any of it yourself?
I'll be honest, even Christianity and Islam, they do some of these practices unknowingly, but like I'll give veneration to like all their ancestors and certain things like that. But to be honest, a lot of our practices has been combined with Catholicism, so, or even Hebrew Israelites. So a lot of the things we are doing is sort of mixed with African, bit of the Native American, but also, you know what I mean, the European side of things. But the funny thing about what, as you say, that like when Christianity came to Europe through the Romans, it was only France that like let other people practice their pagan beliefs. So places like Haiti, Louisiana, all them French sort of colonies, they sort of merged all the different types of voodoo systems and all them type of systems from like Europe and Africa, and some of the ones in Haiti already that was all together, especially
Yeah.
places like Louisiana.
Well, they're saying that they're still really actively doing them things right now anyway. Apparently, from all these sort of metaphysical scientists are saying, yeah, they're definitely doing it. Because, you know, they're in touch with astrology and stuff.
Yeah, what's happened is just the Hollywood has put the thing of what they call voodoo dolls and all this sort of Hollywood stigma on things. And I'll be honest, some of the Nollywood don't help as well, because like they're mixing Freemasonry with voodoo, which is, I don't think it's the same thing. It's two different types of practices. So it's like we're giving it a bad sort of look, but realistically, a lot of white people are doing voodoo like and things like that, or shaman. They put it under the disguise of shamanism, and they seem to be getting on with their lives. You know what I mean? Doing well, eating right, and good energy, and all these types of things. But I just feel like we're stigmatized with the devil still, and all these types of things.
Yeah. So there's a lot of.
But with the Caribbean one, it's quite powerful because we do have so many different nations of people that's come amongst us as well. So like, I think it's in Guyana. They got one. I forgot what it's called, but it embraces.
That are still.
Sorry.
Was it Orisha or something? Orishas.
It's one in Guyana.
So that's Yoruba. That's mostly Yoruba.
No, there's like one in Guyana.
Is it more? Yeah.
Yeah, like there's one in Guyana where this harnesses basically all of them all in one, in a sense like that, because like there's been so many different people along there, so like everybody's just put some sort of their deity there in a sense, and like everybody sort of gives veneration depending on because like you have altars basically, and like they literally have every statue there basically and things like that. It's kind of crazy.
You know the funny thing about it is someone said something very interesting. They said, they put so much focus on cannibalism and you know, doing all the cooking body parts and rituals and sacrifice, but that's like so much more diverse than that. And when you look at all the different types of prayers and herbs that they take, like natural herbs, like literally natural herbs, they call them black magic. They used to obviously have down as black magic. But obviously now they're using it. Now you can buy it on the counter in Tesco's. But they demonize a lot of the stuff. But
realistically, it's just like you venerate your ancestors that's gone. Really, that's what it was all about, basically. But sometimes it's like mischievous demons or like mischievous spirits. What we have in each different sort of culture, in a sense that what might play a part and be a bit demonic, but
so it's a lot more diverse though. But so why have they just said focus on three things though? That's the thing: cannibalism, rituals. It's like loads of different things. You can, you know what I mean? You can do so many different. You can call out to different entities and deities. Go on.
Yeah, because what happens now? You've got something what they call Kabbalah, and you have like the Levitical laws and certain things like that. And at one point, a lot of the Levites, they used to basically be like the high priest. So, like, depending where you go around the world, people would actually bless houses and certain things like that. So, say if you got moved into a new house or a new apartment, you would get like a witch doctor or a high priest of some sort to bless your house. And sometimes with these sacrifices, like even in the Levitical laws, they were talking about slaughtering animals, not really human, and all these types of things. You give some sort of sacrifice, and a lot of these people they use chickens basically for these sacrifices, not really humans and shit like that. But a lot of these practices were practiced same way in Europe and Africa and Asia and even in the Bible, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Muslim minds said we never use money. We would barter with gold and livestock. That's
Yeah, 100%.
correct. And a lot of the trade that was happening between the Europeans and your people, the Tainos and these Aborigines of the Americas, they traded in skins and alcohol and different stuff. So that's when you're thinking, how do they just come in and get them to do, you know what I mean, bend to their will? It was from this new guns, alcohol, and most of it is hide, isn't it, from animals. So they were able to, and then they traded a lot. They got a lot of their stuff from India as well, I believe, and they were better pelts and stuff. So it's like, yeah, that's what they've done a lot of the times. They I mean, I think that's a better way to go back to, because at least then you ain't gonna go broke. A lot of countries won't be going broke, and they're only gonna be working what they're working with. You won't have this sucker of a system, you know what I mean, with fake money, and then you're left with, like, you ain't got no resources, so you're taking them out, and then you owe them loads of money, and you've got to do loads of work to pay them back, because somehow you was in debt to them. It's just nuts.
Yeah, it's corruption at its finest, man. Because like when they first came over, like they literally thought they were in India because of the range of products and spices. Because they thought, oh, this must be India. We must be somewhere near India, and they didn't really clock where they was. And I think the first things they were trading was like gold, conchs, and it's only after the middle of the 16th century they started to get into the sugar and all these types of things. And I think because the Europeans, they never really had anything like spice and different types of flavors. It's like once you give somebody that type of thing and you take it away from them, they're just gonna go crazy, basically. And I think that's what driven these people, like sugar. Like I heard that Queen Victoria, her teeth was literally rotten, and all them type of things through sugar and tobacco and all these types of things.
My God! So it's like the animal instincts, man. It's just is why the madness in the world is happening. That's why if you can channel that energy, and try and exercise and venerate the qualities that is in the Sphinx, you know, the mind above body, you know.
Yeah, because like if
the higher self, you know what I mean, it's so much, but it's even me. It's hard for me to do myself. You know what I mean? Still, but I mean, sugar. Don't forget when Sedvi was at his peak, people, no more sugar, no more milk, no more, you know, you're trying to hold on to your. A lot of people weren't nothing. People were people were doing like a Buddhist monk. Some people weren't nothing. Don't even busted a nut. Some people weren't. You know what I mean? So that's what it's about, man. Getting to that, getting off that animal like kind of thing, like dog eat dog, animal. No one give a fuck sort of vibe. That's definitely something that's required. I'd say in even the community itself. Go on.
Yeah, because think about it now. If you have to look at it on a spiritual level, if you came from somewhere like hardly has any resources, you feel that your God is constantly testing you. You know what I mean? In a sense like that, you don't really have anything to give thanks for. It's like your belly's always empty. You're hungry. You're mad, angry, and sometimes they say you are what you eat. So most of the time, these people only ate meat basically because that was widely available. Same how that when they came to America, even though there's loads of vegetables, it's only recently now you can see a lot of Europeans actually getting used to the idea of actual vegetables and certain things like that. But there was on a very high meat diet, and like people forget that you are what you eat, and some of the hormones of these animals when you're eating them, like they will affect you the next day, and certain things like that, and also. Your DNA, you know what I mean? Like when you repossess, you're going to pass on certain different types of traits. But if you look at somebody else who's living in the equator now, they probably could give more thanks to the land, give more thanks to God, and feel like God is more by their side because they can feed. There's a lot of, you know what I mean, varieties around them, so they will be more passive as a people and more thankful in a sense. But when you're living somewhere you just about can eat and you don't know when you're going to get your next meal, you're going to be a vexed person. You're going to think, oh my God, it's giving me trials and tribulations and certain things like that. My God is only happy if he sees blood.
What is that you're saying in the African's point of view? Because I'd say the Western European was just as mad and crazy when he felt cold, and he had nothing there, bruv, except for berries and rodents.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's only recently Europeans have actually got to the mind frame of actually eating vegetables alone. Like, they've been heavy carnivores, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they mostly relied on the pig.
The belly's full, and now, yeah, exactly. And that I just like, I think it's like 10% of all the animals in the world is wildlife. 90% is livestock, and the majority of that is pig. Fuck, you know,
pig and cow.
Majority of the majority. So that, yeah, but even through all of that, I'm still sticking to a kind of like an ITAL life as much as possible, man. But
no, but what I'm trying to say,
only the scientists know, bro, really, what it does to you, what meat really does to you.
Now you can
because
tell,
you could go as far as to say, go on, yeah, you go as far to say that all these sort of conspiracies about what's actually in the human, and they're saying now there's dog DNA, and have you heard about that conspiracy? Yeah, and the lizard DNA. What them man were eating? The fucking, was it dog and pig and DNA or something like that, or primate? Maybe they were just eating it, loads of them.
Yeah, because it's half conditioned.
No offense to anybody out there, you know what I mean? We're just trying to talk about what, like,
and they're kind of lucky. They're kind of lucky because they had a colder climate, so maybe the meat could preserve a bit better than in a hot climate. But majority of the time, it was going to be a meat sort of thing, you know what I mean? Because they never had potato at that time. The minute they got potato in Europe, they had a stable sort of diet.
Yeah.
Really and truly,
so
I personally
suppose
think
that's just that whole work, to jump on the work van, isn't it?
Because I think they only learned pasta through the Asians. Yeah.
What pasta food? Yeah. But when you look at the Asian diet, it's actually really unhealthy. But why they make it up is they drink a lot of green tea to flush out any sort. You know what I mean? And raw fish has got loads of shit in it, man. Loads of different larvae in it and stuff. And a lot of it's shipped out of places that, you know, like Pacific. If you get fish from the Pacific, don't eat it, man. Fukushima near there as well. So, but I think because their diet's so good is because of all the herbs they take and the exercise they do, whatnot, and the green tea as well. Green tea. That is probably the most healthy thing you can have because it flushes out your system.
True.
You know what I mean? Bear in mind. If you look at an animal, if you look at a tiger's reproductive, like his guts and stuff, they're like way shorter than ours, man. It's just like one long thing going like left to right to like 3 or 4 different turns in it. But ours has got like hundreds of turns in it, and it's like it's huge. It's so long. So that's why we weren't actually meant to have meat. We weren't meant to, that's the main reason why we weren't. You know what I mean? Just like 10 times the size of or length of as a lion's. So,
or
so
what
you eat meat, it's just meant to fall down a couple of turns. But Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because I was watching one documentary one time and it showed one tribe that that had like a whole other month of just eating pig, but they would have fast for like 3 years and certain things like that. So another part of our diet or our livelihood was to fast as well. It's not really to eat meat every day like that.
That's why the Muslims, man, they're up to date with their practices. You can tell they got that from, you know what I mean? It's kind of Afro. We call it Afrocentric, quote unquote Afrocentric, innit? You see a lot of African stuff that in Islam. There's loads of African stuff.
100.
You know, I haven't really tried to jump on it, but it's all African, man. Every single part, even the language, the biggest trading language of the dark skin brothers there.
To be honest, I think it's more Asian than African. Well, sort of African, but more Asian influence. Because if you look at the word Islam, and you look at the name Brahma and Lama, what they are
That's
is
but where did
basically
the Asians get it? The Asians. What I was just going to say before you, because reason why I cut people is I feel like I don't want to go down a thingy, because any type of numeral or language was created by black people. There's nothing really that's been new that made it to that to a national level.
But what they say Sanskrit is like an Indo sort of language, and that's what they mostly spoke like in that area, and had that type of culture in like sort of the Arabian Peninsula or the Middle East. And this is why you have Isalama, because you also have Easter, where it's possibly the real birthday of Jesus, but it's Ishtar, the god, and Lama. And in Arabic, to say a high priest or a high teacher is Alum. So it's Isa, Islam, Alum. So Isa Alum kind of turned into Islam.
Well, we know the letter P, the letter J are all of recent, so that's I know there are certain things that have were created by not African, but yeah, because I think the letter J is only 600 years old.
Because in Hebrew they call Jesus Yahshua, Yahawashai, and in the Muslim world in Arabic they call him Isa. So it's the teachers of Isa, or the high teachers of Isa, and in Islam they're waiting for Jesus to come back.
Yeah.
And Islam.
Yeah. So well, you're a popular. Would you say you're devout though? Would you say you're devout?
No, it's just where I study a lot of languages and certain things like that. I study different languages and see the connections of the words and certain things. Because I was just looking it up the other day and they said Tamil.
Yeah,
it's like and they was making connections
the closest language
with the Bantu and all that.
Do you know the sorry? God, what did you say? Make a connection with the Bantu language.
I think they're right.
Ibo,
something big with N.
Very close to most the closest thing to the Medineta.
Medineta. I'm not too sure.
The Ibo, the Nigerian Ibo. Yeah, I've looked at Ibo language is literally loads of so many different words like synonymous with meaning and even the pronunciation.
With Egypt and Egypt and Ethiopia, they're supposed to share some sort of language as well, and that language goes back to that sort of Sanskrit or that Indo-Aryan language. But also there is that there's a connection of like some African Tamil people in Cameroon, and I think the Igbo kingdom is sort of near Cameroon before it was like sort of drawn up as borders and certain things like that. And they speak like a proper ancient version of what we call Sanskrit or Tamil or even Bantu, because somehow all these languages somehow can compile into each other. And even with the Mayans, the same thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, the Igbo people say they're the oldest people on the planet.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I'm not sure what they say, but they said their ancestors are really called Erie. or Ingri or Erie, and he's supposed to be like the main ancestor that found that kingdom. But some people also somehow with the Igbos, they somehow can trace it back through the Bible. And I'll be honest, there's some of these names in the Bible where you could tell like they're blatant African names.
Yeah, like Allah's from fucking is Igbo deity, and they're like, wait, where did Allah come from?
Yeah, but I'll be honest.
Where do you think?
That would prove that the Igbos were in the Middle East then. Because the original old people of West Africa are the Efik or the Nok people, and they're the ones that build all them, make all them bronze statues.
Oh, well, I mean, like you just don't like. I don't know why they can't see it. You know what I mean?
But that will prove that they're literally from the Middle East. Yeah, because they even say the same thing with the Yoruba and the Medina as well. And it says a Niger Congo language family sort of. But yeah, but definitely, I do think like there's a lot of people that travelled in from the east and gone into the west.
And that's why they've got
because really, like the
you know that thing it's the only thing that can charge up helps. The only place you can find tinted like reserves, which helps fire up. So that's why Congo. That's why all the ancestors went there. Imagine that. The Congo, the birthplace of all most languages. Gone.
To be honest, I think it's the greenest part of Africa. To be honest.
Yeah, it's the greenest.
Angola, all like the southern.
Yes, like that's proper Africa.
But I say that's Nubia then Africa. Yeah. Africa's more at the top. Because remember, Africa is an Arabic word, Afra and Africa. That's only like Tunisia, basically, a little place. Yeah. Like Tunisia is probably the smallest country in Africa.
Yeah. That's right. It's, yeah. That was the Syrians, isn't it? Wait, what did you just made a point? You just said something just before then. Africa, yeah, it was Nubia. Cameroon and Nigeria was actually Nubia, but Nubia would so from the West Africa to South Sudan. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
But Sudan is huge.
Yeah, it's like in the middle of that in a sense. But you also get like the Ugandan-looking people as well.
But you know, they are the Tarsetians that broke off from when Narmer took over Egypt. They're the original Africans. And that's why, if you look at the memoirs, like what recordings of what they said about
up the Nile.
They said, yeah, they had foreign influence and they are disgusting people and this and that. They didn't like them, innit?
And this is what I'm trying to show you. Like you can see the connection from Ethiopia.
So the Tarsetians, they all.
Like there's even a story about the Nagas and things like that.
No, you're breaking up, bro. Your connection. Or it's me.
A bit of both. Can you hear me now? Good. Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Oi, that time's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oi, 2 o'clock? I can't really hear you, fellow.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you. Yeah, I've got you.
Yeah, because there's a connection from like.
I think you were talking about how the.
Yeah, because there's a story about the India and Ethiopia. There's a story from like Ethiopia and India, or either Egypt and India, where they talk about the Nagas and all these different types of things. And I think this is probably where you get even from Ethiopia the word like Nagas or Nagashi and all them type of words.
Yeah, so you made a connection. Because don't forget they had their untouchables, didn't it? Was it the
No, but I'm saying this was like an old civilization, like before all them other man they came from the north. Because like there was a landmass was supposed to be called Lemuria, and that was supposed to be from like in the middle of India and say from Ethiopia to Mauritius and nearly
So you
all the way
reckon
to.
they were when Axel was up like at his peak? 3,000, 3,500 BC now. Or no, 1,000. I think it's 1,100 BC. So what were they there at that time? The Indians.
It's not the ones what you would think and see today in a sense like that. It's like even the Earth probably looked a bit different than it, if you know what I mean. But the original Nagas, like in the oldest religious story called Mahabharata or the Hindu text, that they say these people were like 4 different type of black people, but went in like all different directions and sort of things like that. And when you check it, it's sort of correct. Like you could say the Aboriginal Australian, the Bantu, say the like the darker skinned person, like the Nubian, and say even what's the other one they call the Cheddar Man up in Europe.
Yeah,
like them type of people. It's like 4 of them.
There's Nilotics. You know about the Nilotic people?
Mm.
Yeah, the tall ones, the thin noses.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be like 4 of these people that set it out from different directions, but like they were like the first tribe. So like even India would tell you like the first tribe of people on the planet was all black and certain things like that.
Yeah, and you find a lot of them in Sudan now. You see a lot of
but it even shows you that like maybe it's from back to forward, or either they came from Africa, went into India, but there's like a group from all the way from India, but all the way into Cameroon that literally speaks like the most ancient of Tamil, and I'm thinking, raw, that's kind of crazy.
This has been on the back of my mind. Sorry, let me just say this. Eve, yeah, Eve. Not Eve. Sorry,
Lilith.
Lucifer.
Lilith.
Yeah. Lucifer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lucy. Bantu or Habesha? Definitely 100% Bantu. Not Pygmy.
But for some reason, maybe it was a different place where people was. But if I had to go by the Abrahamic faith and say where the Garden of Eden was, I would say it would be Asia somewhere.
No, but
the reason why I say that because
but what I'm trying to say.
The reason why I say that now.
Go on. But no, I'm saying Lucy, the oldest found woman in Ethiopia. Go on.
It's actually there's older ones found in Morocco and Spain. What's like 8,000 and.
Have they found older than Lucy? Have they?
Yeah, in Morocco and Spain.
Human, no, but was it in Africa? No. That's the thing. They
classify these people as I forgot what they call it, like Neanderthals, but Neanderthals are like basically. Yeah, but the Neanderthals are actually black as well.
Yeah, they say that, but they're not the human.
Cheddar Man.
They're not
because Cheddar Man was sort of that link, and that even the Romans would tell you when they got to Scotland, they saw black people there in Scotland, and I say that's like all the Cheddar Man people, like all the Dravidian, sort of dark-looking Europeans, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you buying into that as well?
Just because of the language.
So you'd say that you do believe in them depigmentating, or maybe having some albino strain, which
they're just albinos. They're just albinos.
Yeah, but I don't believe that they could be albino Dravidians. I would say they're more. The only reason why I say that is because Brazilians have got a thin waist, 30s, 32. If you look at those white people, they've got thick waists like the Asians. So I'd say they're more likely to be albino Asian, but not Asian. You know what Asian I'm talking about? Not the abo original Asian.
No, because it goes back to what I was trying to say before, innit? Remember we was talking about the meat eaters and all these types of things. This is why I think the Garden of Eden must have been in somewhere like Asia or India or maybe the Middle East. Because like in the story with Cain and Abel, after when Cain killed his brother, he said he went up to the land of Nod. So Nod in whatever language, I think it might be a Latin language or maybe even a Scanistic language. It just means north. And he said that God changed the look of Cain so that other people wouldn't trouble him and all these types of things. And my mind told me that God must have gave Cain a mongoloid look so he could go amongst the mongoloid people and all these types of things. And the one that gathered all the fruits and all these types of things, he was in South India or probably even somewhere different, if you know what I mean, if it was a different landmass at that time. But I think the Garden of Eden was somewhere in that middle part there.
Really? So you don't think that whole story was Africa?
I'll be honest, like with Asia, they've got a whole variety of different plants and all different types of things. And the things with the Moors, what made
Scandinavia's got the biggest diverse wildlife, diverse variety of wildlife. So I don't, but that's you could say that could be the Garden of Eden. But I'm not trying to.
Yeah, but the majority of those people, what would you call them? Romani gypsies, and the gypsy culture comes out of where? India and Egypt.
Yeah, but they say that the first places to have real civilization was Turkey, and I don't believe that. I believe that he was in the places in Nigeria or Sudan, Ethiopia. Even if it wasn't for that people that were there today doing it, but it was definitely black people.
I think a lot of those black people. I think a lot of those black people actually recently got to the West Africa. I think most of those black people actually used to be in Europe. And because of all the other people that started coming down from the north, I think they just more pushed down into the
So you're saying wait, no, that can't be right. So you're saying that
but think about it. If think about it now, if you said the Igbos could speak near enough Meduneta, they must have had to be somewhere around that area at one time.
What, in Europe?
Or like Egypt or North Africa. I look at even Europe at that time as Africa, really. Because the Mediterranean, like any other water or sea, that must have been very important.
That's because it went from Nigeria to there. It didn't go from there to Nigeria.
I don't know. I would say it's the other way around. I think they'll come from there into Nigeria.
I see, man. You're on this, Sean. But that's what the only thing where we butt heads is. You believe that things come from the outside into Africa, which is just not true. I'm sorry, but I know that.
Yeah, but what made the Moors so significant is because they could get products from Asia or the Middle East into places like Africa, North Africa, and Europe. That's what made them rich. And this is why I said, look, the Garden of Eden is there. Like, you know what I mean? All the plants and herbs that save our lives today comes out of them type of places.
The only thing that the earth could bring would have been a couple of herbs, but in terms of resources and stuff that actually comes from there, Africa's got everything. In Nigeria,
they don't have the same resources.
They've got pretty much the same. I'm
not talking about gold and diamonds. I'm not talking about gold. I'm talking about like medicines and different plants and things like that.
Precious metals, herbs. There will be spices.
Name one.
Plants. I can't really name many. Like you said, cassava.
This is the point what I'm trying to say to you.
Certain powders. You know, the powders that they like.
No, you can name these. Like India is well known for the spices and all that. The west coast of Africa is known as the Gold Coast. for a particular reason, gold and like elephants.
Oh, but now what I'm trying to say is they could have been able to get these spices from different parts of Africa, which would have been a lot quicker than India bringing
What
them in.
spices are African?
Yo, huh?
What spices is African? What spices is African?
Africa, bro. Do you know how many different spices are going to be in that
Name
land?
an African spice.
I don't know personally. I
This
don't
is the
know.
whole point. What I'm trying to say to you,
I'm not
people
entirely sure.
tell
I can
people
go
like
and look
Africa.
online. I'll look on Google. One sec.
But this is the whole point. What I'm trying to show you, like you don't hear native Africans telling you, "Oh, look at our spices, look at our herbs, and all this stuff." Because India and mostly the Americans were well known for these types of things. What I know of West Africa to have is cola nut, okra, like all the medicines and even ganja and all that type of thing come from India and all them
They would have
places.
had,
Like,
they would have had something to the equivalent of what there would have been a spice in every other country I can imagine.
no, bro, because different places have different things, and this is what I try to show people the other day with cassava. They would tell you when cassava came into Africa. The same thing with tobacco. Tobacco comes from the Americas. Corn, all them type of products come from the Americas.
Celery, cumin,
It's
chili,
certain
coriander, cardamom, oregano, pepper, basil, ginger, thyme, other types of extracts.
Or indigenous to Africa. Indigenous to Africa. Indigenous. No, put indigenous, not native.
No, I wouldn't say a lot of things are indigenous because a lot of things have been.
It has to be indigenous. This is what I'm trying to show you, because otherwise, then that is moved. This is the difference from indigenous and native.
Yeah. No, I do understand
native
that.
is somebody that moves around and plant these things. And you have to be honest to yourself. How far is a bird going to travel to?
Or if we don't know where humans haven't spawned, then we wouldn't know where these foods spawn.
Yes, we do because like America has different varieties.
How do you work that out, mate?
Of these things?
Wait, hold on a second. We don't know where humans come from originally on the planet. You think we're going to know where other foods and herbs haven't been brought to here and there and planted here and there? You know, the horse came from Spain, in America. We weren't even American.
One time, we had. Yeah, but if I said to you the camel comes from America, you wouldn't believe me.
They probably did. So what they do, create it.
No, but I'm saying the camel that other people traveled with the llama and the camel out of America into Siberia, and this is how it's got into Africa.
Yeah, so how would we be able to know?
The point I'm like with the plants, the way they can tell where's the home of this plant is where there's so many different types of variation of this type of plant. So take for potatoes, we have over 300 different types of potatoes, all different types of color, all different types of corn
in America.
Different colors. So showing you, look, this is the home of this place. Even the same thing with tobacco. Other places might have ranges of tobacco, but we have over 74 different types of variations, and people would do their little test on it, and they say, "Oh, this is the main plant," but what all these other plants came from, if you know what I mean. So it's the same thing with potato. They'll show you the sweet potato migration from America into the Pacific Islands, and it goes up into India and all them other regions.
Okay.
And this is the whole point. People will tell you, "Oh, Africa's got everything. Africa's got everything." But a lot of these crops, what they have got, is very foreign to them. I.e., take for instance bananas. Bananas actually come from Asia. Breadfruit actually comes from Asia, and them type of things there. Tangerines, like even the word Mandarin, telling you where it comes from, China, and all these types of things. So it's like when the Moors,
bro. Can I just stop you there? Many spices grow. Here we go. Many spices grow in Africa, and therefore are part of beloved African foods. Spices used in continent range from familiar bay leaves, cinnamon, cumin. So what I did mention was things that are from there, and
yeah, but we can type in where
originated. But you do have, there is a big range in India and places like Americas. But there's just as much in Africa, and where it's not the same, there would be a variant that would be very similar.
Not really. This is what I'm trying to say to you. That like even tomato, you can tell tomato is the home of America, because we have all different types of tomatoes and all these types of things. See,
So
look,
there will be
okra.
something in Africa that would be a fruit that would be
See, look,
similar.
they show you. They show you here. It says okra, coffee, yam. There's okra, coffee, yam, millet.
Cardamom, cinnamon, cumin, ginger, sesame seed. What was this? A showdown between the Caribbean and Africa? Listen, Africa's better, bro. No matter how you look.
No, but what I'm trying to say to you. No, but what I'm trying to say to you, when you ask certain African people, what are your crops? People don't actually know, because so many different variations of things has flooded the market. So watermelon, that is one of Africa's crops. You can see from Egyptian time, people been harvesting watermelon and all them different types of things. Groundnut. What is it again? Yeah, cola nut. They have their own variation of rice, which is come from the Arosa family. They have like cowpeas, black eyed peas. What's that? Tamarind. Yeah. So like, but when you go to America, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Next, you'll be saying Africans be doing the Ezra, innit? Talking about cows thingies, blowing out of cows. The Africans is got the biggest, nicest range of food. And you're just hating on that. You telling us there's nothing growing up.
What is the food? What is the food?
Turok. I swear to God, I don't think of that part away, bro. Wait, don't you ever?
Look at it. It says crops of Asian.
Wait, listen.
No. Watch this. It says crops of Asia or America origin, neutralized in Africa, introduced different parts of America with African thingy bobs. So it says plantain, banana, taro, mangoes, peanuts, chilies, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, sugarcane, Asian rice.
Food, yeah. What I was trying to make. In terms of food, there has been things that have been brought into Africa, but apart from that, nothing else. Nothing.
How do you mean?
Maybe some animals. But when it comes to any science, really, literature, any type of chemical compounds, welding, any type of introduction of new metals, natural occurring elements, Africa knew about that already. Any type of spiritual systems, any type of practices, any type of science was already.
How do you mean?
And not only that, I go as far as to say that just the fact that they had power plants back in Egypt and whatnot for different things. They had things already, and it's been lied about. They already had. You see that they built pyramids all over the place. No, and there were certain people that build things similar, but you can see that they're not the same, really.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, like all the herbs and different types of plants, they're in Asia. You know what I mean? And this is why when they got to America,
no, I'm saying, you know what? They're not with a piece of the plant thing, but
but think about it. They called America. They called America India. They'd never ever refer to Africa as India. They referred to it as the Gold Coast. Yes, it has loads of gold and diamonds, but when it comes to like certain different resources like food,
no, but don't forget they did call them Indians because what they wanted to do is to try and make any black man of any diaspora or any person of today not have any type of claim to the land.
How do you mean?
So when them people call themselves Africans, I'm African American, they say, oh yeah, well we took out the Indians, but really they were black people. You're saying that they're Aborigines, Tainos, whatever. But like I said, and I was pointing out to you guys the other day, there's been so many different people going to that. When that guy was in here, I forgot his name now, but there were so many different people, different times where people went to Africa, to America. You know me. You know about the different migrations to America. Can you name a couple? Because
Say that again.
you're actually pretty smart. You know about migrations. You know how many people actually went to Americas. So those from its history, people that went and settled there. So there was a bit the Dogons, the Pygmies, some Bantu, obviously different Bantu tribes would have gone there. The Mayans, obviously, that's debatable where they came from.
But who's saying all of this though?
People saying that they're Aboriginal to that part of the land, huh?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show to you, you would have saw American products in Africa before European people came there. People would have been smoking tobacco and things like that.
150,000%. And honestly, this is a fact, bro. The Pygmies went to South America and Central America and North America. And they bred with a lot of people. That's why you see a lot of South Americans are small.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you,
and smaller than Chinese. I'm talking very, very small. You see loads of throwbacks, and you see the best people, the Pygmies, in the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans. You see some very small Caribbeans and very small Africans. You've seen that little gene, like so that and that gene is in the South Americans. You see it in a lot of, and you see a prevalent tribe is the Peru, is a Chilean, Chile from Chile.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a variation in every sort of place, like in Asia, they've got tall people and short people.
This is a fact. Look, let me tell you something. Unless it's a the deficiency, there's only one group of humans that have of the human race that have a group of a tribe that are all a particular size. One size. Does that make sense?
Some of them, but what I'm trying to say to you, they obviously just been by themselves. Then they haven't really integrated with any other people. But what I'm trying to say, around any hemisphere, you're gonna have short and tall people due to their climates and atmosphere.
Yeah, but it won't differentiate to such a huge extent. It will, but it won't. But at the same time, the Pygmies are known for being like they're just a group of people who are all not many of them above 5 foot. So them guys went from there thousands of 10,000, 50,000 years ago, most likely, and have put their
this one trying to say it's never going to be.
Their seed still remains in them today, bro. And they're white. They look like little Chinese Latino things.
But the whole point is that these people you're talking of, they're Polynesians in the Americas. They classify them as Polynesian American people.
So not only that, the 100% the Dogons. Am I right in saying the Dogons went there?
I don't know, to be realistically, because they said the Dogons. They said the Dogons was originally like a lost tribe out of Egypt, but it's in Mali somewhere.
Yeah, but they went from Mali to the South Americas. Did you know that? Central America and South America.
I don't know if they said that themselves.
Where the Olmec head found? Olmec head.
Mexico.
And where do you think the Olmecs have anything to do with the Dogons?
Not really, no.
You funny guy.
Why would they have to? No, but this is what I'm trying to say to you. No, but hold on. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Hold on, 2 seconds. You asked me a question. This is the whole point. You can't see. You can't.
What you're going to say, though. 1 second.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say to you, you can't see the link. There's no corn in Africa. There's no tobacco in Africa. Like they would have gave these things and transport these things over there. This is the whole point. Like these people. Don't get me wrong. They have the same science.
Yeah, but you're looking at trade and commodity, which can get from anywhere, down to a culture which is so synonymous with different cultures. And just because they come from Africa, you're then saying that they're not the same people and these are Aboriginal. So so which ones are the Aboriginal? Because the Olmec heads are completely African Negro nose. Over tell me they're not, and it's that Bantu nose.
I'm trying to say to you, after you already know that there's black people in the Americas, you're still gonna go on top and say it's African nose.
Look, all right, cool. No, that's fine. If you're gonna, if that's you know what you're doing, but it's all right. It's cool.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can obviously tell the oldest bones they have found are Polynesians, but you're still calling them Africans.
No, I know. That's fine. All right. Okay. All right.
And it's like, to be honest, I think the Dogons could have been in probably the Middle East or Egypt.
Let me tell you something. Are you telling me the Aborigines were trying to copy the pyramids as opposed to the actual pyramid builders were going there and building them themselves?
There's one of the oldest pyramids in Indonesia and Brazil, then it's Africa.
So, and who built them? The Polynesians.
Yeah, it must have been.
And did the Polynesians build them before the Africans, or did Africans go there and build these things?
Well, well, this is the thing. In America, there's over 3,000 pyramids or mounds. That's more than Africa and Asia combined. And plus, one of the oldest ones.
That's where the brothers went to. The brothers went.
One of the oldest ones you can find in the America is Brazil, but they say it's made out of seashells and all these different types of things.
So this is where the what destroys all the Aboriginal claims, unfortunately, is the fact that all these pyramids were built from Africa. They've gone around the planet as Aboriginals because they are Africans anyway. But you lot tried to say you're not. But you lot come out of Africa. Listen, you come out. You went out.
Hold on, 2 seconds. Why would we come out of Africa in the first place? This is what I'm trying to say.
So listen,
the whole point I'm trying to show you. Hold on, 2 seconds.
The whole point I'm trying to show you. It's like you can't even hear me say it, bro.
Yeah, but I keep hearing you saying the same thing over and over. What I'm trying to say to you,
I've never really banged on about it, but you don't want to hear it.
You just keep saying Africa's Africa. They came out of Africa. I'm saying, is like, what are you actually calling Africa, basically? Because like they found older bones in Spain and Morocco and all these types of things. Are you saying that these people left or life started on the edge there? Of course not. There's even the Adam calendar in South Africa, but you're not saying, oh, life started in South Africa. No,
because we've seen the oldest bones have been excavated out of Ethiopia, so we know that they were Ethiopian. Maybe not the Ethiopians that were today. I don't think it was. I think they were Bantu.
The oldest bones are found in Morocco.
Well, that's what. And when was this? When were these brought up?
We'll tell you, the newest one they found, what is older than the one in Morocco, is actually in Spain, and they found that.
And they said that there was an ancestor in the UK that was black and he had blue eyes. Do you believe that?
Yeah, well, there's Africans with blue eyes. Yes.
Oh look, all right, cool. Well,
I'm not being funny. Even Jupiter knows this. Even Jupiter knows that. Even Jupiter knows blue eyes actually comes from Africa.
But listen. No, blue eyes comes from green, and blue eyes comes from Persia, and that wasn't.
There's a tribe in Africa, in North Africa, that have blue eyes.
Dravidians. That's from the Dravidians, the Caucasians. It wasn't from no African people, bruv. What?
There's a tribe in Africa. Just like the Polynesians, there's Polynesians with blue, yellow hair.
Admix, that's admix. Have you seen Sex and Race?
No, they're not mixed with nobody. They haven't mixed with nobody, bro.
What have you read? Sex and Race? Have you read?
Come on, I'm showing you an ancient tribe. White people even tell you that they come from the same tribe, bro. They tell you, it's white people that tell you that they came out of Africa.
Encyclopedias about different laws and different.
Bro, this is what I'm trying to say.
For in and out of America, literally just from America. So I know the laws stated that you couldn't be a black man that was of a minimum financial background or a lower end financial background. You couldn't marry a white woman. You had to be of a higher end to marry a lower end. You see what I'm saying? And
have you heard of the?
It was outlawed. You couldn't black man couldn't go over a white woman. So I know about the laws. And there's different sexes and admixes in America. So when you're talking about black people,
have you heard of have you heard of the Tigray people?
Great.
They basically they're called the blue people because they have indigo dye colored. No, hold on.
Are you talking about the Sudanese?
No, they are sort of Sudanese, but they're also like some people say they descend of the Berber native North Africans, but they're black people with blue eyes in Africa, North Africa.
But that's not blue eyes, that's blue skin.
Blue eyes, brother. I said blue
Yeah,
eyes.
it's not blue like blue, like light deficient blue.
Brother, just type it in. It's there, bro.
Okay, so and that's the whole tribe's got blue eyes, yeah. Okay, and is that a gene that is naturally occurring in their body, or is that just a group of people that have had mixed with some sort of deficient genes?
No, that's just that's the natural gene. And white people, they get their genetics back to these type of people, and that's when they're telling you, "Oh, we came out of Africa and we go back to these type of
How
people."
come a white person's got Rh positive blood in him, and there's no Rh positive blood found in anywhere in Africa? It's like a couple percent that has come in just from admixing along the years. It's not a gene out of Africa.
Look at this. Look at this. The origins of the mysterious. Well, hold on.
Whoa, I just shit on your whole argument. What are you talking about? You just wait a second. You just said that they say that one person comes back from these black people in Africa. So what I've just said to you is that how did they change from that color to that color and get monkey blood in them at the same time?
What are you talking about, bruv?
Because well, did you know that we're closely related to monkeys and chimpanzees?
That's what I'm trying to say. You keep saying white people's thing, and when I'm telling you, look, these are the white people. These people.
White people coming from.
Hold on, it's white people that told you that. It's not black people that told you that. And the point what I'm trying to make to you is,
how do you know where my sources come from? And I'm not saying that this is 100% fact.
Can you name me the tribe? Can you name me the African tribe that says that then?
This is collective thought.
Can you tell me the African tribe that says that?
That says what?
What you just said about the RH monkey gene and this, that, and the other.
An African tribe. There's been a lot of African leaders and thought practices and lecturers and scholars and scientists that have all come up with this thing. We don't have to talk about religion and a group of people that would have been focusing on their spiritual awareness. That's got nothing to do with it. No one's really going to be talking about another group of people that they've got monkey blood in their religion. So that was, I don't know what that was a void question. I'm just saying.
Look at this. It says genetic test reveals that the hunter-gatherers who lived 7,000 years ago had an unusual combination of dark skin and hair and blue eyes. It surprised scientists that thought that the early inhabitants of Europe were fair. The research led by the Institute of Evolutionary Biological, Barcelona, Spain, led two human. Hold on. Scientists had thought that the first Europeans became fair as soon as they left Africa. The Europeans became fair as soon as they left Africa and moved to the continent about 45,000 years ago. It has also been assumed that it is something that happened in response of going from Africa to higher latitudes where the UV radiation is very low. You need to synthesize vitamin D in your skin. Your skin becomes lighter quite soon. Explanation.
Okay, so the picture that they give, the guy's got a blue eyes, a Negro nose to indicate that he's got any type of African phenotype, when in reality, it would have most likely been it would have been a white person or a Dravidian Asian with white thin nose, because the difference is between these what you like to say Aboriginal or East African or Ethiopian or is they've got no monkey blood in them, no 7%, no 3% Neanderthal blood in them. There's no Rh positive found in their blood.
What I'm trying to say to you, it had to be Africans. It had to be Africans. Yeah, but it
Asians,
had to be Africans.
Asians were in their own category variety.
What I'm trying to say to you, it had to be certain Africans mixing with those people. Now that's facts.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away the fact that they weren't actually African and they were just because that's personally where I believe. Yo, that's personally where I believe.
They're African, and you don't want to claim them.
Let the people hear, man. Let the people hear. That's where personally where I feel the that Eve the story come from. You know what I mean? Out of Africa.
So how would you explain it?
Was them getting kicked out of Africa because they were doing some fuckeries. They were a bit too savage, and the sun was burning them.
Oh, come on, man. He says all blue-eyed people can trace back their 10,000 lineage back to Africa. This is the science what you're trying to put every melanated person back onto, but it's the Europeans talking about their existence or what they assume to be their existence.
So what to say, my brother, that's not the Eurasian going and fucking a couple of 100,000 black women. And then them saying, oh, because we've got a bit of blood in us and it's been bred out. And that was the original blood. Maybe that 1% wasn't the original percent in the thing. And that's just a gain percent from rape.
But this is what I'm trying to show you. Like, black people lived all up in those types of regions. It says all blue-eyed people can trace back to one ancestor who lived 10,000 years ago near the Black Sea. I wonder why they call it the Black Sea.
You can call it the Black Sea, but it definitely wouldn't have been phenotypically a man that had big nose, big schnoz, and a big set shoulders, thin waist, strong.
Get over it, bro. Africans have albino children as well. Nigerians specifically have a lot of Nigerians. Bro, did you not see the? Did you not see the? Did you not see the two? Did you not? Hold on. No. Don't try it, bro. Don't try it. Did you not see the two Nigerian couple? You saw the two Nigerian couple that had a white child, bro, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and them people ate mixed.
Don't do it. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Don't do that.
So it's you Nigerian people that made white people, bro.
You believe in the ape theory? No, I'm not fucking. What are you talking about? We're just speculating.
You people that made white people, and that's why Nigerians today they kill albinos because you lot, and this is why there's white and black violence because of how you lot used to kill off the albinos.
Oh my God! Are you trying to put it back to Nigeria? What you said?
Bro, you not having white children, not us, bro. You don't have white children.
Yeah. Well, they're not white. They're just light skinned.
They're white, bro. There was a two couple who's black, who's not mixed with nobody, bro. Who you call original? They originally had a white child. How do you originally have a Scandinavian child?
Igbos have mixed with white people. You know that.
No, they're not, bruv. No, they're not.
Have mixed with white people.
No, they're not, bruv.
Yes, they
have not mixed with no white people, bruv. That is just albinism, bruv.
But I'm saying it's natural. Yeah, some of them are naturally light skinned. You're right.
Exactly, it's called albinism, bruv. And this is why you lot kill off all the albinos. And this is why white people hate on it today and blame on every black person.
Deficiency. They haven't put that down as a deficiency. But we're not saying that the original Africans didn't have that naive for that. You know
I'm saying you Nigerians, they call you Negro for a reason, and you're the blackest people of the planet, but you still can have white children. And then you want to say, oh, but them not got racist monkey gene.
But listen, you're taking
hold on. Are you saying Igbos have got racist monkey gene now?
Listen, the white people coming out will still have a Negro nose. They will still have the same penis size, which is
still on the nose. You're still on the nose.
Listen to me.
Do you not hear yourself?
They will still
not hear yourself.
Typically, still be black. The white.
Do you not hear yourself?
Look at the white man's face. He's got a thin nose, thin lip.
Look at this.
He's got.
So the Ethiopian don't have thin lips and a thin nose.
Way a black man can change into a white man and acquire that blood at the same time. There can be a black man that
they can.
Where did we get that? Where would the man get the monkey blood from? Why is there no monkey blood in Africa?
Hold on, you said Igbos are mixed with white people, so are you saying Igbos have got monkey blood?
What do you mean monkey blood? No, the original Igbos, I wouldn't say so. No, clearly not. They haven't got
You
monkey.
just
But
said
the
Igbos are
ones
mixed
that
with
have
white
mixed,
people.
like me, look, I'm mixed, and I'm mixed with
Yeah,
Nigerian.
but
So
I'm
I've
not
got
talking about
monkey
you.
blood.
I'm talking about the two black couples who are very black, overly black, hasn't mixed with nobody,
They may
who
still
had a
have a
white
gene.
child.
It might have been a throwback gene. Yeah, it might have been a throwback gene. You never
So
know.
this is what I'm trying to say. Is it seems like you lot are having loads of
I'm not
throwbacks in
saying
Nigeria
all
because
of them.
you're having so many throwbacks, man. You're killing off your albinos.
Listen, you're smart. You understand that naturally different light skin colors come from different groups of people in Africa. Like there's
Yeah,
a
but what I'm
dark,
trying to say to
like
you, what I'm trying to
there's
say to you,
Inos,
hold on.
there's ones with
No, stop
full
that,
beard,
brother. Stop it now. Stop this
that.
nose and nose. I'm talking about real
I,
facts now. If
go
if,
on.
if if you put all albinos in a community by themselves and not mix with them, of course they're gonna recreate white children after white children after white children. And this is what's happened in Africa. You lot left the albinos to themselves, and all they've done is reproduce with themselves, and probably went up into Asia now and mixed with the Asians and all them type of people. That's all what's happened basically. Because they're telling you the blue eyes come from Africa. It's not black as white people's blue eyes like that. Blue eyes originally comes from Africa.
So, and the thing is the way I see it, I can kind of understand this whole YP and new school of thought about how Asians, if you why Caucasian, Caucus is dead. Asian, Caucasian comes from an Asian Indian.
It's an area. It's an area.
Yo, listen.
It's an area.
Let me finish. Then you got what happens to the to the Asian that doesn't have an albino child, but one that mixes an incest all the time. What happened to the Chinaman comes out? Because it's the deficiency. So you got
but hold on.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Why are you cutting me in half all the time? Because when I'm on this side, you know, I'll let you go. So when you think about mainstream media, you've just mentioned this thing that come out of they were blue eyes and black. But when you look at the mainstream media, they say there's 4 different types of humans. There's not. There's just the Dravidian. All right, the Dravidian, and what come out the Dravidian, and not they try to mix it up, trying to say the Aboriginal African out of Africa, or places in and around the hot climates of the planet. So I won't say particularly Africa or Pangea where it's warm. I don't want to get this caught up and then you catch me out for saying Africa. That was the places where now they were the 2 human beings or 2 type of humans that reigned supreme above all these other things that died out. Now the Asian brother there was the original brother of the white person and the Mongoloid. So really and truly, when you look at the politics of today, who's the man that's getting left out? Who's the one that's getting the body? Who's the one that's under the most stress? Obviously, everybody's catching up with it now. But why are these people, why you got the doctors now, all the head doctors and all these man moving together? Why is it the Asians and the Caucasians? Because they're completely from the same people. They would be Caucafricans, because that's maybe backing each other then, and the Asian ones would be on the fucking bottom, probably. I'm not saying, well, I wouldn't say that, because Africa's where all the stuff is, and that's where they want is the commodities. But what I'm trying to say is how relentless they are towards their ancestors just shows me that they're not black. The way they're putting them out, do you think they'd do that with their own ancestors, put them inside the museum like that? If they were African, are you kidding me? Look, there's so many rebuttals towards this claim that you are making. There's so many, it's billions and gazillions. I'll stay on all night trying to refute and tear apart.
Tell me this. It's a simple question. Where do Europeans trace their heritage back to?
The Dravidian. We're talking mainstream or in their ideal world? In the ideal world,
they go back to the Horn of Africa.
They come from Africa. That's
what they go back to the Horn of Africa.
That's what they say.
The Horn.
The
Horn of Africa. That's their oldest DNA.
Exodus, and that's it. Exodus. That's the only thing, and somehow they were part of that whole thingy. That's it.
They traced their DNA back to the Horn of Africa.
They
And
were
you have to
there.
understand the Horn
They
of
were there, but
Africa.
they weren't.
Come on,
the-
allow me to talk
They
now.
weren't the
Come
East
on, man. Allow me to
Africans
talk,
there.
man.
Sorry, go on, go on.
Come on, man. They traced their lineages back to a tribe was on in the Horn of Africa, and that's what they tried to say where life starts in the Horn of Africa, and all these types of things. And the point what I'm trying to show to you, but where the blue eyes come in is those particular people that have majority mixed with Europeans and Asian people, because Europeans are basically Asian people. And the point what I'm trying to show you, they had more black people, because even Cheddar Man is showing you all these things in Europe and all these types of places. Like, so Europe has always been a dark place or a multicolored place, if you know what I mean. And really and truly, Europe is part of Africa. If anything like that, Europe is like the coolest part of Africa. So if you have albinos now that can't stay in the heat of North Africa, can't stay in the heat in Nigeria and them type of regions, they're either going to go down to South Africa or they're going to go up to Europe, or they put them in the Caucasus Mountains.
Of actually being able to carbon date and look at genetics from the conscious movement, from the community, from the black people, from diaspora, and it comes down to the layman. That's when we'll really find out what the true story is. But me, I use my common sense and my eye. I don't know. I'm not trying to say there's certain people that are idealists and they try and link whatever they can to what their agenda sort of is led towards. So if it's a Hebrew Israelite, they'll try and dissociate themselves with Africans. If it's to anything to do with a tribe that wants to big itself up, they'll try and say that they're.
We have to be honest. You're an actual native Africa. You got somebody who is directly linked to Africa. You can't be listening to Afro-American people.
No, I listen to a lot. I listen to all different types of society.
I bet you can regurgitate more African American knowledge than real African knowledge.
Most of my information comes from the educated in the Igbo nation. So they're the most intelligent people on the planet. I'm not saying that I'm smart really at all by any means, to that degree at all, but like I've got things that I would believe from someone that's that intelligent. You know what I mean? Nothing too.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say the majority of the knowledge what has flooded for Black history is actually coming from America. It's not really coming from native Africans like yourself, who's got a direct link to Africa.
Yeah, no, they. But they.
You know what I mean?
No, yes.
And to be honest, we as Black people.
Getting the information.
Hold on, 2 seconds. You have to be honest. As our experience in America, we had to be a Black supremacist, so we turned everything black. Even though sometimes some of these things, if we really look at them, they're not gonna make sense. And I'll be honest, real African people, native to the land, they're not gonna lie to you, bro. They're gonna say, boy, this is my people's thing. Like it or not, this is what we do, and that's them other people. We're nothing to do with those people. If anything, they're our enemies.
Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, they both were ambassadors or went out and got most of their information from the North Africans, actually, the place, and the East Africans, the place that you're supposedly we're talking about.
Did he talk to the Igbos? Did he talk to the
Igbos?
He spoke
to. They've gone around and spoke to all of them. To all of the nations. They went to John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben. They're like well renowned. You know about them. And they got most of their information from East Africa. So if you're saying that the ambassadors, so that's where the information comes from. That's why they had such a big ban in the flights coming from North Africa at one stage, because they were worried about civil unrest a couple of years back in America. You know, after they in Iraq, huh? Yo,
you have to be honest. They done that for a particular reason. You know what I mean? And people have literally gone over these people's work, and it's not all African.
The Northeast Africans have been like the main people pushing Black power right now. I'm just gonna say it, innit? You know, the Caribbeans and the West Africans are doing a good job, but they're worried about, they're the main people giving all this information out. Like the ones calling out even people who being racist and have been on border controls, and all these authors have been, you know, the authors that are writing about how like different this trying to cause like disunity between Africans by creating difference between Africans and, you know, different ideologies that are like very detrimental towards Africa. They've all been outed out by Northeast Africans and East Africans from Sudan, especially Ethiopia.
If you be honest to yourself, all what these black professors has done now, it has said everything is black. This is black, that's black, that's black. And you have to, no, we have to be honest, man. We have to look at the language what these people are using as an African. They might understand it coming from America, but I don't think an African would have said certain things like that. If you know what I mean, like, oh, the Africans left from Africa went into Asian. So you say what? Asia could have had black people as well. They had to come out of Africa, and it's like, whose theory are they still going by?
No, but you know what they say, really, though. I agree with you on that. But what they're saying is that life, we're talking about life started in Africa. And then they went to the Romans. That's why the Romans were black. And that's why they went to Spain and they went to Europe. That's why they're saying the original Europe were black. But I mean, when you're born in your mum, you're not born on a cold part. You're born in the most warm part of the body, the womb. You know what I'm saying? When you know, so if life was to, we don't know exactly how it started, but was to have emerged, it would have been in the most densely dense part of the world, or in the, you know what I mean, warm hemispheres, had they not been cleansed to this degree, obviously, over the years. But
but we have to be realistic, like, and be honest to ourselves, like, and certain things like that. We can see the propaganda of what a lot of my black Americans have done.
Honestly, brother, let me stop you there. Do you really think? Sorry to cut you once more. I was going to ask. I'll let you talk. But do you really think that there's been agendas that have been completely dishonest, coming from what we would say was opposed to the mainstream education or miseducation that the Western world is? Let me.
100%. That we you have to understand that they've been selling us Africa for years and years, you know what I mean, in a sense like that. So it's like, what is
say again?
Coming into America? It's like the same thing what happened in Jamaica with this year of return. This Ghanaian president has set up 300 jobs for his nurses all over the Caribbean, South America, and he's asking for Jamaicans now, or all different Caribbean people, to come over to Ghana. And it's like, you better have money as well if you're gonna go over to these places, because it's not like a free ride. And not being funny, the way how some of these Ghanaian people behave, I don't even think they could even help us psychologically, what's happened to us, because it seems like they don't even know what's happened. If you know what I mean. So it's like, it's a very weird one, if you know what I mean. Like for me, like, in a sense like that. And I've seen where my people have gone back into Africa. What a lot of Pan-Africans don't show people. They don't show you the Liberian people, the people of Freetown. And it's like, look at Liberia, and this is the place Marcus Garvey wanted our people to go. You see all the war, what happened in Liberia, and what did they? And they still call these black people Americans. They call them Americanos or Amaros, and all these types of things. And it's like, mate, if you've been there for hundreds of years now, how can they still call you Afro-Brazilian, Amaru, and all these types of names? That they're still noticing you as an American. You know what I mean? Same thing with the Tombon people in Ghana and all these types of things. So it goes to show that this is a big play that's being played, and certain prime ministers and Freemason people, high up politicians in Africa, but is basically corroborating this story. Because realistically, why ain't African people in the same trauma like how we've been in trauma? Because there's still slavery going on there today with the Sahara slave trade.
What did you say? Why aren't
and like,
going through?
yeah,
the same-
why are they in the same? What? Yeah, like what you see in America and all these types of things. And it's like when we ask them about slavery, this transatlantic slavery, it's like they can't connect with us for some reason. I don't know what it is or what it's about, but I'm saying, but the crime happened on your shores, even though they might say we're the stolen property. What could be in question, but they're telling you, but a crime happened there. Even to this day, Ghana only has about 3 million people. They're telling you they took 10 million people, so they took Ghana, Gambia, other places times 2 on top of that.
All right,
and your people don't seem.
Let me answer you back. The amount of war and people getting their ears chopped off and what body parts. I'm telling you what, it's way more madder in Africa than it is in any Caribbean place. You know that, innit?
Yeah, but where are the people saying my ancestor that's
like
gone?
They're putting tires on them, man, and they're just burning them up. That don't really happen too much in the Caribbean. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we do all of them horrible wickedness to each other.
Still law, but hardcore out in Africa. That's like, look,
it's the Wild West. We have guns and everything there.
It's not any type of thing to be singing home about who's had it harder at all, actually at all, really. But the reason why I say Africans are more happy is because it's so broke and just barren in Africa, most of the parts, especially if you're an immigrant coming from Africa.
Yeah, but how can you say that and you say that they have everything? You can't say they have everything when it's barren at one time. It's either one or the other.
Listen, the amount of 50%, most of the environment has been purposefully destroyed. So
there's people with their ancestral land. There's people with their ancestral land where there's people with their ancestral land, but when West Indian people build their houses on it, they'll be like, oh, this is my family's land. You can't be here. After when you already build all your building on and people want to take away your building. I'm thinking, don't they understand the story, what's happened to this Caribbean person, why he's actually come here? How can they go through all of this type of madness where you're trying to trying to con people on top of it? And this is why I try to say that there is not a connection there. And I think it's a narrative that's being played.
Well, when we look at the way Jamaica, the slaves were taken away, and then the main thing that the English or the Europeans said is, oh, you lot sold them to us. You lot sold them. You lot sold them. You lot sold them. Now, when you look at it like this, yeah, if you have a war with another clan, then you're gonna probably either kill the people or just sell them on or whatever. So to a degree, I can half understand why they did it, but now obviously that's ridiculous. So that's why a lot of these chief leaders are apologizing to the Caribbean community. I think I heard mentioning Madam Tinubu and how she started to you know what I mean, pay homage to the diaspora. But back to the fact that the connection is definitely 100% there, especially in the blood. A lot of these
the crime has happened on your shores.
Look at Igbo landing.
So what I'm trying to say, what has happened? Are you saying this was a transaction?
No, I'm not trying to say it was a transaction. What I'm trying to say is,
what I'm trying to say to you is obviously.
Listen. It was more acceptable for it to happen, but I would not condoning anything. But personally, due to the fact that the European has so much firepower, I would say it was a lie, more of a lie. It was more of a thievery, because they would say they were stolen. A lot of people say they were stolen from the land.
Yeah, but this is what I say. It's tough.
How power they had. Do you think that the way they've gone and smashing up people's lands and places like that and sterilizing people, do you think that they wouldn't be just stealing people off the shores? Everybody,
so you're telling me, hold on. You're telling me,
gentlemen.
You're telling me, the Englishman.
Thank you.
Hold on, you're telling me the Englishman that just about can stand his own summer in his own habitat, his own motherland country, he just about can stand his own summer. He's going to the west of Africa, which they call the white man's graveyard because of malaria and all them things, and chasing Africans.
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is interesting. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, did you know then Romans had something called the Praetorian cohort, where you'd have
The British.
One second. I'm going back 1,000 years. There was
No, I'm talking about the slave trade. The slave trade is only 400 to 500 years old.
The Romans ruled the planet against the fucking Mongols.
British. I said the British, the slave trade. Why are you going somewhere else? I'm talking about the slave trade.
Called the Italian man ruled the planet, and you're telling me that Africans couldn't have been ripped from the country.
The Italian man is a hard. He's like a mixed race. The Italian man is like a mixed race.
Now you see how they're killing people now with guns, and you're telling me you see what's been happening, and you're telling me that they wouldn't have gone in there and just gone and grab a couple of people up.
Should I tell you what?
Someone's got a gun pointed at your head.
I say that. Should I tell you why I say that? Should I tell you why I say that now? Well, shall I tell you why I say that? Because when the Maroons listen. When the Maroons was having the war with the British, we could see them coming with their red coats. You see how the guards stand up? That's how they used to dress. You understand? They used to wear all them big boot, all their big uniform and all that, and marching. We could see these motherfuckers coming from a mile away, the Maroons and all the people, and we chop up them, man. We never lost one war with them, man. There.
Yeah, but
so you're telling me? So hold on, 2 seconds, my brother. So these man just about could even fight us in Jamaica, much as where it's a bit cooler than Africa. I don't think the white man was going there with his big boot, his red jacket, trying to capture any African right now, to be honest.
Oh my!
You and I know that.
So let me just say something. The Edo people, the great, fierce. That's what they were known for. The Portuguese were enslaving in the 13th century. Wasn't it 13th or 15th as well? The pirates of the Portuguese. Have you seen a Portuguese man recently? They're not that strapping. Yo,
the Portuguese never took no slaves.
What?
I mean, they never captured no people. They never had no wars in Africa like that. I've talked to Mako about this.
I'm not talking about war. No. I don't say the war.
They traded with the people. They traded with the Portuguese. They never ever had trouble with the Portuguese. It's only the English and the Dutch.
Okay. Yeah. But the Portuguese were the first people trading slaves.
Yes. No. They wasn't trading slaves with them. They were trading, just normal trading.
The first people to be enslaved in West Africa came from the Edo people, and it was the Portuguese.
Brother, why are they gonna go all the way down there if there's Mauritania where they're still selling slaves from the other day, bro? Come on, man.
I said in Nigeria. I said alone in Nigeria.
I'm telling you, Mauritania's down the road from Portugal, Senegal, and them places, and it's only they still got slavery there today, bro.
So look, we're digressing anyway. The fact of the matter was, we were saying
what happened. The Portuguese set. Hold on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The Portuguese set it up in Nigeria. This is where you get the name Lagos from, and all these types of things. But they, as I talked to Maku, they said they never took no slaves.
The Portuguese never dealt with slaves.
Not in Nigeria.
Well, to my understanding,
what they done is they had a certain piece of land to themselves, and that was like the region of place like Abakute, which the British took over as well, and all them type of things later on. All they done was now is bring other people there now from the Caribbean, like what we was listening to the other day, and started planting different products there, because in the 16th to the 15th century, the Portuguese started bringing West Indian, Brazilian people over to Africa now, and they're showing the people of that land how to utilize cassava, all these different types of products and all these things, and it's well documented.
The slave trade was facilitated on by the Portuguese. It's the New Caribbean ports. Slaves went to the New World, mostly Brazil and the Caribbean ports that exported these slaves from Africa include Uda, Lagos, Nao, Little Popo, Ego Jekin, Porto Novo, and Badagary. Badagary. Yeah, so that was a
Mako about it.
yeah.
I talked to Mako about it, and he said like his family are quite like sort of royal family, and they know a lot of the history. And they said like the Portuguese, they've never enslaved anybody or took people off there, because I even asked him the same thing, and he would say, no, we gave it a piece of land and all these types of things, but they never really come and enslave people like that.
Henrique began selling African slaves in Lagos in 1444. In 1455, Pope Nicholas V gave Portugal the rights to continue the slave trade in West Africa under the provision that they would convert all people who were enslaved. The Portuguese soon expanded their trade along the whole West Africa coast of West Africa. Now, according to my sources, before I even read anything or listened to any regurgitation, was that the Portuguese were the first trade slave, and that was coming from Igbo man.
Yeah,
and
they were the first
the
people.
Igbos, they had 200 IQs, bruv, when the Yorubas only had 40 IQs. They were, and they're the leaders. Huh?
Come on, allow me like that, bruv.
No, I'm not trying to, no, but look, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know why a lot of people get hung up on sensitivity. If it's a fact, then you just got to.
But how do we prove that? I know a lot of Igbo people are clever and successful, but I'm not gonna go shit on another tribe. Now. If I'd done that, now, I'd be looking
I'm
racist.
just trying to make a point. I'm not trying to shit on no one. I wasn't trying to take slide shots. I'm just making a fact that the sources that I got about Portugal being the first slave traders were coming from people that had around a lot of them had 200 IQ, high IQs. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say anything. And
but was they saying that in the 14th century?
And I'm trying to say the reason why I'm saying I'm comparing them to the Yorubas, because Yorubas now are actually the most intelligent, one of the most intelligent tribes in Nigeria. So that's saying something.
So why do you think there's a lot of Yoruba people that got enslaved in the Americas?
There was a lot, because they're not really that much of a strong nation. They, at the time the slavers came, they had better than muskets. The muskets were used in the independence.
Do you know what the houses? Do you know what the houses used to call the Yoruba people? It's like something very derogative, and like if you ask anybody what's the meaning of Yoruba, they won't really know. And this is why I think they're a mix of my people, the Yorubas, because really the original name for them people was the Yariba, and Yariba or Eba or Yariba is like the cassava, what we call cassava.
So you saying that they're Aboriginal, or I don't know if you're calling yourself a part of the 12 tribes or whatever. Would you say that they're part?
I'm not too sure with the Yoruba, but I really feel like they've got a big connection to my people somehow. The other,
and you saying that them people are the 12, the lost tribes?
It's just because nobody really knows the meaning of their name as Yoruba or Yoruba.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that they're part of the lost tribes? Sorry, brother, I'm just trying to get a bit of information. Are you trying to lead that?
What, the Tainos? Not Israel. I think
the
they might be.
Tainos claim to be part of the lost tribes. You know that.
Some of them.
Yeah, and the ones you're talking about are.
Not really. I wasn't really talking about. I was saying that I think they're a mix of some sort of people, like my people and some Africans mixed together, and this is where you get Yoruba. Because there's a set of people called the Shakiri, and the Shakiri, they sound like they speak a broken Yoruba and Portuguese at the same time, and those people haven't moved. Or how long have the people been there?
A lot of the Aboriginals are a bit lighter and a bit shorter, and the Yorubas are quite big people. Just saying. But yeah, I can see where that link is, because they're saying that they find a lot of DNA in Yorubas that they don't really find in many people anywhere in West Africa, innit? Have you heard about that?
That's kind of weird, isn't it? I would think.
No. Yeah.
And the only connection to those people, they say it's a Niger-Congo foreign language, but we also know like Portugal had a big influence with Angola and Congo and them type of places. And remember the other day they were saying some of our people just ran into them places that's mixed in with the people. And the reason why I say that is due to the customs what we have. and how they do the voodoo scenery, because a lot of Yoruba people in Nigeria will tell you they go to Brazil to do some sort of traditional thing, because they say the people in Brazil haven't changed the tradition. And I'm thinking, why do you mean the tradition hasn't changed? And this is where people might say I'm being funny, because I've noticed now in some of the African traditions they're using foreign products now in their Asian tradition, and I'm thinking, what's going on there?
You know what's the sad thing is, if it hadn't they not South that America's not fallen, we'd have seen the real like truth of, you know, the structure. Because at this stage we're left with these lighter skinned people saying it's their land, but we really do know the black people were the original, you know what I mean, like Taínos, but they've taken the name on Taíno, but really they're just a mixture of invasion and a bit of mix. They've mixed in a bit, huh?
But this is what I'm trying to say. Like you can see that there's a mix of indigenous black people, whether you want to call them African or Nubian or Dravidian. There's a connection with both those sort of Bantus and the Dravidians and the Aboriginal Australians and the Mayans. And this is why I say, look, this is just an Aboriginal thing. It's not like we particularly belong to one specific place. It's like, this is something deeper than what we can really grasp, if you understand.
So there is a lot of different things on the table about about migration and origin of man, but it's always good to have everything on the table. I can see in truths in everything. I can see where the lies have come in, where, like, for example, the aquatic ape theory. I do believe in evolution as well, but you just got to have everything on the table and just speculate over it. So I'm not trying to like just another disclaimer. I'm not trying to bring anybody down out there. We're just trying to go over the information that I've gathered or
Because in the Igbo faith, do you have a serpent god?
A serpent god? I'm not too sure if they're really that based on animals as such. They're like different, like the Enjoku, which is a yam god, right? And you venerate her, and you make you know what I mean. I think you pray to her a couple of days of the month, and then you'll get a better harvest. Or you have Allah, or you have Chi. You have all these different type of things, but I can't really remember. I'm too sure because I haven't studied it to that degree.
The reason why I say that, because in the Hindu text they've got like a serpent god. Also the same with even the same with the Chinese Tibetan people, and in the Mayan sort of creation story, we call that same serpent god Kulkul Khan. With that name Kulkul Khan, you can break it down into Sanskrit and it turns into one of their sort of deities as well, if you know what I mean. Like, so and this is the connections what I've been noticing. No, in India with the Hindus, like with with these Nagas, basically, like these serpent gods.
Yeah.
And sort of things. Some people might even call it the Anunnaki. I think the Benin Kingdom talks about these same people, like these serpent gods, and they looked at some of these lizards as their ancestors.
Sorry, say that again. The serpent deities represent the link between them and the Nagas, and you're saying that they've got they do hold some of the DNA that supposedly that they've.
Yeah, and in the Benin Kingdom, they look at lizards and like reptiles as sacred beings, and they say those are their like ancestors or something like that.
Well, they do say look at the webs on our hands, and so they're apparently we've got some sort of link to lizards. You know what I mean? Because the webs, but that's pushing it.
Because the monkey's hand is totally different to the human hand. I don't think the monkey can actually swim.
There is a serpent god.
What did they call it?
spiral represent the wisdom of the mother of goddesses, imminent in the sons of the father, mother of God, and
But this is what I say.
this is Utlen, Python of large,
What did
Utlen, or something like that. Utlen.
Euphylem?
Wait, that might not be.
Eucalyptus. Or Eucalyptus.
Yeah, something like that. Eucalyptus.
See,
Yeah.
and it sounds the same like Kul Khan.
But there's a link when you look at the etymology and origins of these words. There's always a link. There's always a sound that's synonymous with the original sound. So that's how you can tell it derives from it. That's why when you study Meduneta, you can see that the Igbo language is like literally the closest thing to it.
Yeah, because if you look at the story of the Book of Enoch and the Book of Enki and the Anunnaki and all them type of people, I think that's the only thing that really links us as tribal people around the world. If you know what I mean, it's that same type of story where we're talking about extraterrestrials coming down to Earth, giving us different type of knowledges and stuff, things like that. That is the one thing I can see where we have a good sort of connection. That the Hindus, they call it Mabatara, where they're talking about chariots in the sky, fighting and all these types of things. We will call them flying machines or something like that. And it's the same thing we did in Peru, probably Egypt, because some people said that Mabatara story happened in probably the Middle East somewhere.
Yeah. Well, according to the most updated, the Igbo people, they come from the Middle East. What we would say is the Middle East now, but Israel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a strange one.
But that's the thing. Would you want to go to the Middle East now?
Would I want to go to the Middle East? Well, to me, it's just so barren. But when you look at it, the Dogon used to live on the savannah, innit? They used to stay down there, in very sort of very horrible conditions. What we would say is horrible. It's just like sand, innit? But it was just their lifestyle. They used to come out at night and stuff.
I think they've done that just to stay away from the Islamic invaders, to be honest.
Do you know the funny thing about it is that the Igbo people say the same thing. They say when Islam came to Igbo land, which is pretty much the last stronghold of the whole of Africa, well, Somalia and Igbo land. But Ethiopia, they say, but I think it's been taken over. But that's another story. That's another story.
You can obviously tell they've been taken over. Like they haven't got a coast anymore.
Listen, when you see Ethiopian women getting fucking hung and thrown, that's not a sovereign country. I mean, for their people to be getting slaved out and disrespected by neighboring Arab countries that aren't even that strong, it's like, nah. They've been apprehended, yeah. Yeah, the last stronghold of Africa was pretty much like Igbo land. And so they even say about the Islamic, we withstood the Islamic invasion. They're like quite proud to say it. You know what I mean? So that's how you know that
Fulani, isn't it? What we know of today, or Hausa people.
Yeah. So it goes back to I don't even want to touch on that actually. It's Boko Haram freedom fighters.
God, yeah. Oh gosh.
Are they actually freedom fighters?
What a mug.
Who, me?
No, about Boko Haram, that wicked.
Oh, yeah, no, there's some stupid shit. But I mean, they're obviously quite pissed off to be doing what they're doing. But anyway, I don't want to touch on that.
The point I wanted to touch on is like if you look at the Mali, because that's where they said the Hausa coming from, is through the Mali Empire. And when you really look at the architecture of the Mali Empire and them type of people, you can tell that they came from like probably Arabia or something. You could tell they're not really the indigenous people of that area like that, if you know what I mean.
Who, the Arabs that are there now?
Yeah, that say that sort of, or taken over the Mali
Oh
kingdom and all
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. 100. When you see all these buildings, well, the way
You
they've
can tell
been built.
it's not West African architecture.
Nah, I mean, it was the people who had the gold cutters in it. So the Ghanaians, the Ashantis, they're the real builders. We all know it, but they're been people who went there because you see such a diverse group of people in the Gold Coast. You see, they were the where that all the nerds were, the scientists, and there was a lot of different types of tribes there. Yeah, but you can see something like that coming from there.
Really and truly, it's Mansa Musa that bait up the area, you know.
Who what? Who baited up the area?
Yeah, bro. You try to show off, like, say that, oh, we got all these goals to these Arabs and all these type of things, and these man just come running into that place, bro.
Well, they're saying that it was the Arab actually showed the European where the people were buried. Other than that, they probably would never have found where certain burials were. Obviously, they found the ones in the like, say, the burial chambers and the pyramids, but there were certain places where they're buried in it where no one would have known, and it was done so to a degree where, do you know how good they were linking up the Orion's belt and stuff?
Yeah.
But it's like that's how their burials were, innit? You just like it's like so hard to.
What did the Igbo say about extraterrestrials or aliens?
I think they because they were part of the ancient Egypt. I know that they were part of the ancient Egyptian, one of the tribes in it. And
so what about the Benin Kingdom? You don't think they were part of that?
But they don't really speak anything about in the creation story about it, or huh?
But you don't think they were part of the Benin Kingdom?
Yeah, well, they went apparently when they left out of Israel after being attacked by all the forces. That man, it weren't necessarily Italians; it was loads of different people with them. They went to
Asians, you know.
There was when Rome just fucking they had everybody with them. It was literally the English.
They were classified as Aryans.
So it was like and the Asians and the Orientals as well. It was like Afghanistan today, 50 different countries. But that's why it's such a big inspirational moment for them, you know, like the falling of Jerusalem. But they went to. That's why to destroy a place like Jerusalem would have been such a feat. So when they went to Benin, just shrugged them aside. They said, "What they're playing with what are they playing with?" Because don't forget, they already had that. They already had that technology. To Edo people, and Edo people just got amalgamated. They saw the men and all them. They said, "Nah, we like them warriors, but we've got to mix up with them, innit?" So they all started mixing up, but no doubt because the Igbo people, I'm gonna call them the tribes, went through a bit of a war. They were like warlike in it. They're war ready, and there was a lot of piracy going on from the Tunis areas and Algiers. There would have been They would have had a lot of friction in it because it was the main trade route of the world. So they were the traders and quite war ready. That's why they're so smart. You know why? What they're known for? Igbo people, the Jews of Africa, innit? Because they were in that part of the world where it was Tunis, innit? Just like the trading post of the world.
So do you believe they were Hebrew Israelites then, or not?
Well,
really?
I 100% believe there were people in that area, because how come they were so much radically different with the way they are with their business than Yorubas? But let's be honest, they're the same, but they're not. They're not at all. They're not. So that's why I can understand why a lot of your theories hold up with
Because some people might look at them as the tribe of Gad. I think.
Yeah, see, I'm not really in tune with these religious stories because when I look at these
It's
Africans,
weird though,
I see it
because
by my eye, and I personally believe that we know that
I don't know. They might be actually Judah, to be honest.
Jude.
Because they Judah.
Oh, from Judah.
But that's why they probably called because you know what? It's funny as you say that. To be honest, like how the Igbos have their father. They call the great fathers called Erie.
Mm.
And in my Garifuna language, to say father is Ingri, but also in the Hebrew language, to say our father is another word like Ingre or Ibar.
Okay, so you're saying that they come from Judah, tribe of Judah, but
no, it's just funny that we use like that same word like to say father in a sense like that, or like their founding father.
So that's quite prevalent in your actual culture.
Yeah, it's like it's a Taino language.
So we'll go as far as to say that when the Igbo people ruled, their language was actually quite expansive, and they're lying about how prominent the African language was in that region, you know. But
it's kind of weird. It's very weird because for you to say Hebrew, like Israelite and Hebrew is supposed to be two different things. But when
the language, the Hebrew is more of a language and sort of noted culture. It's a culture that's been put on paper, basically.
Yeah, because when they show you the heat, when you look at the in the Indian sort of philosophy about the Hebrews people in the Hebrews mountains, where you get the word Hebrew from, they were like the original Israelites, or probably a section of Israelites that worship the sun. And they were saying these people, they've sort of moved into fucking like the Middle East and other areas, but the point I was trying to make as well, a lot of Hebrews would like say that Hebrew language is possibly one of the oldest languages on the planet.
Well, it goes back to the Plantagenet.
So I don't know if
the original kings, isn't it? They say that that's why they were so strong, and the royal family, Queen Victoria and William is part of the Plantagenet, isn't it? And they were from a part of the Black Royal. You wouldn't consider a royal without that blood in it. So,
yeah,
I think there was definitely something quite special about that part of Africa and the exodus out of that particular region, and the type of people they say that went from there. So if they're saying to the tribes of Israel, they must have had. There must have been. If you look at Schiffer, for example, you can see he's got a Bantu structure.
Stop that, please, man. Stop
He's
that,
got
man.
or you could say that you could say he's mixed. But he look how
but the
dark
point I was trying to make to you,
look at the Aboriginal. Look at the typical Aboriginal. Look at the typical American. Look at the typical American.
But this is how old people used to look at us, and like your nose, your lip with the nose.
This is a good example. Look at Ras.
No, I'm not looking at nobody. I'm telling you how Asian people navigated the earth.
He's got
How do you think Asian people navigated the earth?
I know it's a person we both know. The man's from I think North Nigeria. Yeah, he's Jamaican. So that just and that's probably a recent thing. He may not.
I could say Judah looks like more of my people than African.
I was going to say that, and I've always said that. I've always
Maku.
Not so much Maku, but I'd say definitely
Maku's actually got Afro-Brazilian heritage.
Has he?
Yeah, I'll be honest. You see Maku's been mistaken for a Jamaican probably nearly all of his life. And he used to live in Tottenham, so he's even worse. It's like I've never seen an African like Maku, to be honest. But like I've seen so many different variations of Jamaicans like Maku and Jedi. You know what I mean?
I've seen a couple of Makus, but I haven't seen. I've seen more Jamaicans looking like Jedi than I've seen Jamaicans that even look light skinned. Let me be honest with you. I've seen more dark skin. That's what I'm saying. The skin color.
Even how he grows out his hair, you can tell that that's like another sort of, I don't know, West Indian trait, or like, because like a lot of Africans have told me they don't really do dreadlocks, and even Ethiopians don't really do dreadlocks like that.
So when you say that, when Ethiopia came to the main body of Jamaica, I think that's just a lie.
It's such a, this is what I'm saying. It's a corruption at its finest.
It's a mad. Do you know what?
The only thing they could say that is, but that's like millions of years ago. If you say Aboriginal Australians came from there, and from there they've got to America, but that is like a trillion years ago. But the way how ancient navigators and people used to actually travel the world is that the bird only flies over land masses. Basically, it won't fly over water. Like, could you imagine if a bird had to flap his wing over the Atlantic for like what, a month to get to land? Are you serious? Like, a bird's not going to do that. So how people navigated, they used to have a bird that used to come back and forward to them, just how you hear in the Noah story. So they used to just follow the land, and it's only where I say is from Asia, maybe the Moors and all them type of people could have got to America, but not through the Atlantic, because there's no bird is going to fly a month, 2 weeks.
Look, they could travel. It was unheard of, but they could travel, man. How you reckon these Dogons map the stars?
Listen, what I'm trying to say to you.
They went out on the ocean. They went on a little boat in the night time, and they went and you know what they did.
This is what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah, but from Angola to the tip of Brazil, that's like the shortest distance you can get to, and from Africa, and that takes a month. There's no bird that can flap his wings for 3 days straight.
I don't believe it. I know for a fact, just from the pyramids that have been found, it's like how do you tell a robber that it was him that robbed the bloody place? If you check that if it's the same blood that was there before, it's just check you know what I mean? He leaves a speck of blood. The speck of blood that was left there was the big trace, was the pyramid. That's the big clue. So it's like, for you to say that there weren't people that weren't out of that particular region, and you're telling me they went there and they came back to get that information. You've got to be kidding me. The oldest recorded ones are found where they're found in Africa.
Not really. I'll tell you, the oldest finds you can find of people coming to America is the Vikings, and the reason why they came from the north, from Greenland to all them little places like Nova Scotia.
You know what? I'm gonna love you and leave you, because now that is the most outlandish and ridiculous thing, bro. I've just heard in my whole.
I'll be honest with you, they found Roman and Viking swords on an island. I think it's called Else Island. There's a big program where they show you where they go digging up on Else Island and Nova Scotia, and they find Viking swords.
I'm not disputing that fact. It could be a fact. What I'm trying to say is, there's no way that you could ever say that Africans have not traversed this whole globe before there was even white people on the planet. That's just madness for you to even think that.
Yeah, I don't know that to be realistic, because this is what I'm trying to say. No, but I'm telling you how Asian people navigate, and it even goes back to the Noah story, telling you when Noah threw at the dove, and the dove flew and it flew and it flew, and he hasn't found nothing. He came back to Noah.
No, that's okay.
Even from the Bible, they're showing you how the Asian people navigate the earth. You know what I mean? And that's kind of deep still.
You would have been one madman that just went out on a boat and he somehow got there. Trust me, brother. There would have been thousands of madmen that somehow got there, and they were able to make contact back in some way, shape, or form.
To be honest,
or to leave their
Like
money there, which they did.
even when they were taking East Indian slaves and Chinese slaves from Asia into the Caribbean and them places, there's even oral stories where the people have told the people that the wind has literally has blown back the ship literally like 6 months back into to their journey and shit like that.
Yeah,
Because
so
most of these boats are wind powered. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And that sea is not an easy sea.
easy way of doing it: use fishing rod, throw man off the board, eat bodies, do something to catch a rain, keep some sort of supply of water everywhere you can. It can be done. Now, the navigation skills and the building skills would have been up to scratch 10,000 years ago, recorded by the master bot, not the 3,500 years that the mainstream media say that it is. It's 10,000, definitely. So at that stage, they would have traversed. That's 10,000 years ago. The white man's only been here for 6,000.
But I don't know if you might even look at it at this way. I even look at Greek history as African history. That some of these characters, what they are talking about, they are actual black people. And the proof of that is when Alexander conquers Egypt, he writes a letter back to his mother and says, "Look, I'm at the home of our gods." So it goes to show you black people was all up in them type of areas, and all the Zeus mythology, it still goes back into the Egyptian mythology.
Yeah, so
and all
we're
different
talking
types of
about
things.
black people that were in these parts of the planet that came and conquered that and Egypt and traversed and did all the things. It weren't white people. White people were not there at that stage. So don't get mixed up, Romans. And,
But this one tries to say, even some people say black people are Vikings.
yeah, but no. But they wouldn't have called themselves Vikings for one.
Saxons and all them type of people.
And they would
Even
not,
like,
the white people
Anglo-Saxons,
would
they
not
say
have
is black
come
people.
out of the Saxons. Please stop it, brother. Look.
No, not like that. What I'm trying to say, but some people say that in it.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say
right,
to you,
all right, because
what I'm trying to say to you, but there's tales and myths where they actually do talk about the Americas and certain things, but that's in like the sort of the Mediterranean sort of mythos and certain things like that. They talk about like there's an island or an Amazonian women, and there's like an island full of women. And in our creation story, in the Arawakan ones, there is actually like an island just for basically women and certain things like that. And they talk about, I think they try to say Atlantis or something like that. And at one point, South America was actually named Atlantis, or even Antioquia and certain things like that. But I don't know how old that goes back.
All right, Tura, I would have thought you was about 50 or 60 years old, bro, with the amount of knowledge you've got, you know. Honestly, I was thinking you was an old man. I was even giving you respect. Like, I was even letting you speak before me. I was like, I was giving you mad respect. I was like, you're wise, man. All this information you've compiled, right? Maybe I'm just a bit stupid, man. I should have read more books, maybe. I was too interested in running around making money and getting gal. But
the thing about it, these things they whitewash them. They whitewash these things in it basically as well. So when we heard that the story of Atlantis, we're thinking, it's probably them Greek man. It's nothing to do with us. But realistically, it probably was us. You know what I mean? In these types of mythos and stories and all these things.
Yeah, I believe that much. But you seem to have got a bigger variety and dates, and you've got dates and stuff and events. You seem to like your events and dates, which is quite good.
And little details, you know what I mean? Like what kind of material they use to build boats and certain things like that.
Yeah. But the one thing I don't really endorse is the Northwest African, like everything seems to be sort of coming from there when it comes to greatness that's come out of Africa, you know what I mean? Or like conquest. Like the
but we have to be real though.
It's like
we have to be real because like
the Dogons, Northwest Africans. Like, wow, what are you talking about? So everything was Northwest Africans, like the most barren place nearly. Go on.
No, I'm just gonna say like we have to remember like all the northern hemisphere was very cold and certain things like that. So the Inuits, some of them white Vikings and all them people, they could have met up in places like Greenland, because I heard even like in later days that they used to actually ostracize certain people out of England and actually tell them they have to go and live on either Norway or Iceland or Greenland and shit like that.
Where are you getting your sources though? Have you studied? Be honest. Have you studied? Are you
Just a
studying
bit.
Caribbean centric, Afrocentric?
I'll be honest, it's a bit from everything, because I'll be honest, the start of a lot of black knowledge has been Afrocentric. And I looked into Hinduism a bit and Buddhism. I like the Shaolin monk and Kung Fu and all them things. Then it's only recently I've really gone into American history, to be honest, like that.
I'm surprised Shiv hasn't come back on. I don't know. I'm just assuming that we're not live anymore. So that's
No,
why.
we're live soon. We're rabbiting on for now.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's, you know
No,
what,
it's a
the
good
thing is
build
as
though.
well.
'Cause we never get to really talk as well, you know what I mean? We're always on a panel or something.
It's madness.
Build still.
It's madness on them chats, brother. Sometimes, you know what I mean. And it's just Zabida on one channel, and then they're talking about the Sahaba on another channel. Just so sometimes you need a bit of a break from that shit. Well, not sorry, excuse me, from that stuff. But yeah, it's definitely something I need to learn a lot more about my just even if I wasn't African. I like sci-fi. I'm one of these people that like to look at.
My dad got me into all of that. Yeah, my dad's deep into the sci-fi.
So when you go into any of these Aboriginal, Indian, Asian, especially Asian, I mean, I'm learning about daimos and shoguns and the difference between, you know what I mean, emperors and Yatsuki, the black samurai. Have you seen Yatsuki? You know, he's meant to be the last samurai. He was a Bantu, or some say he was East African, but he was a Bantu, the best samurai who actually fought for Nobunaga, the notorious shogun. Yeah, so which took over the most unified most of Japan, and his right hand man was actually a black samurai.
Wow.
So yeah, that's where they got the movie from. He's called Yatsuki or something like that. Yatsubuki or something. I'll find it. It's on a history channel. Be quite interesting to watch.
I think I might have seen that through Hidden Colors. They might have just referenced it quickly. That they're saying for you to be a samurai, you have to have a bit of black in you or something. They were saying.
Well, I think if you're not part of the original samurai families were black, all over. Wow. And emperor high bloodlines were black. Come from, I'm sure they had a black origin. But I know the samurais definitely did, because they were the warriors in it. Yeah, it's quite an illustrious history, and I need to learn about it. It's just so interesting, so intriguing. And what they've done is they've taken the history and they put it into the mainstream. They've completely just turned it inside out and just what's it called? Propaganda. They've done that as well. But
they used to do that with a lot of the Roman and Egyptian films in the past with all Cleopatra and all that fuckery.
Yeah, so they've just taken our stories and they're using it, bruv. They've been using them like everywhere around. So the more you learn about different gods, stories, allegories, you know, fables, all these different things, myths, they all go back to Africa.
Yeah, because even some of the cars, like take for instance, the Lamborghini Murcielago, like Murcielago in my language is talking about a bat. And what's the other one? They got the Lamborghini Hurricane. That's also our word for hurricane. And they got the Porsche Cayenne. We call it Cayman. This is where you get the Cayman Islands and all these types of things. So these people are really into people's knowledge, boy, and you won't even think so. Like, you know what I mean? These people are right in people's cultures, bro, ripping it off.
Yeah. And then when you check on Google about a tribe, all they have is a slavery time, or they just have these people, and not much is known about these mysterious people, known to be people who dwell in the trees. It's just wankers, isn't it?
Because you know, Spider-Man is supposed to be something, but Spider-Man's supposed to be about the Anansi story, and there's another sort of spider myth in the Native Americans with a woman. But I think that Spider-Man is basically a combination of both of those sort of myths put together.
Yeah, Spider-Man is for 100%. But I was assuming that all these mutants were what they were writing about themselves, isn't it?
Because if you look at
mutation, go on.
If you look at the original Spider-Man character, he was like a jokester and like a little light-hearted person, and that's how like the Anansi is depicted. But he's a big god though, if you know what I mean. He's like a god, not really actual spider like that.
Yeah. So with your knowledge now, do you feel like you could possibly create a channel yourself where you could?
Yeah, I could, and I also could tell a lot of lies. But it's just like, boy, it's just like, where do you actually start? You know what I mean? And it's like, what do people actually want to learn, and certain things like that. And it's like, I'm still learning myself, really.
The mainstream, you can't stick to mainstream because ultimately, it's not far from the truth. It's just when you see lies is when they want to include themselves in the story. But when you find out about information that's about African cultures or African spiritual systems, that's coming from Africa. But when you hear about the Bible and different places and different time periods of when they were built, they are trying to add themselves into it. So they only say that Masterbot is only 3,500 years old or made in 1,500 BC, but it wasn't. It was made 10,000 years ago. So it's just to fit the story in, isn't it? But apart from that, all them stories, man, there's a couple more things that I wanna learn about. But definitely, I don't know. It would be good to study. I think someone called Seti, Sarah student Seti with ancient Egypt. He's a bit of a boy, man. He's a bit of a nutter. He's a nutter, bro. But I mean, he's got some quite, because the difference between his and Dr. Ben's or
actually him, I don't mind him. Sorry,
or Enki or Unk or whatever his name is, Professor.
No, they were pseudo as fuck, man. Them and their Garfield and them. No, I like Sarah certain. I thought you meant the other guy.
He just references dates with the Bible, which is good, because then it shows where they've tried to put their work in it, and then it shows where they've tried to lie about dates. So if they're trying to put the Bible in it and lying about these dates, it leads me to believe that the dates that the Africans talk about are definitely more correct. And
true.
Yeah, definitely. So, but mainstream still is still like, you can still push it because I think it's something that I'm gonna eventually start doing.
Yeah, because there's so many little things over the time, and it's just disgusting. Like, and it's like how they mix up people's mythology, because also the Taino people also called the Luakans, and Luakans also can mean a werewolf, and this is also where the Bible connects us to being the tribe of Benjamin. They say we're ravenous as wolves and all these types of things. But even Hollywood has gone the extra step now when they made things like Teen Wolf. And I noticed they had like a second series, and they had something called the Kanama or the Kanima. And the Kanama basically is like a Asian Guyanan story about this reptile basically that seeks revenge. And it's in like the Carib sort of mythos. And it goes to show like how Hollywood and these people have really manipulated a lot of shit, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I know someone who's writing a story about someone called Guananagari. You know, when Cortez and you saw this guy that came to America Columbus. I think there
Okay.
was someone called, one of his early ones was something. I forgot his name now, but he went there and he met someone called Guananagari. He was like the most prolific, like rebellious people, you know, like freedom fighters for
Puerto Rico or something, or one of them places.
Yeah, Guananagari, his name was.
They sound like a one of them sort of Arawak sort of words, like guano.
Yeah. So he probably was from one of the African, more the Latino, Black African type tribes. But I know that the lighter skinned ones were there when the tribes were at their peak, because obviously it would have been that sort of caste system. But from you know what I mean. But the main dons running it would have been the blacks, I reckon. No doubt.
It's the same thing today, really.
Huh?
Yeah, it's sort of the same thing today in a sense.
Yeah, but the Tainos, that was a serious period. But they used to worship the gold, and and when he came and they handed them the gold, it was like they were just puzzled in it as to why they were just handing gold over.
We never actually worship gold. We actually used to have
pray to.
No, we used to use gold to offer to our gods. So when they looked like in a well or something, they would just find loads of different gold and all different types of things.
I saw a picture of a man was praying to his god whilst he was clutching a piece of gold.
Was it like a talisman around his neck?
I think he had something on his head, like some sort of attire on his head.
But the funny thing is also, we called gold guanin, and this guanin is possibly part copper, part silver, and part gold. And when they saw that now, they've said, "Oh, that must have been from the Moors or something like that, or the tips of the Moors or some shit like that." But we actually call gold guanin.
Yeah. But that's a really interesting period. But the point I was trying to make is they when the script was given in by the script writer that I know that's writing a movie about it, it was like no, we can't do this. We can't. It's going to invoke too much problems, you know. So yeah, they've stolen a lot from there. You know, and you hear a lot of even like sounds and different instruments and different like typical, you know, like English songs or European, like even a Titanic, you know, when they take that song out of the, like that's all, yeah, you know, like all these certain little things that's like originally from America. All these little songs you hear in Hollywood from that they've turned into orchestra.
Yeah.
On their, you know, war movies and all them things, and Kate Winslet in, like I said, in Titanic. It's all from. Do you know the man used to sit down with the with the flute?
Yeah, with the little flute. Yeah, the flute. It's got like five flutes on one flute.
Bootlegging all them sounds.
Wicked.
So you think it's a Wild Wild West sound, or you think it's a
Irish sound or something?
Yeah, you think exactly, and they're just bootlegging the damn thing. So America had a lot of culture, just as much as Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
No, 100%, man.
Then you say the Mayans went, but where were the Mayans? Mayans were actually in the West. Where were they? Somewhere in America.
I think some of them just went all over the place. But I think what happened, you could tell there was like
Mexico was. Sorry, before you start on that point, Mexico was actually originally Canada. Canada was just a Mexican province.
Well, Mexico goes all the way up to. Well, Mexico itself goes all the way up to Canada.
Yeah, so they took them off the Mexican tribes that were there, innit?
A lot of them,
and now there's none of them. There's literally none of them. Well,
They also imported a lot of Filipinos and all them different type of people as well from the Negrito Islands and things like that to places like Mexico, and they just afterwards they got the name as what they call them people Chinos, but is it Chino or Chicano? But really and truly, I know, and they also call themselves Cholos. But that word and that name can also go right back to Asia, basically, where they call them chulas.
Do you know the Spanish were actually were the ones that were actually given the guns to fight off the English?
Yeah, just some of the Maroons and them people.
Yeah.
Yeah, because different people had different relationships. Like some people had treaties with the Dutch, and the British never really acknowledged those because they're not Dutch and things like that. And some people fought with the Dutch and Germans, and vice versa, or French.
Yeah.
Because what they also don't tell you, but a lot of these people they were using to start off with was white people. So they used to have indentured servants and also like people who were like undesirables or political people, and they will be classified as not servitude but as slave because like their contract will never finish. So a lot of those sort of poor white people, Spanish, Irish, Scottish, and certain black people mixed in together and fought against like some of them, what do you call them, other colonies. Just like how in Haiti, it was some Polish people, I think, helped them get some sort of revolution, and the Haitian people killed every single white person except from the Polish, and they called the Polish ones the white niggers or white Negroes. So like, there's a history what they don't want to release, but there was a lot of white people involved as well.
Yeah. The reason why these lighter skin Latinos say that they're part of it's their land is because the Spanish kind of mix with them as well. You know, the English haven't really been known to mix. They kind of like to kill off.
Who? The only people that mixed was the Scottish and Irish because they were like undesirables.
Oh, is it? Yeah. But I was gonna say they would have mixed, but I know the Spanish mix more. That's why you can that they speak that language. Yeah, so they'd have been probably a bit more accustomed and probably more friendly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But also, what they don't tell you, they had also African people up in Europe. What they were bringing there as well.
What, to the Americas? You know who went to the Americas, isn't it? It was the Vandals originally. You're right, the Vandals from Spain. So the Vandals were actually a part of the Germanic forces that went to Europe first when they were with the Visigoths. So the Vandals circumnavigated through France, Francia, and went to Spain at that time. That's why it would have been Gaul in it, Gaul for Francia, and then they went to Spain, and then the Gauls then went down through, but near Byzantine, and went up near, sort of, they circumnavigated up through Sicily, but I think they went past Tunis and Morocco. But then they came up, and then they went into South America and America. But they're the Vandals. They were Vandals. That's why they were so harsh. But the Spanish came as well, but the Spanish were different in the sense that they were phenotypically different. So you still had the German Spanish. They spoke Spanish, but they were actually Germans. This German line, this heartless line.
And also, there was a lot of Sephardic Jews that started running into like the Caribbean and West Africa from say about the late 15th sort of century, early 15th century.
Yeah, I think even the Vikings went there.
They call those people Landinos or Moranos, or they call them crypto Jews because they had to hide their identity because the Pope of Rome, and this is how I know maybe there was some Muslims that went over there, because he tried to say, "Oh, no Muslims are allowed to go to America."
Into
Shit like
America.
that.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
so it makes me wonder, maybe. But it's only after the 18th century you start seeing Muslims are going into America, and
There's
these
a lot of
Moors.
Jews. There's a lot of Jews in America. You know
Yeah,
that.
they call them Landinos. They're like
Listen, you know
the
the Jews. Yeah, the Jews. Yeah, right. Like, let's be honest, right? You've got in history, the Vikings and the Moors actually enslaved the Slavs. So that's why they're kind of anti-Europe and they don't really care. And yeah, then you've got this Moorish thing. They don't like this. It was they call it the Dark Period, but you know what the Moors introduced to Europe, and we don't have to go into it. But yeah, but that's why they've got this discontent with I think Europe as well. They're kind of heartless towards. Let's be honest. They're not. Obviously, they're still gathered together if any sort of uprising from the darker communities come. But where the in-house blood is, and it's as I said, man, the Vikings enslaved the. I only recently heard about this as well. Like the Vikings enslaved the Moors enslaved the Slavs. That's why when you look at
because
World War III, were the Slavs really are the Jews. So when you look at it like this, when you look at it like this, let's say they're Russian, but they're kind of like that phenotype. You know what I mean? It's like sort of like Polishy, like they got that sort of look. But yeah, anyway, they had them just in servitude. So when you see World War III, who were the Germans fighting against? Who were the Jews really against? And like, because really now after that, we've seen how England and the Jews have treated Middle East and Africa. Would the Germans and the Vikings and the Japanese treated them worse, based on the fact that there's been more or less bad blood between actual Germanic or Vikings and Japanese than there have been with the English, because the English have just come and slaughtered. You see what I'm saying? Even the Spanish, like, they mixed with the people. Even the Vikings mixed with the Britons, yeah, but the English didn't. Like the Anglo-Saxons. So I see.
Because you have the Scottish people as well, with a sort of separate, and Irish.
Yeah, but they say that Irish a lot of the blood comes from Spain anyway, originally.
Yeah, Iberian Peninsula and all that.
Yeah, and don't forget, there's been a lot of black blood spread with the Mugs, the Macs, and the different.
Even the word Iberia
got Afro, like different double barrel surnames in Irish, black blood in them. And there's some small Irish people. You see them small Irish people. That's because the pygmies were there. Was as well. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. The pygmies were there as well. So they quite a diverse gene pool there. I was going to say. Go on.
Yeah, so somebody said the leprechauns.
Yeah.
Of the Irish myths and all them type of things.
Yeah.
Or gnomes. You know how they look at people like gnomes, and it could be another sign of Igbo with the hat. And also the area is called Iber or Iber, or the Iberian Peninsula, and Iber could even be Eber, which goes back to the sort of Hebrew word for Abraham.
Yeah, and don't forget they had that. They had that. What was that religion now? Not the Druids. Was it the Druids? I don't know. Was it the? They had
Saxons.
it was the Irish ideology, and it was exactly the same as.
Oh, begins with a H. Hungarian something.
It's bruv, when you look at their all of the teachings and everything, it's exactly the same as like ancient Egypt, like pretty much. And it was
Yeah, they haven't got
they
a
believed in
connection.
universal ma'at and universal law and stuff. It's like near enough exactly the same. They like they had
I remember watching.
deities. Go on.
Yeah, I remember watching Hidden Colors, and they were saying a famous Egyptian family fled to Scotland, and they called the island there Nova Scotia or Ascotia or something like that.
Okay, yeah,
And I think this is where the Queen gets her heritage of Egypt from.
Yeah. There's been undoubtedly, definitely loads of things that have come from the nobility of Egypt and different bloodlines.
Yeah, because even Britain's supposed to be a Hebrew name as well.
They say the kings of Europe. Okay, the Plantagenet family was black. The kings of Europe actually live and reside in America now, in Australia now, and they're banished. The real king, but they're from the white stock. Obviously, they've gone white over the time, but they go back to the original black families.
I think they called them Jacobines or the Jacobites or something like that.
But originally, the Queen Victoria was just, you know what they used to do, like put Queen in different countries and go with different nations to make them come closer together.
Yeah.
So the Queen would have had a load of different bloods in her from the Turks, from this and that and this and that. But where it went predominantly German is when she went into the Gotha line or something. The Goth line. You know, the Gotha.
The Spanish law.
That's why it's become really kind of, it just whitened up in it. It's got that back. But the Harry's not actually meant to be part of the family at all, and he's married into the original black family that of a warrior that fought with, I think it was like a couple of kings back. I think it was like 10 kings back or something on the king. I think King John or something, and it was one of his earls or barons at that time, and he's like a fierce warrior or something, and that's where the black comes from, you know, in her blood. So that's and Harry's father's part of the Plantagenet, I think, bloodline. Or the Gotha bloodline. Yeah. So yeah.
Because he's done his lineage right back to the one in Romania. What's his name? The Impaler man. Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah. Where's that from now?
Romania.
Yeah, but they won't. Not the beta Romanian, but the white.
I mean,
Europeans.
Charles, sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, I think Prince Charles has got his lineage. Prince Charles has got his lineage. Yeah, and his dad is also possibly some royal family of Cyprus or something.
Turkish, yeah. That's a Turk blood.
Okay.
And don't forget the Turks. What did the Turks do? Why did they need to? Yeah, and don't forget, they say the Turks. That's where that original bloodline came from as well. You know, the
European woman. European woman. An original European woman.
Oh yeah, and they're saying that there's a lot of history that comes from Turkey in it, so that's why there's quite a lot of blood in the royal family.
They say the
but I don't know the
exact white races.
Huh?
Yeah, I remember watching it a couple of years back.
Yeah,
showing that some DNA thing. And they've said like from Turkey, that's where people learn how to drink milk and all that, or got more susceptible to milk. But they're saying the European mother of all Europeans is like the Turkish woman or something like that. But it's a specific type of Turkish woman. It can't be just like a Pacific one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the Turkish man looks kind of Western Asian to me.
No, they said the woman for the woman somehow that the Turkish woman is the mother of the European.
Okay.
Don't know how that works.
Yeah, but there's been so many different stories that come out of Persia, they come out of this, Turkey, everywhere. There's so many different places where the Caucasian or the white man started.
So
the blue eyes started turning blue, you know.
In a weird way, sort of makes sense because I think in Turkey they got certain people with different colored eyes some places, and I think that real gene actually comes out of India or Pakistan. There's like a certain set of people that are very like light skinned, and that's just their natural look. Like they got very. Some people thought they were Greeks through but there's actually some people that's mixed with Alexander the Greek's blood in Afghanistan. But these people are they're separate people.
Is it from in Afghanistan? Yo, did you say Afghanistan?
Maybe, yeah, it's very light. Spain, France. It's only from there it changes a little bit. Where I don't know, it maybe could even be the same really with the Irish woman. But the Irish
Afghanistan. It's African. Afghanistan is Persian, and it's so Afghan, Afghan, like when Persia mixed with African, isn't it?
Oh,
So,
that makes perfect sense.
exactly.
Language as well.
That's why they know they've got that ancestor.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
really,
man, you got no. That's why we mix, because you got knowledge that I got knowledge, but you seem to have studied stuff that I haven't studied purely because.
I think you know as well, though. But it's just you know what I mean. You don't probably get to talk that much to proper people, and you know what I mean, and delve into it. What's your star sign?
This is some interesting part of this conversation, bro. It's like I'm fucking tired, but I'm not. Well, my star sign, I'm a Leo.
Okay.
Like you, fire sign.
Oh yeah, Mercury. What's it, Gemini? And it says like I think Leo's star constellation is actually the sun, and Mercury is right next to it.
Okay. So what is it? Fire sign as well, also.
No, it's an air sign.
Is it air sign?
Air sign. No, just air. Communication and things. But we're possibly the closest, like planetary as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Mercury and the Sun.
What are you into the star signs then?
Yeah, man. I think that's our first science, what we had as human beings, or some sort of psychology. Yeah, psychology sort of thing as well. Because the Dogons go like that certain dances, what they're actually doing with the Dogons, it's actually doing celestial reenactments.
Yeah, but that's astronomy, isn't it? That's well, they're tying astrology to astronomy. It's all the same. So it all works in conjunction. But yeah, that's mad, man. How they saw Sirius A and Sirius B floating around it. Yeah, very interesting people, man. Talking about the Dogons. I don't know too much about the Dogons, but I know quite a lot. I know the yin and yang concepts come from them, you know, duality and stuff.
Because the Mayans have that as well. Oh, and the Chinese, you have like a butterfly one instead of the yin and yang, but it's the same yin and yang though.
Yeah, I know good enough facts about Dogons. I would like to know more. more.
Definitely.
I'm trying to watch as much as I can on them. And if possibly now, I'm gonna try and maybe even get a book, something, you know, a bit more information. Like,
Definitely.
yeah, but they're definitely very interesting people, man. I mean, how did they know that there was oxygen in your blood? You know what I mean? Back then, that's sick, isn't it? How the fuck do you know they just, you know, they understood things like that, you know? Quite sick. They probably just saw like it bubbling or something, you know, like when someone got cut open, they just saw loads of bubbles emerging, and just thought, yeah, there must be quite a lot of oxygen in the blood as well. I don't know, but yeah, they had some really interesting thoughts, like concepts. But they were ambassadors of a lot of things, which people seem to try and sort of minimize.
Not true.
But when you see what they actually achieve, it's up to the modern day technology.
Yeah, people are still work, man.
But out of all of them, they stand out the most. They definitely stand out the most. But what's the time now? 5 past. Boy, I was just saying, I said, you know what, I'm gonna get to 3 o'clock and I'm gonna lock off. But shit, yeah. An hour and a half later, damn. And the Dogons have been the center of attraction at the moment because they do stand out. At night, people, they used to be literally be awake at night, sleep in the day, and that's why their eyes were so good to be able to map the stars. What an interesting people.
Okay.
Yeah, so they acclimatize their eyes. So when you do it, you look at it now. No sun, no ray ultraviolet. Right, so your eyes adapting to the dark. Now, if you do that. Can you imagine how good your eyesight is going to be? So eventually their eyes adapt to climatize. Amazing. Other little facts, I remember them. I'm just too tired at the moment, but when I was just like, my mouth was open when I was just going through the different things that they're just great with. Just little things. The way they put their symbols together and created languages so simply. and it was so effective. It's just super effective.
To be honest, like they when they dress up and they do a certain event, it looks like what West Africa and the Caribbean do, and they call it Jankano. And it's like always around Christmas time and New Year's, around that time they do that sort of celebration.
Yeah, and what does that involve exactly?
Don't know, like they dress up but they start walking on stilts. So I don't know if they're trying to impersonate giants in the land or something like that, but the Dogons, they do the same sort of thing. So I don't know if it's something to do with the winter solstice or some sort of reenactment or something, what happened.
Yeah, they definitely believed that in making things easier. So why they were so good at trade as well. Listen to this. I'm gonna leave you with this, right? These Dogons, why were they so good at business? Do you know why? Because they got everything and they condensed it. Yeah, apparently. So say if you had all these herbs and different fruits and plants, they put it all together, and they would get powder. So you get something and they concentrate it and put it into powder form and put it in a little piece of wood. You know what I'm saying? Or they'd get poison tree for frogs. Yeah. And get the poison out of it, concentrated. So we're talking about they could wipe out a whole village with a little thing. Do you see the power they harness? So that's why they say they're magical people. That just don't play with them. Don't play games with these people. So it was like amazing when you think they were very hard people to be able to defeat. The only way you can do it is by doing it inside. You know what I mean? Like inside, and then overwhelming forces, and then shock as well at the same time. It can't be they're aware of it. because when I understood about what they knew and technology and the way they defended their, themselves, and very, very, very smart people. Just interesting minds, man.
No, definitely, I'm gonna recap on those people, boy.
Yeah,
To be honest,
definitely.
I must have done that research about probably 10 years ago, if you know what I mean, like looking into the Dogons, and it's like I haven't looked into them for a long time.
I like to go to the most recent information about them because the old stuff is very minimal.
I see what you mean.
They don't really touch on what.
Something you can look over again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably gonna have a look and check tomorrow on a bit more stuff on that. But it's definitely good to just learn about these things. I wouldn't suggest anybody to start going and doing rituals or practices, but just learn about the history.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get you a greater massive wealth, but it's not self-gratifying. Could be self-gratifying to some, but it's definitely something to learn about. Just to give, it makes you more aware. It makes you more aware of different things that. And the way it makes you aware is because it opens your mind up to the technology that you can be doing. You see what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah.
Like, the way it's opened my mind to certain possibilities of things I can do. It's good. It's good. So it's good.
When you think about it, it's only recently we got things like Google Earth and all these things, if they're showing us the right things, you know what I mean, as well. But these people had that knowledge for God knows how long, mate.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
All
right, my brother.
They've capitalized on that. But I mean, people are learning. There's going to be a lot more content, I can assure you. Yeah, but it's interesting. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll catch you on the rebound, though, brother. Yeah,
brother. Have a good day and thing, man.
Yeah. Big up, Pinero's man. Big up, Schiffer.
Yeah, big up to the chat,
to everybody out there in the chat. The rest of it. Thanks for having us. Yeah, just try and study, man. You know what I mean? Just do your study. But anyway, peace out. Peace. Torah. Catch you out, yeah? Yeah, catch you another time, mate.
Big up.
Yeah, man. Nice one.